Bob Valentine.
Sure.
Come and call, sir.
A little rock or something.
Just to find out later. Right.
Those are fragments I've recovered from Maggie's autopsy.
Okay, and that was graphic testimony to hear yesterday. Let me bring in my special guests. I'm joined this morning by criminal defense attorney Paul Townsend and also criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Brian Silber. It's great to have you both here. Brian, I'll start with you because my time is limited with you. You didn't want to stay longer like Paul did. It's fine, not insulted. What did you take away from the forensic pathologist, maybe that you didn't know before and that maybe helps the jury as they continue on in this case?
So I'm going to say something a little controversial, and I'm almost afraid to say it because this guy is hated so much. But I really think there's reasonable doubt in this case, and I don't know if I'm a juror, am I going to convict him? Couple things. The answers I'm not hearing is there a match of the ammunition that they found with these victims, and does it match the firearms that he allegedly owned? You know, a shotgun, depending on the type of shotgun, will expel a spent shotgun shell after being fired. Not all of them are like that, but a lot are. And I wonder if he owned the type of shotgun that would expend a shell, and if it does the ammunition, if there is any found on scene, any shells found on scene, does that match what he owned or what was found in the house? And the reason why I have all these questions is I'm thinking more about the gun residue evidence, how skimpy it was. I remember the expert testified they found one single particle on one of his hands. And to me, I fired a shotgun many times. I've been to the gun range quite a bit, actually, and I get filthy. I just can't imagine he discharged a shotgun at least twice after firing another rifle, and they found one single particle on him. You know, this is a guy that...
Well, they did find GSR also on the shorts and the shirt as well.
Yeah, but it's nominal. It's very little. It doesn't seem to the level of what we're talking about. And, you know, this is a guy that really wronged others. There were a lot of people that had a lot of reasons to inflict, you know, harm on him and take something from him like he took from them. You know, I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm saying there's a major question here. And that's what these trials are about.
And if that question is reasonable doubt. So, Paul, I'll go to you on this now. But I just want to focus a little bit more on the forensic pathologist. She determined that if the food contents in both victims were the same, so it would indicate they were eating dinner the night before, which is, you know, relatively consistent with what Alex Murdaugh said. What struck me is that it seemed not only were these execution-style killings, but they came out of nowhere. These were two people who had no defensive wounds. They weren't expecting it from whoever the shooter was, or the shooter came out of nowhere. The shooters came out of nowhere. What did you take away from it?
So that's an excellent point. You know, no defensive wounds is a big thing in a homicide trial, but the prosecution can spin it one way and the defense can spin it another. You know, if you're a prosecutor, no defensive wounds, you know, you're going to argue that means that they knew who their attacker was. This is somebody who they felt comfortable with, that they didn't feel the need to raise, you know, their defensive posture. But if you're the defense, you can very easily argue that whoever it was, not Alex Murdaugh, somebody else, took them by surprise. And that's why they didn't have defensive wounds. They simply just didn't see it coming, and they didn't have enough time to react, to put their hands up in that defensive posture. So I think that the forensic pathologist did a good deal for the prosecution in really describing the gruesome nature of the crime and how horrific it was. Multiple gunshot wounds to Maggie, that was really emphasized. A shotgun blast to the head. The swapping of the guns, I think, can be a real focus of either how unlikely it is that this is Alex Murdaugh, or truly how deviant of a person he is. But on the other hand, I have to say that I kind of agree with Brian, and for different reasons, because I think the reasonable doubt standard is going to be a difficult one to meet, because the proffered motive of the prosecutors in this case, that he killed Maggie and Paul to somehow take the focus off his financial crimes, they're going to have to do a lot more to be convincing that that is the reason, because a lawyer like Alex Murdaugh will immediately know that when a wife and son are found dead, the first person law enforcement is always going to look at is the husband. So if you're committing a worse crime to take the focus off a lower crime, you're not doing crime right.
Well, that's a good way of looking at it. You know, we go back to Dr. Reamer because she got into more detail about the deaths, and I want to listen right now to a little bit of her testimony as she discusses those defensive wounds and the stomach contents of the victim, so you can hear for yourself.
The lack of a lot of blood in the abdomen telling you anything about how rapidly these all occurred together?
Yeah, so if the wound stopped there to the abdomen and somebody walked away, you know, she would have had more bleeding out of those tissues into the abdominal cavity.
In both Maggie and Paul, did you make any observations about their stomach contents?
Yes, so part of the autopsy, I'm not just looking at the wounds, I'm examining all of the internal organs, and when I this is how I knew it went through the pancreas and the kidney, because remember, it's I'm not just looking outside of the body. I have to do everything, look at all of the internal organs and dissect each one. And when examining the stomach, it's I will document the contents of the stomach, and they each had a lot of recently digested food fragments. So, you know, they had a full stomach of food.
Were those stomach contents consistent with one another?
Yeah, they looked identical to each other. They were kind of gray tan, you know, couldn't tell exactly what it was, but it may have included meat. I didn't see any corn or, you know, green beans or anything like that. But whatever it was, they were identical to each other. And I believe she had 600 mLs, which is like it's 450 mLs is a pound, so it's like almost 1.5 pounds of food, and he had 500 mLs, which is a little bit more than a pound. But they looked similar, like they may have shared a meal together.
You testified that there was no defensive wounds on Paul. Did you observe any defensive wounds on Maggie?
No, nothing that would indicate any kind of a defensive wound.
Did you observe any damage to her fingernails or anything that indicated that she had been in a fight with her attacker?
No. That's also part of the autopsy. I'm, in addition to collecting clippings from the fingernails, I look carefully to see sometimes there's a fingernail broken, sometimes there's obvious tissue or blood underneath fingernails, and she didn't have any evidence of, you know, material visually evident underneath her fingernails.
What about her toxicology? Did she have anything in her system? Any drugs or alcohol?
She had caffeine only, the same as Paul, and no other alcohol, or other drugs other than caffeine.
Okay, so Brian, I'll go back to you on this. As we listen to this evidence, in your opinion, right now, what are the strongest pieces of evidence put forward by the prosecution? Because sometimes the prosecution puts into evidence not necessarily to show that Alex Murdaugh did it, but it's their burden. They have to show all aspects of a case, right? So maybe even the forensic pathologist might not be able to definitively help the jury determine who did this, but there is a part where you have to say there were killings that took place, there were murders that took place. You have to establish that the two victims are in fact dead. What, in your opinion, is the strongest evidence so far put forward by the prosecution?
Oh, without a doubt, it's the evidence of the financial crimes. You know, I said the last time I was on that I thought that evidence was way more prejudicial than it was probative. And I think that's really the only thing that really glaringly speaks out to say that there's a major question about this guy. But, you know, the lack of defensive wounds in this case, to me, doesn't move the needle at all. You know, let's just assume the crazy theory for 1 second that this guy is actually not guilty of this murder. What if two offenders were waiting for the wife and the son in the home, armed with two different firearms, and held them there at gunpoint? You know, they're freeze, I got you, and then they murder them. They wouldn't necessarily have defensive wounds. You know, it doesn't mean that there was a struggle. They could have been shot at a distance. You know, it could have been very cool, collected, and calculated. You know, everyone assumes there had to be a struggle, and because there was no struggle, it had to be him because they would have known him. Yeah, that's a possibility, but it doesn't mean that's the only possibility. You know, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, of course.
I can't see anything here that really moves the needle conclusively. The worst thing here is that he did these horrible financial crimes.
Well, I don't know. See, Paul, I'm not sure. Look, the financial crimes definitely helps the prosecution, and it was a big blow for the defense that was led in.
Big time.
Okay, you know, that motive makes more sense to me when I hear about what was happening. For me, it's the kennel video. It's placing him at the scene. It's the idea of you have two people who were close to the Murdaughs, the housekeeper, the caregiver, Paul, who are basically suggesting that Alex Murdaugh was telling them what to say about what he was wearing, about how long he was at the house. For me, it seems like Alex Murdaugh's words, what he said after the deaths, are the most devastating thing for him. What do you think, Paul?
You're not wrong about
Brian,
that.
stand by. Let me just jump to Paul on this one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Paul. Go ahead.
No problem. So you kind of stole my thunder here, because I was going to raise all of those things that you just said is what I think is really been kind of the most damning evidence against Alex Murdaugh. When Paul's friend took the stand and went through that kennel video and said that he was 100% certain that Mr. Alex was the voice on there, and it basically completely erupted his alibi that he was, visiting his mother at the time and he wasn't there. And then the kind of unorthodox black box evidence that they had, where they got the Suburban and they were able to determine when it was in park and when it was in drive, and they were kind of able to almost create a timeline of his travel. They couldn't say definitively where he went or that the car even moved, but they were able to show when the car was in park and when it wasn't, and they tried to show how that lined up with their version of the timeline, and it didn't line up with his version of the timeline. I think more so for me personally than the financial crimes, which to me do not establish a motive for murder here, because he doesn't go after the CFO who comes to him and says, we've discovered your crimes. He doesn't go after the associates and the partners that know that he has committed financial crimes. There's no evidence in front of this jury that Maggie or Paul had any awareness of any financial crimes. I mean, their marriage might have been a little bit rocky. They might have been considering divorce, but that doesn't, the financial crimes and the fact that he committed a lot of theft from clients, that really doesn't speak to me as a reason to kill his wife and son. So I think that far more probative of whether or not he actually did this was the fact that they're able to make really convincing arguments that he was there at the time. I still think they're going to have a lot of trouble with motive, but at least, they have evidence they can point to say he's lying about where he was at the time. That's consciousness of guilt. He was in the kennels at the time of the death, and there was nobody else there. So I think that's really what the strongest arguments that the prosecution has been able to put forward to date are.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll get into some more of the forensics here on Law and Crime. Stay with us. keeping a very careful eye on our courtroom feed out of Walterboro, South Carolina. This is where the Murdaugh family murder trial is set to begin shortly. I'll let you know when we can jump live. Remember, the defendant is charged in the 2021 double murders of his wife Maggie and son Paul. And as we wait to jump live, I do want to get back to a very interesting moment from yesterday, because during the testimony of DNA analyst Sarah Zapata, she discussed the DNA of an unknown male contributor that was found underneath Maggie's fingernails. Let's listen.
There were not many alleles that were not attributable to Margaret in the profile.
So let's talk a little bit, explain about those alleles there that when you were doing your testing.
Yeah. Like I explained earlier, the alleles are the results of our test, and they will appear on in the profile that we're looking at, and they will be at different proportions based upon roughly how much DNA is present from the different possible contributors. So in this case, because they were Margaret Murdaugh's own fingernail clippings, her DNA is present in the profile at a higher level. And then we are looking at only a few alleles that were not her own alleles to make the comparison to the other individuals.
So was it 3 alleles?
Yes, that were not Margaret Murdaugh's alleles.
And those 3 alleles could be C.B. Rose alleles?
I could not visually exclude him, which just means when looking at his profile and comparing it to those other alleles, he did have those alleles, but at a very low level of DNA that's being compared to him. And the result was in support of that second scenario, which was Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
And this courtroom here is full of people. Could anybody in this courtroom have those same 3 alleles present in that testing?
It's possible.
Brian, how significant is that? How significant is that to find that level of substance or material underneath the fingernail?
So I think this helps the defense, because either it means nothing, you know, she had someone else's DNA under her fingernails. Could have been was scratching the back of her nephew, you know, or maybe she, who knows, it's somebody else's DNA. So that, or it could be defensive. Maybe she scratched at her attacker. And if it doesn't match anybody in the house, well, that includes our defendant, and it aids the defense's theory that he wasn't the one who killed these people. You know, I don't see how this evidence helps the prosecution, not to mention the fact that cross was great. There's a lot of unanswered questions here, and I think every time the prosecutor puts a witness on who gives an answer like that, it hurts the credibility of their case, even if it doesn't necessarily establish a defense.
Okay.
It just shows that there's holes here.
Well, okay, so you mentioned the cross. Let's turn to that now, because as you can imagine, as you said, this was something that's an advantage for the defense team, because it could raise reasonable doubt. So now let's hear the defense cross-examining this witness.
Would it have been possible to perform any further analysis on this, a Y chromosome profile?
It is possible, but because there were so many male individuals who were related to each other as standards that were submitted, it was decided that that would not be the best course of action to continue analysis, because the male, the Y chromosome testing that you're discussing is inherited along the males of a familial line, and so there will be no way to distinguish between any related people, any related males.
When, I guess, making this determination, were you all aware, as we've had previous testimony, that Maggie Murdaugh had been to a nail salon late that afternoon?
I did not have any information about that, no.
So if her nails were quite clean coming to Moselle, she doesn't have a lot of opportunity to have contact with unrelated males.
Testifying.
Overrule the objection.
So if her nails were clean coming to Moselle, it doesn't appear that she has much opportunity to have that kind of contact with unrelated males, does it?
It could be DNA, DNA under fingernails. You're picking up DNA anytime you touch an item, potentially. If she did get her nails done, it's possible that somewhere at the nail salon there was DNA that she picked up under her fingernails. We can't really tell you how or when the DNA got there, but at any point in time between getting her nails done and arriving home, she could touch an object, and potentially DNA from that object could be under her fingernails, or she can touch an individual and their DNA be under her fingernails in that way.
Are you familiar with something called CODIS?
Yes.
And what is CODIS?
CODIS is a database that we use to enter unknown profiles from a crime to attempt to identify links between different cases and also between individuals who maybe have been arrested or convicted of a crime.
So it's a database that you can submit DNA samples to and see if you get a hit and can identify whose DNA it is.
Correct.
Was this unidentified unknown male DNA found under Maggie Murdaugh's fingernails submitted to CODIS?
It was not, because, like we explained earlier, there were only 3 alleles present that were foreign to her, and that does not meet the threshold of information necessary to enter a profile into CODIS.
And it was decided not to do this further Y chromosome analysis on it?
Correct.
Is it unusual in your experience to not test the victim's clothing for DNA?
It depends on the situation of the case.
A situation where an unknown person has killed 2 people in close point-blank shootings?
It would depend on the question that you're trying to answer when you are processing the clothing. Typically, victims of gunshot wounds, their clothing will be saturated in their blood, or there'll be lots of their blood present. And so if you're looking for touch DNA from maybe an individual, we would need to know the specific area of interest to attempt to gather that touch DNA from, because the potential blood from the victims would be on the clothing. So we need to be able to isolate a specific area. If that information is not known, then there's not very much that we can do with that clothing, because there's just no specified area for us to test.
What about their hands? Wouldn't their hands always be an area of interest?
Again, it depends. If there is evidence of a struggle, then perhaps, which is why we would take the fingernail clippings. If we don't know, then sometimes you take the fingernail clippings just to see if you can get some DNA from the fingernail clippings. But
and the one time something was taken from them, it revealed unknown, unidentifiable male DNA.
A very partial, low-level profile. Foreign to Margaret.
Okay, so Paul, now we heard the cross of it. You tell me, where do you stand on the significance of this?
As I watched both the direct and cross, I was just asking myself, why on earth did the prosecution put this witness on? Because what did you hear from the witness on direct? You heard that Maggie's fingernails were relatively clean, except that she had 3 alleles from some unidentified DNA. And what I don't think the prosecution did a very good job of is explaining really how insignificant 3 alleles are. That is almost nothing. It's nowhere near enough to create a DNA profile. And then you heard on the cross, without even too much prompting, she starts going into transference and how DNA can get picked up from all these other sources. And that is really going to bolster, the defense argument that this was somebody else. It could have been, she could have picked up DNA from anywhere. She could have picked it up from the nail salon, but also she could have picked it up, from her attacker if she was, approached and held at gunpoint, and they didn't do any analysis. That's an investigative failing. In a case of this magnitude with this much scrutiny, they should have been doing every test imaginable, even if they didn't think that they were going to get a whole lot of information from it, but they didn't. And I think that the defense can really harp on that.
Yeah, and it's strange that they could find out that it was male, but not a full profile, and also there were no defensive wounds, as we heard from the forensic pathologist. Look, I will agree with you that I think that what the defense has done really well is suggest that there were deficits in this investigation. Even talking about an officer walking through the crime scene and leaving bloody footprints. Before we hit our break, Brian, I'll give you an opportunity to respond to that.
Yeah, you know, that's the problem with this case. And the more I watch this trial, I feel like we're dealing with a situation where there was some decision that he was the offender who did this, and then they conducted their investigation around that theory to find evidence that supports the theory, as opposed to being truly objective and following every lead possible and what it tells us. You know, they built an investigation around him instead of around the crime. And we see this a lot in criminal defense. You know, for some reason, law enforcement is convinced that they found the killer, and now it's a matter of getting the bad guy, so to speak, as opposed to truly solving the crime. And, you know, that's just the human element of criminal investigations. But in this case, I think it might translate into a not guilty verdict because it creates reasonable doubt.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. We are going to cover this together. We're waiting to jump live. We'll see where the prosecution's case goes next. Stay with us here on Law and Crime. We'll be right back right after this. everybody. We're still waiting to jump live in the Alex Murdaugh trial, the man accused of killing his wife Maggie and son Paul back on June 7th, 2021. We're continuing our recap of yesterday, and we want to turn to the testimony of the forensic analyst who tested the crime scene for the presence of blood. Now here's what she had to say about that infamous blue raincoat.
Can you explain to the jurors what you did to process that?
So the blue raincoat also had two types of processing. During the first time of processing, which occurred on October 7th of 2021, the raincoat was processed for the possible presence of blood. This was done by myself, as well as members of the crime scene unit, Lieutenant Wallace, as well as Special Agent Moore. I first performed presumptive testing with our blood tests, and then the crime scene unit went behind and then processed with the raincoat with their LCB testing. I tested 71 stains. All 71 stains were negative for the possible presence of blood. After that, the LCB processing took place. No areas of interest were indicated as interpreted by the crime scene unit as being positive, and therefore, on October 7th of 2021, nothing was forwarded for DNA analysis.
And why was nothing forwarded? Just simply?
There were no stains that indicated the possible presence of blood.
All right. Then did you go back and re-examine the raincoat?
Yes, an additional request came in for the raincoat for ownership. Once again, ownership is a collection method for DNA to identify the primary wearer of an item.
Okay. And how did you process that for ownership?
2 sets of swabs were taken off the raincoat. The first set of swabs was identified as item 173.2, which were swabs from interior cuffs, collar, and hood, interior and exterior zipper area, zipper and zipper pull of the blue raincoat. The second set of swabs that were taken from the raincoat were identified as item 173.3, swabs from side openings, zipper area, and both interior portions of exterior pocket of the blue raincoat.
Okay, so Brian, we know there was GSR on that raincoat, right? But there's no blood on the raincoat. Again, we cannot definitively say if that was Alex Murdaugh's or he stashed it there, but you remember what Shelley Smith, the caretaker for his mother, said, is that she saw him carrying a blue tarp. Prosecution says she meant blue raincoat. If the jury accepts it's a blue raincoat, you know, what do we make of that coat?
I think it just raises more questions again. You know, these are just more holes in the prosecution's evidence line here that the defense is going to harp on. You know, how is it a guy has GSR from shooting 2 people multiple times? Okay, that's what they're going to tell me. That's the value of this raincoat. But there isn't a single drop of blood, and a shotgun was used, and a person was shot in the head and in the chest. I mean, that is an extremely bloody crime scene, and it just makes no sense. It doesn't add up to me. You know, if anything, it substantiates the defense theory that if there is GSR, he picked it up from rubbing against them or rubbing against some other source that is unrelated to the act of murder in this case. I'm just not convinced, and I see reasonable doubt at every corner here. And again, I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm saying that the prosecution is not proving this beyond a reasonable doubt.
All right. Well, on her cross-examination, she was asked about the clothing of the victims and the defendant. Here's what she had to say.
Did you perform or prepare any samples from the victims' clothing or bodies other than the fingernail clippings that you discussed?
I do not believe so.
Okay. So the only thing from the body of Maggie Murdaugh or Paul Murdaugh that you tested were the fingernail clippings from Maggie Murdaugh?
So I prepared the fingernail clippings for DNA analysis, as well as the buccal swabs from those individuals.
Right. But nothing else from their bodies, correct?
No, I did not test their
clothing.
Or
their clothing, sorry.
I did not test their clothing.
When looking at the T-shirt that you just testified about, and those cuttings, I think you have opened a bag and the cuttings were there and you prepared them. Did you perform any serology tests on those cuttings?
No, I just removed those cuttings from the shirt as the result of the crime scene testing.
Are you aware of any serology tests being performed on those cuttings?
Of the shirt?
Yes, of those big shirt cuttings.
I believe there was further analysis performed on those cuttings.
Did somebody other than you later perform serology tests on those cuttings, to your knowledge?
It is my understanding that there was additional testing on those cuttings.
All right. Good morning. We can have our witness back, Doctor. Good morning. They bring the jury. Thank you. Good morning. Day number 17. Cross-examination.
Please, Court, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good morning, Dr. Reamer.
Good morning.
Let me at the outset say we're going to be just yesterday, as you went through direct, we saw some very graphic images, and I apologize, but we're going to have to do that again today. You, of course, this is what you see every day, but I'm sure you understand how other people may, especially people related to the deceased, might react to that.
Of course.
Now, let me also explain at the outset, until I read your autopsy report, I had never really considered the mechanics of a shotgun or an AR-15 or blackout impact on a human body. So I'm learning even as we speak, and I hope I can learn some things today that help me understand your opinions and also help me understand what may have happened or didn't happen, okay? So if I ask you questions that seem simplistic, understand my understanding of this process is somewhat basic. So I'm going to try to walk through this in a way I can glean what the evidence is and what your conclusions are, okay?
Absolutely.
So tolerate my somewhat sophomoric approach to this, if you would, okay?
Of course. I'm sure you'll be fine.
So let me understand, first of all, let's talk about Maggie for just a minute. And were you shown photographs of the back of her thigh that were taken at the scene?
No.
The back of her calf, I'm sorry.
I did not.
Okay. So let me see if I can find these. And it'll take me just a second. I thought I had them laying right out here. Beg the court's indulgence, one moment. I apologize. I thought I had everything sitting right here. Apparently, I may. Okay, here we go.
Our President, if there's an item in evidence, you don't have to show it to opposing counsel to continue with the witness.
This is not in evidence. I apologize. Your Honor, I would offer into evidence Defendant's Exhibit 115.
Any objection?
No objection to say, Your Honor.
And could I get that, please, on the screen? Have you seen that photograph before?
No, I have not.
Okay. In your, I noticed in your autopsy report, you remarked that there is a bruise on the back of the leg in that similar position, correct?
Oh, I don't recall.
Could you look, please? Thank you.
I don't see in my report where I remarked of a bruise on the left leg.
Okay, so was there a bruise on the right leg?
I don't have any, I didn't make any comment about that in my report.
So no one asked you to opine about any issue on the back of her left calf?
No, and I did not observe that at autopsy.
And by the time it got to autopsy, had her body been washed or
no.
Okay, but if this is mud, you wouldn't necessarily expect to see it.
It could have fallen off, correct.
Correct. So, you were not asked to opine about whether this was whether there was bruising on the back of the left calf, which would have been consistent with somebody stepping on her calf.
No, I was not asked about that.
Okay. And you were not shown this photo?
Correct.
Okay. And just to deal with Maggie a little bit further, you testified yesterday that the shots were consistent, I think, with someone circling her?
Well, I didn't actually use that term. I said that she was shot from, at one point from behind her and at one point from above her. So that could mean that there was it could mean that she was turning before she got the first one and then fell, because she could have also been moving.
Well, so we know that the shooter was moving because some wounds have stippling, stippling and soot. Am I saying that correctly?
Well, there was no soot, but just
now, what does soot indicate?
Soot is a contact wound.
Okay.
So she had stippling, which is not quite contact; it's further back. 3 to 4 feet. Well, usually we don't see it more than 3 feet away.
Okay.
So it's somewhere within 3 feet.
Okay. And so she may have been turning. The shooter may have been moving straight on. I mean, that's as good an explanation for what you saw as somebody circling her, correct?
Yes. I mean, from my perspective, based on the autopsy, that is a reasonable explanation, of course.
So the reasonable explanation is she's moving, trying to perhaps avoid being shot, turning around, trying to run, whatever, right?
Well, she could be turning around after getting the initial shots.
Right.
And then if the shooter was still stationary, then she could have gotten that one. So it doesn't imply that she could have been moving, not just the shooter.
Okay. And the ones without stippling were the barrel of the gun would have been more than 4 feet away from her.
Well, it's kind of a rough estimate, but I would say, it would be more than 3 feet, possibly more than that.
And that would be the barrel, the end of the barrel of the gun.
That's right, because that's where the gunpowder starts coming out.
That doesn't mean the shooter was 3 feet away.
Absolutely not, just the barrel of the gun.
Right. And you testified about why there was a wound that would appear to be parallel to her, and your indication is that the shot that would have hit her kidney or pancreas or whatever, she might have been bent over.
No, no. The injury to the pancreas and kidney was on the right side of the abdomen,
right.
And that went from front to back and exited the left back. The one that was kind of along parallel to her body was on the left side of the body going up.
So why did you testify that one of the shots would have been so painful she would have bent over? What was that consistent?
Yeah, that was the one to the right side of the abdomen, and the reason I believe it's probable or quite likely that would have caused her to bend over is because a subsequent shot was going sort of upward in the body. And it's hard to imagine, that wound going upward and then into the head unless she was bent over. So it's a possible explanation of how she was in a position to actually get that gunshot.
So she bent over and it would go upwards. Why?
Because if somebody is standing behind her, and there's no close range here, but at least a few feet away.
So she got shot, turns around, bends over, and then you're saying?
She could have turned around or not turned around, or I don't know if she turned around or the shooter's moving.
Okay. Did anybody ask you to look at the pattern of ejected shells from the blackout?
I wasn't asked to look at those.
Okay. Okay. So your conjecture, opinion is based on purely the wounds and trying to figure out how that happened.
Yes. So I basically I do the autopsy. I have everything to do with the body, and at the time I never heard anything about. I composed my autopsy reports without any reference to the scene.
Okay. Okay. So let me move along to Paul for the moment. Okay. And you indicate that the first shot would have been buckshot to the chest.
I believe that was most likely the first shot.
Well, because the second shot is basically executes him.
He would have fallen to the ground.
Right. And clearly he was upright when that first shot was made.
Yes.
Okay. And it goes in his chest. And would he have to be turned diagonally to the shooter for it to come out his left armpit?
No, not necessarily.
Well, if he shot straight on with that buckshot, and if that was a contact wound, or
no, it's a close range.
Close range, closer than 3 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Can't estimate how far.
I can't. You'd have to test fire.
Okay, so the chest shot, if it's straight on, wouldn't it just go right through his lungs and his heart?
Yes.
Okay.
So this was shot at an angle across, so that might indicate that his body was positioned perpendicular to the shooter. Now, the shooter could also shoot from the side, doesn't necessarily shoot from the front. So we can't be 100% sure
So
about these things.
if you're the shooter and
Yes.
I'm Paul, and you shoot me with that buckshot, if I'm faced to the side, would the results be consistent with your autopsy examination?
Yes.
Okay. And we know that some of those pellets, you think his arm was down by his side.
I feel confident about that.
Okay. And the reason for that is there are pellet holes in his arm, right?
No, that's not the reason. The reason is because there's bruising around the exit wounds. They're kind of shored exits, and then we have corresponding bruising on the underside of the arm. So it indicates that they were in close proximity at the time the pellets exited and then re-entered. Because if there was a distance, we wouldn't have the bruising around those wounds.
Okay. And do the pellets go through his arm?
Yeah, there are pellets that exited through the arm.
And so there's little pellet holes
Correct.
on his arm exiting.
Yes.
Did you see a corresponding entrance wound with the pellets?
Yes, the entrance pellet wounds were on the inside of the arm.
Right, and then they go out, and I think they struck things after that, as far as you know.
I don't know what happened to them after they left the body.
So either the shooter is to his right,
Yes.
shooting across,
Yes.
okay, and you think that shooter would have been closer than 3 feet, but you can't say how
Right.
close.
Right. He could have been to his right, or Paul may have turned his body in that perpendicular manner yes.
But either way, there would have been almost immediate bleeding. Well, not a fatal wound. There would have been immediate bleeding from that wound, correct?
There would have been bleeding. It's hard to say how much, but certainly I would expect some bleeding.
But if there were footprints found halfway into that feed room, and those are Paul's footprints, would that indicate to you that he had stepped in his own blood?
Oh, that's certainly possible.
Okay, not inconsistent with what you have.
Correct.
And that second shot would have come, I mean, as I understand it, Mr. Barber, could you take your coat off and come here, please? I hate to do this to him, but I can't really do it to myself. So, if you would step down here, with permission, Your Honor, may she step down? Okay. And what I'd like to have you do is we need to not block these folks over here. Let's see how we do this. Or that gentleman right there.
You want me to stand back here?
That would be good. And he's fine. They're fine. Well, unless I get in their way. Let me see if I can avoid not falling over. Okay, so we've already talked about this wound. Left side. Okay. This wound, which goes in right about here. Show the jury where the wound went in.
Yeah, it was like between the sternum and the left nipple, so kind of right over there.
Right over there. And Mr. Barber's a little bit taller. He was, I think, 5.
Yeah, I measured his height. I don't recall.
We'll talk about that in a minute, but I believe Mr. Barber's a little bit taller than he was. But I think we need to know that because I'm going to ask you to sort of chart things out. So the entrance wound is here and is consistent with him being, how about Mr. Barber, turn just a little bit that way. So the shot would have gone like this?
Yes. That's approximately correct, and it has a slightly front to back.
Slightly front to back.
Right,
about
but
like
mostly it's right to left.
Okay.
His right to.
How about raise your left arm for me, please? So, and his arm was not raised, but I want to point out, it comes out, we're going to see some pictures in a minute. Okay, turn it over this way. So it would have come out right under his arm.
Yes, we do have the exit pellet wounds there.
And we also have wadding, do we not?
Yeah, we have wadding stuck in the underside of his left armpit.
And then it goes through his arm.
Yes.
Still coming front to back?
Well, it's left to right, but there is a slight front to back because we have some exit wounds on the back.
Okay, so if I told you this is a narrow room,
Okay.
have you seen any crime scene photos?
From here? No.
From?
Oh yeah, from this case, crime scene photos in my career, yes.
In this case?
I really didn't. I may have been shown a very small photo, like a couple of weeks ahead of trial, but I didn't form any opinions based on
If
that.
I told you that small room, the gap between some stacks of dog food here and the wall and the little thing over here is maybe 3 to 4 feet, and this buckshot goes through the back window on this very narrow, very small. So that would be consistent with what you're saying. Some of the buckshot comes through, and that was buckshot that you shot with in the chest.
Yeah, it was shot. We don't remember the exact size. Right. Buckshot is usually bigger, but
Okay, assume I'm not misleading you. Okay.
Right. Some shot.
Buckshot goes through and hits the back window. That leaves holes in the window and hits in the door, the window frame, and goes out. One of them embeds in a tree back behind. So that is consistent with your findings, correct?
Yes.
That first shot. I'm sort of intrigued. Is there anything about the exterior of this shot? What's beveling? You know what a bevel is, beveling?
Yes, of course. Beveling is a pattern of defect through a bone. So when there's a gunshot wound that, for instance, goes through, let's say we could get an entrance wound over here and an exit wound over here. We're talking about handgun wounds generally. Right. The way, when there's basically a hole in one side of the skull, I can tell which is an entrance and which is an exit, even without looking at the skin. Okay, so for instance, if I get skeletonized remains with a hole through the head, I can see which is the entrance and which is the exit because the bone bevels in a characteristic way depending on the direction of the bullet.
What is a bevel?
Yeah, bevel is like an angled chipping away of a hard surface.
So as a bullet goes through, and I guess the head is all the bone, right?
Well, it's like a solid bone, right?
Right. So you can tell this is the entrance because is it like?
It's the entrance. On the outer table of the skull, it's a smaller hole. On the inner table of the skull, it's a bigger hole. So the bone is beveling outward as the bullet goes in.
So it would bevel in on the entrance and bevel out on the exit?
Yeah, well, bevel in, meaning sometimes people don't always use these words consistently, even forensic pathologists. But there is a inward beveling, but means it's kind of beveled outward. So
bevel outward, inside the wound, you see something that would indicate
wider. Yes,
wider.
It's wider on the inner table of the skull than the outer table.
And when it exits, do you have a narrower bevel, if you will, or defect on the inside than on the outside?
Yes.
That was a lot. Okay. So, was there, since this didn't enter bone, is there beveling with the flesh?
No, it doesn't bevel because there's too much elasticity and also just shredding. Frequently, we can't see beveling on long bones either. The skull is kind of a flat bone, so it has that characteristic.
Okay, and the second shot, as I understand it, you indicate is, well, first of all, assume that he is, no, you can't assume that. So maybe we just forget about the feed room for just a minute, okay? So show the jury, please, where the initial, there's a shot, it's shot with a shotgun.
Yes.
And it is more than since there's no stippling or soot or anything that would indicate a close shot, correct?
Correct.
So more than 3 or 4 feet away.
More than 3, yes.
More than 3. And where is the initial shot? Where does it hit?
On the top of the left shoulder.
When you say the top,
the apex.
okay, are there pellets in here?
Yes.
In the apex?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you an X-ray in just a minute and have you demonstrate on Mr. Harper, where that hit. And there's shot in here.
Yes.
And you indicated you thought his chin was bent to the left?
This is something that I believe not necessarily have to be bent, but I do think it was at least tilted in this direction. The reason being, if this is in a horizontal direction and then goes through his cheek, let's say he's just your head up. And let's say it's just going through here, and it would just kind of hit like over this side of his head, okay? But meanwhile, it's kind of over here. So, and then the exit wound is back there. So at least we have a little bit of directionality like this. I don't know, if he was completely turned to the left, it would have gone through his face. But I think it makes the most sense knowing that a wound travels in a straight line, basically. Of course, these are pellets, so there's going to be a lot of destruction. But the fact that his face was spared from damage indicates to me that he had his head somewhat turned, or I don't know exactly how much, but that it kind of coursed the top of the left shoulder into this left neck, cheek area, and then exited the back of the head on the top.
Let me find the X-ray pictures while he's standing up there. Here we go. Good. Wait 1 second. Excuse me, Dr. Murdaugh. I'm going to show you where you're standing right there, these pictures, and see if you can identify them. And if so, we'll put them in evidence, and then I'll put them up on the screen. So I'd like you to look at these 3 photos and tell me if you can identify these. Am I speaking loud enough for the court reporter? Am I speaking loud enough when I'm facing that way? Okay.
Yes, these are X-rays that were taken at the commencement of the autopsy.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer defendant's exhibits 111, 112, and 113.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
So could I have, please, step over a little bit that way. There it is. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, that's much better. Okay, so let's see. Okay, let's see 113, please. Okay, so this is his left arm, correct?
Yes.
And this material up here, we see these little dots. What is that?
Yeah, those are the shotgun pellets.
Okay. And they are, yeah, that's perfect. And so we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, along that line, 20, along these would be pellets that would be along here, correct?
Yes.
And they begin at, is this his shoulder? I mean, the shoulder bone?
Yes, it's, no, the soft tissue of the shoulder. The soft tissue of the shoulder.
Okay, I'll give you the pointer. You know what you're doing.
Yeah, this is the humeral head.
Humeral
head, which is
show on Mr. Barber where that is.
Yeah, this is the bone of the humerus. So our humerus is that long bone from the shoulder joint to the elbow joint, and we can see that this is basically, it's not really perforating the bone. There may be some defect at the edge of the bone, but it's pretty much on top in the soft tissues.
Okay, and it goes on for a ways, and then if you would show me exhibit number 112. Okay, and would you focus on the upper right-hand corner, please? There you go. Now, that corresponds to this large picture, that orientation.
Yes.
Okay, so what is this showing us?
There are significant numbers of pellets also in like the left neck area.
Show us on Mr. Barber where that would be.
Yeah, so the entrance is here, and pellets are basically spreading, so they're included, there are pellets in the left side of the neck area over here, and then there's also some going into the brain.
Okay, and let me see if I can count those. So, I mean, are these part of what we looked at before?
Yes.
Okay, and how far down did the new one start?
It's a different view, so may not include all of them.
Okay, so, but a number of them?
Yeah, I mean, the purpose of the x-rays is basically to show what kind of ammunition remains in the body, if any.
Did you remove these pellets?
Not every single one, a representative number.
Okay, so there's an exhibit that was shown to you by Mr. Waters of some pellets that you recovered, but that's not all the pellets you recovered.
That's all the pellets I recovered. I don't stay for days to recover each pellet. It's actually a lot harder than it looks. Here they look like you know exactly where they are, but you can fish for like an hour to find one pellet. It's fairly small, and there's a lot of tissue, and so I get a handful of them, and that's sufficient.
Did you keep the buckshot separate from the birdshot? Because this is birdshot.
I don't think any of it was actually buckshot. Buckshot is very large, so they were all. I believe they were all collected together.
Okay, so you thought they were all birdshot?
No, I didn't make that conclusion. They're some kind of shot. I didn't make a determination.
So you didn't determine the...
Yeah, that's really the firearms. I'm a pathologist. It's the firearms expert to determine what kind of shot it is.
So...
I said shotgun pellets, and that's
right.
Sufficient.
If previous expert testimony was that the chest was a buckshot and the head was duck shot or some sort of bird shot, you're not going to disagree with that?
I really didn't. It all looked similar to me.
Okay. Now, let me see Exhibit 111, please. And can you, I guess the lower left, well, maybe not. Let's start with the lower left of this, his left, lower, right there, okay? Yeah. This is the total picture.
Okay.
And so what does this represent?
Yeah, we can see his upper and lower teeth here, the upper teeth, the lower teeth, and so he actually did not have any fractures of his teeth. So the projectiles were going behind the teeth. His teeth were not all fractured out.
So would you show on Mr. Barber where these pellets would have been?
Yeah, this is just a two-dimensional image. So they're anywhere between, like, you know, here and here.
Okay.
It's hard to say based on a two-dimensional image.
Okay, and I think, show us where you think the exit wound was.
On the right side of the top.
The back of his head.
The top of his head.
The top of his head.
Toward the back.
Towards the back. And if you were to extend out the shoulder wound, the neck, the path of these pellets, and then the exit wound, I mean, did you actually see an exit wound? Was there?
Yes. It was a blown-out exit wound of the skull, and that is how the brain left the skull.
Well, actually, the skull exploded, basically, correct?
Well, the skull, and there was a defect there. I could not reapproximate the skull, so there's a piece of skull missing.
Was there a bevel around that piece of skull?
We don't get beveling when there's shattering of the bone.
Okay, we'll pursue that a little bit later.
It's not a typical feature. You could potentially see something that you can say, well, this looks like a little beveling, but in my experience, that's very difficult to assess because there's so much damage and fragmentation of the bone.
Well, take that pointer, please, using Mr. Barber as a mannequin, and show us the path of that shotgun blast.
So it was going along here and into the left side, I believe, makes most sense like this, and out the top of the right side of the head.
So if you, and that was, you say, at least 3 feet away?
Yes.
Okay. Let me have that pointer again, please. And if you would step right over there. And just turn a little bit this way for me, okay? So your testimony is, and correct me if you need to step over here and correct the angle.
No, I don't like that.
Okay, well, show me what you like.
All right. I like this straight.
Right.
And then, because this is basically not, it doesn't look like it's going upward. It's going straight and then entering around there. So we have two distinct defects, a defect here and a defect there. So I believe the head was at least angled a little bit like that in order for the corresponding continuation of that defect to go in there. But I don't think it's going upward. I think looking at the left shoulder, it looks like it's kind of and if it was going upward, we wouldn't have as much in the neck as we do. So I think it's more like straight on.
But that would still be coming upward at some angle, right?
No, I think it's more straight. I really,
Well, how does it come out the top of his head?
Well, that's because if his head is like bent like that,
right,
then it's going to go in that direction. Yes.
If it's straight, it's going to go here and then out the top of his head?
Well, it absolutely could. The thing about the neck, heads can be twist and turn, so it's not at all inconsistent with that. It's most reliable that we can look at the shoulder wound and see that it's kind of, it's very difficult to assess the angle from where you're standing, and that's only because the head can bend and twist, and so we can only know where it entered and where it exited, and it's possible the head could have been twisted or turned to correspond to.
Would it be more consistent if he turned your head the other way, Mr. Barber, like that, to get it out the top of the head?
That could be. However, we have a defect over here. Okay. So how would that happen?
Pull your head back and keep it over in that direction. In other words, let me adjust him. Back and then over that way.
Yeah.
Is that consistent with it coming in here, going this way, and then out the top of the head?
I think that the head tilt to the right, as you've just demonstrated, is perfectly consistent with that. However, because the hole here is here, I think even if his head's to the right, it would still be turned like that. Okay, now that makes sense to me.
So,
Right.
So the shooter would be at least 3 feet away from that right there, right?
Yes.
And would he have it up or would he have it down? Or
It's hard to say, and that's because the head can tell. We only have one area of an entrance to interior that seems to be approximately horizontal, but it's impossible for me to say whether it's the entrance is kind of below him or at his level or potentially above him with Paul leaning over. It's hard to know, and that's because people aren't necessarily standing up straight. And they also, the thing about injuries on the head and neck, there's so much twisting and bending possible.
Okay, Ms. Barber, stand up straight. You get the crick there? Okay, I'm sorry. So now what you tell us is basically from here back on his skull, if they can see. Why don't you stand over there for just a second so we don't block him. From here back on his skull, and I've looked at your autopsy pictures, all this is gone.
To the right side.
To the right side.
And there were fractures on the left.
Okay.
So we know it's going in a left-right direction.
Do you have a seat for a moment, please? Thank you. I may be done with you, but don't put your coat back on. Okay, if you go ahead and take the stand again, please. Okay, let me ask you a couple of preparatory questions. Are you familiar with this book?
Yes.
Okay, and it is like a definitive, I mean, I'm told most pathologists have read this. And
Yeah, it's a highly respected book on gunshot wounds.
Okay. So if you go to page 228 in this book, sorry. Can you identify this as page 228 in this book? Those images?
Yes, 228.
Okay. I'm showing, say, a copy of page 228. Defense Exhibit 116. Is this a copy of what I just showed you out of the book?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd offer this into evidence.
Says the state.
Your Honor, no objection.
Submitted.
Thank you. Okay, could I have this on the screen, please? Can you do this for me? Would you start, show me the first two slides up top along with what's written there. Okay, so the caption on this is show the sequence of events that occur at the muzzle on the firing of a shotgun. Note the large gas cloud that is partially responsible for the severe nature of the wounds in the contact range. So the first A is the shotgun being fired, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes. I didn't read the captions.
What now?
There's captions at the bottom.
Are there captions at the bottom?
So.
Okay. No, I don't think there are, but I'll show you the book.
Okay. Okay, so I imagine that's sequence, right? Okay.
I didn't write the book.
No, that's fine. Okay.
So the sequence of a shotgun shell being fired are, the first one is it being fired. The second one, note the large gas cloud that is partially responsible for the severe nature of the wounds on contact. And the third one is at contact range. And then you see on the last one.
I don't see them on my screen.
I'm sorry. Okay, go down to the last two. There you go, C and D. You see I guess at the front end would be the pellets, and the gas would be preceding the pellets. Is that correct?
No, I don't think that's correct. This is depicting contact range. It specifically says at contact range.
Right.
So pellets are not yet released from the wadding.
Okay, well, we're going to go a little bit further on that in a minute. Let me, referring again to, well, let me ask you this question. If this book says contact shotgun wounds of the head are among the most mutilating firearm wounds there are, you would agree with that?
Yes.
Extensive destruction of bone and soft tissue structures with bursting ruptures of the head are the rule rather than the exception. Correct?
Yes.
These are the wounds of which an individual is said to have had blown his head off, right?
Yes.
In some cases, this is almost literally true. The skull may be largely fragmented and the brain pulpified. Large fragments of the cranial bulb and cerebral hemispheres are often ejected from the head. The scalp is extensively lacerated due to two factors: the charge of the shot entering the skull and the gas from combination of the propellant.
Just to perform the question, Your Honor.
What is the question?
Does this, and one pathologist told me this is the Bible of gun wounds for pathologists, is that correct?
Well, there's a lot of literature, and this is a highly respected primary source. Okay. It's not the only. But what are you asking me about?
Does the shot, well, are there two factors which contribute the things we just talked about, the shattering, perhaps even the ejection of the brain? Are there two factors? The charge of the shot entering the skull and the gas from combustion of the propellant.
Okay. Well, he's actually discussing contact shotgun wounds, and that's not what we have here, but we have similar destruction.
Right. Well, we're going to talk about that in just a minute. But this is about a contact wound. I agree.
Okay.
You have not indicated it was a contact wound.
Correct.
We're going to talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
The shot, the shot directly, does the shot on a contact wound from a shotgun directly fracture the skull and shreds the brain while at the same time producing pressure waves that increase the severity of these injuries as well as ejecting the brain tissue?
Yes, it frequently happens that way.
Okay. The gas entering the closed chamber of the head expands rapidly, let me make this a question so we don't get objected to. Does the gas entering the closed chamber of the head expand rapidly, adding to the pressure waves, acting on the bony framework of the skull? The only way for the skull to relieve the pressure produced is to shatter.
I would agree with that.
Okay. So, it's your opinion that, well, let me ask you this. If the shotgun muzzle was 3 to 4 feet away, would gas have entered the body?
Well, it's still a very destructive wound. In my experience, there is still a huge amount of energy that would enter the head from a shotgun wound, even if it's not contact.
Okay, and perhaps I misstated the question. Would gas, just a yes or no, be fine, from 4 feet away enter the body and be destructive?
Yeah. I don't know if it's gas that's causing the destruction, but there must be some amount of energy that's causing this destruction, because a shotgun wound to the head, no matter what the distance, causes. But whether it's due to gas or not, I really can't answer that question. This is not something I've done not experiments like this, as in the book.
But this is a book you check for reference, correct?
Well, it's a good source, but I don't know whether gas would be responsible for the destruction of the skull from a few feet away. There is destruction of the skull. I don't know if it's attributed specifically to gas or to other factors. So I really can't answer that. And if he says that, that's fine. But I don't know. He's talking about a contact wound. I can't not necessarily extend that conclusion to what would happen a few feet away. But there is frequently destruction of the head.
I understand that there was massive destruction of the head. I'm just trying to get my arms around the definitive work on one of the definitive works indicates that the most instances, the vast majority, that kind of destruction is caused by gas on a contact wound.
Well, this is a mechanism that he's describing based on experimental data, and I'm a forensic pathologist. I've not performed this kind of experimental data, and nor would I extrapolate from his conclusions about a contact gunshot wound to whether the same amount of gas is produced at a distance.
Well, ma'am, and Dr. Reamer, we can walk through this, but these are based not on some experiment, but actually on people that typically shot themselves in the head, contact wound with a shotgun. Would that surprise you?
Well, these are depictions of shotguns being fired. Contact shotgun wounds to the head cause massive destruction, and a lot of that is from gas buildup.
Okay, now we're on the same page, literally. So it's your position, there's a lot of energy when it's fired from 3 or 4 feet away, hits the shoulder, hits the neck, comes through, and hits the head, and the head explodes, correct?
Yes.
And have you had a number of autopsies you've done of victims whose heads have exploded as a result of a shotgun?
Yes.
Okay. And many of those were contact suicide wounds?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had one, and we can talk about the details of that, where someone was shot from 3 or 4 feet away, no initial contact with the head? You would agree, no initial contact with the head?
Correct.
It goes through the shoulder, the neck, and then the head explodes. Have you ever had one of those?
Yes, these are very dynamic, and he still actually had a lot of his head there. Sometimes with the shotgun wound, the entire head is basically, you don't really see very much above like the teeth. Right. So this was, there was obviously horrible destruction of this skull, but his face was intact, and frequently a contact causes fractures of the face. So, I don't see any evidence of contact range discharge on the left side of the neck. So it was not my conclusion. That was not my opinion that this is a contact shotgun wound.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this. Your position is the energy by a shotgun blast that went through the arm, through the neck, and then up to the brain still had enough energy. Is it the energy caused by, is it pellets going into the brain?
Yes, well, not just pellets, but there's also fracturing of the base of the skull, which is a bone that holds underneath the skull, and that fracturing with sufficient force can actually push the brain out. And so it's a variety of mechanisms that could contribute to the destruction and the loss of brain tissue.
It not only pushes and fractures the skull, in this case the brain was brought to you in a separate bag because it ended up laying at his feet. It went up in the air and then plopped down at his feet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The entire brain?
Most of it, yeah, except for the brain stem.
It exploded out of his head?
Yes.
And the skull was at least almost destroyed around where you say the exit wound is, correct?
Yes.
Now, you've indicated the state did not show you any crime scene photos, correct?
I really didn't look at them. Yeah. I mean, they might have said, oh, here, you know, this is a picture of the wall, but I didn't look at them. And they were thumbnail size. So this is a couple of weeks before trial.
Okay, now we, if you would put back up exhibit number, here we go. Exhibit number 112, please. No, I don't think, is that 112? That's the chest. I apologize. 113. Can you focus on that area where the pellets are, please? And the yeah, that right there. So at his shoulder, how big a spread is that? How, I mean, as it comes in, is it 2 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches, 5 inches, that wound?
I didn't measure the spread of the pellets.
Okay. So how about, I apologize to the jury, this is pretty graphic. How about pull up 109? Okay, so this depicts a very big wound in the shoulder, correct?
Yeah, that's a typical appearing shotgun entrance wound.
Okay, and would you come down here for just a second, please? We done? Hold on, wait 1 second. You're right. I need to offer these.
Your Honor, the state would request that the defense put exhibit and address before the judge and the jury.
I apologize, Your Honor. And this is exhibit number. Got multiples of these. What's this exhibit number? I'm sorry. 109. 109. Okay. Yeah. Here it is. I apologize, Your Honor. I got ahead of myself. Won't take 2 seconds. 110, 109. Here we go. This is state defense exhibit number 109. Have you seen that before?
Yes, this is my autopsy photo.
Offered in evidence, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Would you put it up the screen, please? Now, as we look at this photo, we see this is the entrance wound.
Yes.
And then it goes in here, correct?
That's correct.
So, but this is a much larger wound than the next one in line, is it not?
Well, that's okay.
Well, let me ask you this. In terms of understanding a shotgun pattern, as we saw in the photo, starts out basically the size of the shell, right? If you just answer the question and then you can explain. Does it start out as the same size as the shell?
Yes.
Okay. And as it goes forward, the pattern expands, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it continues to expand even after it hits something, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So now please explain to me why this wound, and it looks like it's, I mean, if you use me on my left shoulder, what is the
Yes. I'd be delighted to tell you why this entrance wound is larger than this one, even though what you said is correct about the spread. And that's because the entrance wound to the left shoulder, it's not straight on, perpendicular. If it was straight on perpendicular, then we would have a smaller hole. But this is going in a tangential manner across. So we're not really looking at a perpendicular, entrance wound that's going to make a round hole. So as it's coursing along the top of the left shoulder, we get more of an oblong hole. In contrast, its continuation into the left side of the cheek is kind of straight on at a 90-degree angle. So that's why that is smaller. So there was nothing about this that was inconsistent with what I would expect from a shotgun wound.
So tell me, so you're saying this shot, this second hole was made in this direction. Is that what you're saying?
I just said that was a continuation of the logical sequences. It went through here, it's causing a lot of destruction, and then entered the left side of the neck.
So that big wound is because it's in a different direction than the small wound, is your explanation?
At a different angle,
right,
along the surface of the skin.
Okay, and there's no pellets in his face, are there?
There were some pellets that we saw in the x-ray.
But not in his face?
Not in the front of his face.
Right. So as it continues on, is there any evidence that it expands even more?
Well, it did cause, there's so much destruction, we can't exactly, have a single, easily tracked path. Because when the skull is involved, there's so much expansion, usually either from gases or just from the blast of the projectiles, that we can't really track. It caused an exit on the right side of the back of the head with loss of the brain, and lots of skull fractures, predominantly on the right side.
Okay. But you would agree with me that wound appears to be much larger than the next wound?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And you have an explanation for that. Could the other explanation be that this is an exit wound and that is an exit wound? Could that be a reasonable explanation? I'm going to show you something in a minute that may assist you in making that decision. But is it a possibility?
That is not, I do not believe this is consistent with an exit wound from a shotgun. There would be a lot more destruction because, it would be coming, it had to be coming from somewhere, right? Somewhere else.
How about a contact wound on the head, on the right back of the head? What would you expect to see on the bone structure of the back right of the head if that was a contact wound on the head?
Well, I would not expect the brain to come out. We would have had opening of a lot of skull. We would have had a path through the brain, which is not at all what happened here.
So if there was a contact wound, and we saw a moment ago, and you agree, that the gas would enter first, explode the skull, the brain would pop out. Did you find any pellets in the brain?
I don't remember if they were from the brain, but the brain was basically intact. A contact gunshot wound to the top of the head would cause, a huge defects of the brain.
Right, because the gas going in on a contact wound would create such a pressure, as we just read, that the skull would explode and the brain would pop out.
No, I don't think that would happen from a wound that was going toward the brain from above. I think we would have certainly destruction of the brain, but it wouldn't just pop out because it's in the path of fire. There's going to be massive destruction of the brain. It may end up on the floor, but it's going to be in multiple fragments. So in my experience, doing this for a long time, I do not think that the brain would have popped out the way it did from an entrance wound on the top of the head.
Okay. Now, let me ask you to look at Would you put, and this is under seal, and I would also, Your Honor, ask the other photos I put in be put under seal.
They're under seal.
Thank you. Would you put defense exhibit number 59, and I apologize to the jury for the graphic nature of this. Go ahead. Okay, I would like you, do you recognize this?
I've not seen this photograph.
Would you disagree with me that's a photograph of, it's been testified, Paul Murdaugh at the scene?
Yes.
And the way he was found?
I don't know how he was found.
Okay, but this is a photograph you've never seen?
I've never seen this photograph.
Okay, let me get one thing before I ask you questions about it. Okay, a couple things. If you would center on his head. Okay. And make it a little bit, can you make it a little bit bigger, please? Okay. So do you see a sort of semicircle defect in the skull right here? You see where I'm looking?
Do it again.
Right here?
I do see a defect, yes.
Right, in the skull?
Yes.
Semicircle?
It does have a semicircular.
Okay. Can you determine from looking at the photograph any beveling?
As I said earlier, beveling is not really too reliable when we have so much destruction of the head. But if you're asking me if that could have been a contact shotgun wound to the top of the head with a kind of curved entrance, I would expect to see soot. We always get soot from contact wounds, and it's deposited on the outer table of the skull. So there is no burning, no soot on the outer table of the skull to support that.
Did you take an autopsy photo of this area of the skull?
Well, when he came in, I do believe I took an area of the skull, but it may not have caught that.
Okay. Did you shave his head?
No, I did not.
You did shave Maggie's head for a head wound, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And why didn't you shave his head? To examine this, you would agree with me, had his head been shaved, you would have had a better look at this wound.
Well, I believe that my assessment of it was correct, and without usually shaving is along an entrance wound, not an exit wound. So I determined this was an exit, and shaving is not done on exit wounds. I shaved Maggie's because that was an entrance wound, and it gives me an opportunity to see the margins of the entrance defect.
I guess what I'm asking is, you decided that was an exit wound without shaving the head, without looking for stippling, without looking for so, because you would agree with me that to do that effectively, you'd have to shave the head.
To observe marks on the skin, yes. But
okay.
Also there would be soot on the outer table of the skull.
Well, did you look for it? You apparently had already decided.
Yeah, well, I did look. I didn't take a picture from this angle necessarily. I did take a picture after from the top of his head. But my determination, based on my experience, was that the entrance wound was over here. Doesn't mean somebody else cannot disagree with me. But that's my opinion.
Somebody can disagree with you, and that would be a reasonable disagreement.
Well, I would say that people can disagree, but that doesn't mean that doesn't change the truth.
You would also agree with me, though, that your notes contain no mention of the lack of or presence of stippling or soot on that part of his head. You never looked for it, did you?
Well, I look for it. I look at all of the wounds, and if there was, I would have documented it. But I don't document the absence of soot or stippling on what I determined to be an exit wound.
And I don't see any note of yours where you examined that exit wound in detail. I mean, shaved his head, looked for some distortion that would be inconsistent with the conclusion you'd already come to, correct?
Well, I came to the conclusion based on my examination of the entire area.
Okay, and as this book indicates, the vast majority of this kind of damage, the vast majority, I mean, they say most probably, almost certainly, is a contact wound to the head that injects the gas, which explodes the head. Is that not true?
No, I do think that you're kind of you're extending his statement. He's describing contact gunshot wounds to the head. Actually, a contact gunshot wound to the top of the head like that, like I told you, it would have caused fragmentation of the brain, not ejection of the brain, based on my experience. And then there would be a lot more, we would have a lot more fragments. It would never have just left the rest of the skull intact. We would have had fractures of the face. There's massive amount. I don't believe that the fractures of his skull are consistent with that being a contact shotgun wound. I understand that that is a massive destruction of the head from shotgun wounds. But in this case, we do have the brain basically left intact. We don't have a path through the brain. It's a very dynamic, there's gases, there's pellets, there's fractured bone. But in my opinion, based on my experience, that was not an entrance wound, and that this was not an exit.
And you indicated, I looked at your autopsy report, that well, first of all, do you believe this was caused by pellets entering the brain cavity?
No, I think it's a combination of different things. I don't think it's from pellets specifically.
What was it?
I think it's from the gas buildup in the brain and fractures of the skull, and that just basically a lot of gas buildup.
So where did those gases come from?
Yeah, it's a huge amount of energy from a shotgun.
I'm sorry. If you'd answer my question, where did the gases you just testified that caused this destruction come from?
From the shotgun wound.
A shotgun wound you testified was created by a weapon that was more than 4 feet away. The gases traveled through the air, traveled through that shoulder wound, traveled through the neck, and then exploded his head.
It's not just gases, but it's a combination of gases and the pellets as well.
But there would have been a significant amount of gas involved to explode his head.
Yes.
And there would be pellets. Would they be present in the brain after that brain exploded?
The brain, the pellets may not have reached the brain. The brain may have been ejected just by virtue of the skull fragmenting and the base of the skull pushing it up. It's not possible for me to say exactly why the brain came out here.
But you would agree with me, based on the literature, it's much more common for a contact wound where the gas goes in contact to explode the head.
Well, in my experience, a contact shotgun wound could cause this type of damage, but it would frequently cause even more damage. Like a lot of times there's just massive destruction of the entire head. At least the front of his head front of his face where bones were intact.
I hear what you're saying is that it would have produced massive destruction, but it would have always included massive destruction of the face.
Okay. Well, let me tell you, there are other reasons why I concluded that the entrance wounds were here. Okay. We have basically a bunch of tight pellets over here.
Right.
If they would be more spread out if the entrance wound was here. By the time it got to here, there'd be a lot more pellets over a wider area.
How many more?
Well, it would. No, I'm not saying more pellets. I'm saying there would be a wider spread of pellets. This was still in a relatively narrow range. It was along the top of the shoulder. So
from my head to my shoulder on a direct line.
Yes.
How far is that?
Well, honestly, the spread would not, I don't believe they would have been as tight along the shoulder. I think and we also would have had a larger defect probably on the
larger defect?
Yeah, look.
Between here and here?
Every single shotgun wound and gunshot wound, they're each a little bit different. So a lot of this is judgment and assessment at the time of the autopsy. Well, and it's not theoretical whether there's gas buildup or not gas buildup. I can see this as a shotgun wound. We have pellet entrance defects around this large defect.
Pellet, you just told me you couldn't do a bevel assessment on skin. How do you know their entrance rather than exit on the skin?
Well, I'll tell you. And the reason is if pellets are going through the shoulder, we wouldn't have a big, large, oblong defect. We would have holes from the pellets, not an oblong, ovoid defect. So you'll recall on his arm, Paul's arm, those pellets, they came from, and then along here, we just basically have pellet exit wounds, and we don't have that on the shoulder. We have basically a larger confluent wound that was not caused by individual pellets.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. If you can take that picture down, please.
Yeah, it's not my opinion that is the entrance wound is to the top of the head.
Could you put up? No, we don't even need to do that. I don't need to see the picture. The chest shot goes through his chest, comes out under his arm, right?
Yeah, on the left side, yes.
The left side comes out under his arm, and what do we have? What do we have on the inside and outside of that arm?
We have pellet
coming in and out. We have a pattern of pellets.
Yes.
Just like the pattern of pellets that you're talking about on what you say the exit wound here. Exit wound from about the same distance, pellets. From the same distance, pellets. Correct?
Well, there are pellets in the shoulder, but yes. We have a ovoid defect at the top of the left shoulder. They're not a bunch of individual pellet wounds. We have pellets embedded in the tissue, but the actual defect, we don't have a defect like that on his arm, even though it may be the same distance. And the reason is because the pellets are exiting, but each one is going through the left arm individually. Okay. Whereas if this was the entrance at the right side of the top of the back of the head, it's a good thought. Let's think about this. And if it was coming through the head, regardless of what happened to the brain, and then exited here and then went along here, we would have a lot more individual pellet wounds on the shoulder as opposed to a large, huge, big area of skin and subcutaneous tissue loss. Pellets don't cause that type of damage on their own.
So you and I both counted something between 30 and 40 pellets in that shoulder wound a little while ago, right?
Yeah, there were something like about that.
Do you know how many pellets are in a duck shot or bird shot 12-gauge shell?
No, I don't remember.
So you don't know whether that was 90% of the pellets or 60% of the pellets or 50%?
No, I do not.
Did that make a difference to you? How many of the pellets that were fired ended up there?
No.
But you're saying just because the wound here is bigger and the wound in his chin is smaller doesn't mean the shotgun pellets spread out, right? They spread out and they don't contract. You would agree with me?
I don't really know whether to agree with you because I'm not understanding your question.
Okay, let me rephrase it. If you view that wound on his shoulder as the entrance wound, and I believe you have,
yes,
you would agree with me that it is, whether it's coming across the top or whatever, it is a bigger wound than the wound in his chin. In other words, are you saying that those were so focused that they, as they went through or across the top, they actually contracted?
No.
Okay.
I explained that this was larger because it was tangential across the top of the shoulder, so that's the kind of wound.
You agree with me that reasonable people could have a difference of opinion about these facts?
Yes.
Okay. Pardon me. 2 seconds to make sure I put everything in the evidence I want in. Apologize, Your Honor. I've spread everything out over here. I'm going to leave the rest of this until after his examination, if that's okay with the court. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Your job is to do what? What do you do?
I do an autopsies in order to determine the cause and manner of death.
And when you're asked to do an autopsy, are you told any sort of conclusion to come to, or do you just look at the evidence in the body before you and come to whatever conclusions that body tells you?
Yes, and I examine the body and I come to a conclusion based on reasonable medical certainty based on my education and experience.
So is it part of your job to look at crime scene photos and that sort of thing, or are you relying on what the body tells you?
My job is to look at the body. That's my job. Crime scene photos, crime scene evidence is somebody else's project. That's not incorporated into my conclusion.
I want to talk a little bit. We've gone into a long examination about the top of the head, and you talked about soot and stippling. So I want to make sure the jury understands the difference between the two. You saw stippling on the chest wound to Paul. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Explain to the jury the difference between soot and stippling and what that tells you and what it doesn't tell you.
Okay. So the stippling is like the pieces of gunpowder that deposit on the skin when something is fired within 2 to 3 feet from the barrel of the gun, not the shooter, from the barrel of the gun. Soot is like real burning powder, burning marks from very hot gunpowder that's still basically burning, and it causes like a burning wound. That's the soot, and we don't see soot except within a few inches, depending on the gun. But we would like not expect to see soot further away from 6 inches. So the fact that we have stippling but no soot, we can fairly say it's not closer than 6 inches, even though I know it's most likely within 3 feet.
All right. So you observed stippling on the wound to the chest for Paul, correct?
Yes.
Did you observe stippling anywhere else?
No.
All right. Did you observe any soot at all on Paul's body?
No.
And did you, particularly on the top of the head, did you observe any soot there?
No.
You were asked a little bit, and you had testified yesterday about the tilting of the head and the manner in which the shotgun blast went through the chest, through the shoulder, into the neck, and then out the top of the head.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable conclusion.
Right. And that still is your most likely conclusion, is that correct?
That's my most likely conclusion,
right,
to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. It
So
doesn't mean it's 100% the only thing, but that's my opinion based on my experience.
All right. And how many autopsies have you done?
Approximately 5,500.
And how long have you been doing this?
20 plus years.
Okay. Dr. Reamer and Professor Reamer, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the book, and all that discussion that the defense counsel was talking to you out of the book, that was dealing with a contact wound, correct?
Yes. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with a book, but the discussion is regarding a contact shotgun wound.
All right. And when your expert opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you saw no evidence of a contact wound in this particular case with Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you were asked a lot, and let me ask you this. A lot of what was in that book, when they're talking about those contact wounds, they're exploring someone using a shotgun to commit suicide, correct?
Well, frequently contact wounds do indicate a suicide, but potentially people can be shot by another also at contact range.
All right. And your manner of death that you determined for Paul to a reasonable degree of medical certainty was what?
Homicide.
Homicide, which means?
Death at the hands of another.
All right. And did you see, with this shot to the chest or the shot that went through the shoulder into his head, any evidence whatsoever that this could potentially be a suicidal wound?
I do not believe that it was at all consistent with a suicidal wound.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
In your expert opinion?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit more about the head wound. And you've been asked a lot of questions about the possibility that this was a contact wound from the top of the head. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is that it is not?
It was not.
Okay. And let's talk about, just very quickly, without belaboring the point, some of the reasons. First of all, you saw no soot, correct?
Correct.
And then also, with the damage inside Paul's head, did you see any evidence that would indicate that the force of
bleeding, Your Honor.
Did you see any evidence that would indicate to you, from the damage that Paul suffered, that the force of the shot was going this way as opposed to that way? Going down from the top of his head as opposed to going...
Yeah, I don't believe that it was going from the top of his head down. I don't think the damage to the head was consistent with that.
Okay. And with the brain, you said that the brain came to you in a separate container. Is that correct?
Yeah, most of it.
All right.
Yes.
And did you, in examining the brain, did you see any evidence whatsoever that would have been consistent with the force of the shot, including the pellets and everything else, going into the top of the head and into the brain that way?
No, I did not see any evidence of that.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Did you find any wadding in Paul's head cavity?
I don't think there was any wadding.
You were asked a lot about the shoulder and how it was, in the picture you were shown, it was more, in that picture at least, it was kind of a gaping sort of wound. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And his shoulder, was it kind of squinched up in that picture a little bit? I don't know if that's a technical term, squinch, but...
You mean the photograph?
The photograph that you were showing.
Well, I took a picture of his the shoulder area. Yes.
Okay. And just so I understand, as opposed to a direct-on wound and the sort of the size of that, and then a wound that goes along the side of the shoulder, like you identified in this case, explain to the jury again how those are going to create different shapes of wounds.
Yes.
Okay,
So,
Your Honor, not in response. He's asking her to explain again. That would be repetitive.
I sustain the objection.
Was the wound to the shoulder, was that straight on or oblong to the side?
yeah, it was a tangential type of shotgun wound.
With that shoulder wound, that you've identified that as the entrance wound, the initial wound?
Yes.
Would you still expect to find the pellets in that wound consistent with what you saw in Paul?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Raymond. Nothing further.
Yes, just a couple questions. I want to make sure I understand a couple of the answers you gave to the Attorney General. We previously established you did not see any real crime scene photos in this case.
Correct.
In many crime cases or some crime cases, do you look at crime scene photos to help you or assist you in your opinions concerning certain things in the autopsy?
No, honestly, I don't. It's my job to examine the body, and I come to my conclusions, and I don't really, look at the crime scene photos. I could potentially ask for them if I saw something very unusual, and I'll say, wow, how did that happen? Or sometimes I'll see an entrance gunshot wound that has, I'll assess it. There may be a lot of glass around it, and I'll say, well, did this go through a window first? And I'll ask that question. I don't necessarily have to look at the photos. So there is information that I might ask, but looking at the crime scene photos is really, not something that I do to help me come to a conclusion. Whatever's on the body, I will rely on what I see on the body, and if it fits with the crime scene photos, fine. But if not, I have my conclusions based on the body.
But you just conceded you do occasionally ask to see crime scene photos. Occasionally.
No, I don't ask to see the crime scene photos. I will ask to see, ask if something, like I just recently had a victim of multiple gunshot wounds, and I thought she may have been sitting in a car. Nobody told me anything like that because there was a bunch of like glass fragments kind of on it. All the entrance wounds were to the left side and all the exit wounds were to the right, and then there were like fragments of glass and kind of car parts, you know, banging into the skin. So I was like, was she in a car? But I don't ask to see the photos. Really, I don't, it's not part of, you know, my evaluation of the cause and manner of death, doing an autopsy.
But like in this case, you had conversations with investigating officers, did you not?
At their request.
Did you have a conversation with SWAT Agent Owens about the bruising on her calf?
Well, I did not actually observe that at the autopsy, so I really couldn't come to any conclusion. And it's very possible that that was dirt from a shoe that was already gone by the time it came to me. I'm not autopsying the bodies at the scene. There's, you know, there's transport, there's movement into a body bag, but yeah, it may have been asked to me, but I distinctly said I didn't see that.
But you did have a meeting with, after the autopsy, with, and your report, with, I believe it's Lieutenant Owens with the SWAT, the Chief Investigating Officer, and discussed did he show you the muddy print picture?
Objection beyond the scope.
Objection is sustained.
Okay. Well, I think that's probably all I have. Thank you so much for being here today. But an opinion is an opinion, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break for about 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
What was coming out of her mouth, but was what was coming out of Alex Murdaugh's face. That was tears, that was stress, that was angst, and the camera was trained on him for us the whole time. This is a man who is listening to, and let's just assume that he's innocent, right? He's listening to extremely graphic details about how his wife and his child died, with brains being blown out and maybe possibly knowing that they were about to die and the different trajectory, etc. That is hard to take. That is hard to take for us, and we didn't know them. And if the jury was paying attention to his face, it matters not, I think, what the testimony was from this pathologist. We know they died from gunshot wounds. We know that. Did they really need to hear, did the jury really need to hear over and over again how Paul Murdaugh's brains were splatted out of his head? Did they really need that to prove or disprove who the shooter was? I say not. I think this was prosecutorial jumping the shark.
Interesting, because the defense highlighted that in their opening statement. They're like, you are going to hear what happened to Paul, and you are going to have to consider that an hour before there's a Snapchat video where he's laughing with his son, and then an hour later he's going to blow his brains out. And I hate to use this phrase, but that's really what they're using, and they're using it for a specific reason. So I see that's an important point. Let's hit a break. When we come back, we're going to see where this goes next. Really, I got to say, not an easy day for the jury after hearing everything that they heard. We'll be back. back, everybody. So we were going to jump live back into the Walterboro courtroom where we're seeing the Alex Murdaugh trial, but they are currently on a recess. So while we wait for them to return, we're going to hear some of what we heard this morning from the forensic pathologist who performed the autopsies on both Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, the victims in this case. So let's watch a little bit from her cross-examination by attorney Dick Harpootlian, where she explains how the shotgun blast affected Paul's head and brain. And I warn you, this is tough to listen to.
And then the head explodes. Have you ever had one of those?
Yes, these are very dynamic, and he still actually had a lot of his head there. Sometimes with the shotgun, when the entire head is basically, you don't really see very much above like the teeth. So this was, there was obviously horrible destruction of this skull, but his face was intact, and frequently a contact causes fractures of the face. So, I don't see any evidence of contact range discharge on the left side of the neck. So it was not my conclusion. That was not my opinion that this is a contact shotgun wound.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this. Your position is the energy by a shotgun blast that went through the arm, through the neck, and then up to the brain still had enough energy. Is it the energy caused by, is it pellets going into the brain?
Yes, well, not just pellets, but there's also fracturing of the base of the skull, which is a bone that holds underneath the skull, and that fracturing with sufficient force can actually push the brain out.
And
so it's a variety of mechanisms that could contribute to the destruction and the loss of brain tissue.
It's not only pushes, it fractures the skull. In this case, the brain was brought to you in a separate bag because it ended up laying at his feet. It went up in the air and then plopped down at his feet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The entire brain?
Most of it, yeah, except for the brain stem.
It exploded out of his head?
Yes.
And the skull was at least almost destroyed around where you say the exit wound is, correct?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, that is really, really tough to listen to. I want to bring in right now our boots on the ground. Gigi McKelvey, Law and Crime correspondent who's been following this case, has been inside that courtroom. Gigi, I want to ask you how the jury has been reacting to this. The testimony from the forensic pathologist yesterday and today, not easy to listen to, not easy to see. What has their reaction been?
Well, we've had a couple of jurors. It has deeply disturbed them. In fact, yesterday when that break was called, it was really, I think, for one specific female juror who I wasn't sure if she was just going to pass out or get sick. It really had a visual effect on her. Same today when those photos were shown, and several people shifted in their seats when Harpootlian apologized and said, we're going to have to see some pictures again. I think that the jury's a little bit lost with Harpootlian's line of question, kind of like wanting to contradict the pathologist about her findings, trying to make this a contact wound. I'm not sure why, but the jury seems really kind of just over it right now as far as Harpootlian's line of questioning.
Well, it's interesting. We were just talking to Jonna Spilbor earlier. This is something that I said too. The more the jury hears about the graphic detail, the more they see Alex Murdaugh hysterically crying, the more I'm wondering, and I think Jonna made a great point, is this someone who's capable of doing this? I mean, you had a better view maybe than I did, but I saw the defendant hysterically crying during the course of this.
Well, I see the back of his head moving in a bobbing motion. So what I assume is kind of, crying. So yeah, we're looking from behind. I haven't really seen much of him from the front unless I go home and watch it. But it seems like he's been very emotional. I've seen him grab a lot of tissues and stuff. And it's a good point. I mean, it only takes one person to feel like maybe he didn't pull the trigger. It's just right now, everybody seems to have such a different opinion that I've talked to about whether he actually did this or not. I can only imagine what the jury's thinking right now.
Yeah, I don't know. They maybe are really undecided, which, by the way, jurors really should be. They really should hear all the evidence before they make a decision. Let's talk about yesterday, Gigi. What was the main takeaways from yesterday? Not just the forensic pathologist, but we heard a lot of forensics yesterday. What were some of the big takeaways from yesterday?
Well, I think the big takeaway was ultimately with the DNA, we were all kind of thinking that might be the big aha moment, and then it came and went without that aha moment. Just a lot of things that I think the defense can explain away as far as whose DNA was found where. And then the pathologist just reiterated the brutality of the murders and how they were executed, and in a very violent way. I think that was not lost on the jury, and the gravity of it definitely stuck. But yeah, so it was a little bit of, I think the DNA was a bit of a disappointment to a lot of people, because we just still don't have anything forensically linking him to the crime, although we've got circumstantial evidence for days.
Right, you mean directly linking him, because you could say that
right, yeah,
you could say things like that. It adds up to a story. Yesterday it started, Gigi, with a little bit of drama because 2 jurors tested positive for COVID-19. They've been released. We are down to 3 alternates. There was a question of whether or not everybody would have to wear masks in the courtroom, whether or not they would limit how many people were in the gallery. Have you heard anything about that, or did that whole concern last a total of 5 minutes? I mean, I got to tell you, Dick Harpootlian puts the mask on and then takes it off within, again, 5 minutes. Have we heard anything about the courtroom dynamics changing based on what happened with those 2 jurors?
We have not, and there are very few people wearing masks today. There's not as many of the public here. There are several rows empty, and maybe people just don't want to come knowing that COVID's floating around the courtroom. But as of right now, there have been no restrictions imposed on us at all.
All right, Gigi McKelvey, thank you. Great reporting. I know you have to jump back into that courthouse, but it gives us an opportunity to talk a little bit more about this. Joseph, I'll throw it back to you. What did you take away from the cross-examination? Because other than the fact of what John and I have been saying, the jury constantly hearing the graphic details, was there anything in there that suggested an alternative shooter, a question of maybe why, given the height differential between Alex Murdaugh and Paul, or the possible presence of 2 shooters? I was trying to make sense of it. I was trying to understand, well, if the bullets are going this way or they're going this way, is it possible Alex Murdaugh didn't do it? I was a little lost. I'm curious if you could enlighten us.
It is very confusing. I mean, because in all of my years of experience, I reflectively, I was going back trying to think, and I have done this for weeks now in this particular case, where I had a single event. I'm not going to say it's one case because, you've got 2 decedents here, but where you had 2 decedents and you had 2 separate long arms, shoulder-fired weapons with a shotgun and this 300 blackout. And I don't, Jesse, I really don't recall that in the past. That's kind of the big trap with this, I think, because then you start to think about this and you're thinking, well, what would be the rationale for anyone to want to employ 2 weapons like this, unless it was some level, and again, really reaching here, some level of deception, or, to draw somebody in with a shotgun blast perhaps, and then, the second person shows up responding to that, you pick up a rifle and use that. So, because it's so hard for people that are familiar with shoulder-fired arms, it's very difficult to wield both weapons and be able to access them to the point where you can get them up to your shoulder and you're firing them like this. You're having to dispose of one, and I mean not dispose, but essentially place it down, pick up another one, and utilize it in a very quick turnaround, unless you have this thing strapped to your body somehow, like the military does. It's an odd situation. And, I've thought about that quite a bit, relative to this, and I don't have any reasonable explanation for it. Of course, you begin to think about, is it possible that there were 2 shooters at the scene? I think the big crux to this whole thing is this gap of time. How much time elapsed between when Paul was shot and when Maggie was shot. And I don't know that we've narrowed that down sufficiently.
Let me ask you this, Joseph, because I think we're working on getting Jonna back up. How strong do you feel about the prosecution's timeline of when these killings happen? If you ask me, I'm convinced it happened at 8:50 p.m. around that time, based on the cell phone evidence, based on the car data from Alex Murdaugh's car. Where do you stand on terms?
No, I'm right with you, brother. I got to tell you, up until that time, I think that there was more speculation. I'm more, being a forensics guy, traditional kind of guy relative to forensic pathology and crime scene investigation. I list more toward that. I'm more fascinated by the digital forensics in this case, because I think therein lies the key. You know, when you begin to think about movement, which was demonstrated early on, or at least the movement of the phone. We can't say the movement of the person, right?
Right, because we don't know who's holding it yet.
That was key. And then, of course, these other videos where we have a video and then we have a Snapchat video. And that's important to differentiate between those two as well.
Yes.
Because I think a lot of people are kind of conflating those two in some way. A lot of digital information, and again, the car data, because that's going to marry up. The key is, I think, though, Jesse, is can the prosecution bring that home? Because it's so complex. We've covered a lot of complex cases. Would you agree in our time together?
Yeah.
I mean, layered cases. Maybe you do. I don't recall anything like this that had so many twists and turns.
I don't recall a case where at this point, I'm still not sure. I can't recall a case where at this point, once the prosecution presents their case, I can say one way or another. I could say I think the jury's going to come back finding him guilty or finding her guilty, or I'll say, I don't know. I think that there's a strong chance this person's going to be acquitted. I'm split. Every day I switch, and maybe the jury's feeling the same way. Let's hit a break. When we come back, we'll get more into it, and of course, we're going to try to get Jonna back up and wait to jump live. Stay with us. back, everybody. So we're still waiting to jump live once again in the Alex Murdaugh murder trial. The man accused of killing his wife Maggie and son Paul back on June 7th, 2021. And as soon as we can jump back live in that Walterboro, South Carolina courtroom, we will. But right now, we're listening back to the testimony of the forensic pathologist who performed the autopsies in this case. Very difficult testimony to listen to. This is from her cross-examination. Let's take a look.
But you would agree with me that wound appears to be much larger than the next one.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And one explanation, you have an explanation for that. Could the other explanation be that this is an exit wound and that is an exit wound? Could that be a reasonable explanation? I'm going to show you something in a minute that may assist you in making that decision. But is it a possibility?
That is not, I do not believe this is consistent with an exit wound from a shotgun. There would be a lot more destruction because, you know, it would be coming, it had to be coming from somewhere, right? Somewhere else.
How about a contact wound on the head, on the back, right back of the head? What would you expect to see on the bone structure of the back right of the head if that was a contact wound on the head?
Well, I would not expect the brain to come out. We would have had opening of a lot of skull. We would have had a path through the brain, which is not at all what happened here.
So if there was a contact wound, and we saw a moment ago, and you agreed, that the gas would enter first, explode the skull, the brain would pop out. Did you find any pellets in the brain?
I don't remember if they were from the brain, but the brain was basically intact. A contact gunshot wound to the top of the head would cause, you know, a huge defects of the brain.
Right, because the gas going in on a contact wound would create such a pressure, as we just read, that the skull would explode and the brain would pop out.
No, I don't think that would happen from a wound that was going toward the brain from above. I think we would have just certainly destruction of the brain, but it wouldn't just pop out because it's in the path of fire. There's going to be massive destruction of the brain. It may end up on the floor, but it's going to be in multiple fragments. So in my experience doing this for a long time, I do not think that the brain would have popped out the way it did from an entrance wound on the top of the head.
Okay.
I love having Joseph on because he's reacting in real time to that and basically saying, no, she's right, that doesn't do it. Now, Joseph, you were kind enough to relinquish some of your time to Jana, which was very kind because Jana, we have you back up. So Jana, tell me where you think this case is at, right? So we haven't had a chance to really talk about it. We've been talking back and forth about where do you think the jury is? My mind is kind of split in between about it. Where are you standing on this case?
You know, if I use kind of my own personal little audience as a litmus test, I have not had one single person in my world say, yup, guilty as sin. Nobody has said that.
By the way, is this little world like dolls that you have centered around the room and you're like, what do you think? What do you think? Okay, we're all in agreement, guys. But,
they're all my mock jurors, you know, my friends and family. But, you know, I think what people are having a hard time wrapping their head around, and it is an essential question, is the motive, you know, to distract from his financial undoing sufficient to murder his wife and his child at close range with big guns? And nobody that I've talked to can seem to, they don't say, yeah, you know, I get it. Everyone's like, I don't get it. If there was a financial incentive, that would mean, well, he stood to get $10 million so he could pay off his debts, and all right, you know, that's kind of obvious. This is something else entirely. And it makes no sense for a man, even one who has the proclivity to commit these financial crimes, to go to this length to, quote, distract from his undoing. It doesn't make sense. And if it doesn't make sense to my little mock jurors, it probably doesn't make sense to some of the jurors in the actual jury.
And it just takes at least one, and that's it. I mean, that's a you know, hung jury right there. I will tell you, Jana, just in response to that, I could have said this motive made no sense until I heard the testimony from the CFO and the paralegal and Mark Tinsley, who was suing the Murdaughs, and the inquiries stopped. The questions stopped after Maggie and Paul were killed. And that bought him time, that bought him sympathy, and I don't know, I thought the prosecution did a good job of pointing that out. Joseph, I know we're actually have to sign you off in a little bit, so I want to get back to you on something. Are you surprised we don't have forensic evidence directly tying Murdaugh back to this? We don't have the murder weapons. We don't have sufficient fingerprints. The DNA doesn't tell us a lot. The GSR can be used both ways. Are you surprised by that?
Jonathan's not going to agree with this. For me, from a logical standpoint, when I begin to assess this, and I think, you know, sometimes everybody wants like just a bucket load of evidence. Okay, I submit that many times an absence of evidence is just as damning because it goes to another level at that point in time. You know, my assertion has been that there is this gap of time, and I begin to think about, you know, what could have happened in that period of time to clean things up, to remove things, to discard things, because there's so much that we would like to have simply from a forensic science perspective. You know, because right now, you know, you begin to think about the 300 blackout, you know, okay. You want those projectiles. You want to be able to test fire those projectiles, and that doesn't exist. So you're hanging everything from a ballistic standpoint, and it's not true ballistics. You're hanging it on the ejection patterns of these spent casings. You know, you're thinking about the extractor marks, the ejector marks, breech marks, the primer tap. You know, where the firing pin actually hits that little primer. And so you don't have any of that. What in the world could have happened to the weapon? And then the clothing, because, you know, just like the pathologist said, and forgive me, I think that this is correct. She had said that with Maggie, this high velocity round.
Take your seats.
Let me bring the jury. All right, thank you. You may call your next witness.
State calls Devin Newell.
Good morning.
Raise your right hand. Left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand, please. You can adjust the microphone. State your name again for the record.
Devin Patrick Newell, N-E-W-E-L-L.
All right. Good afternoon, or excuse me, almost afternoon, Mr. Newell.
Good morning.
All right. Where are you employed, sir?
General Motors.
All right. And what are your duties there at General Motors?
I'm a senior technical expert in advanced driver assist systems.
All right. And can you just give the jury a very short version of what that entails? Very short, please.
I investigate field performance issues and concerns with our advanced driver assistance systems.
All right. And as part of that role, do you help maintain certain records that are kept by GM in a normal course of business?
I don't necessarily maintain those records, but I'm aware of records that we keep on servers relative to vehicle data that can be of assistance in our field performance investigations.
Okay. And when you say field performance investigations, that's something you do, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that references generally what? What does that mean when you say field performance investigations?
Understanding how our vehicles may perform in the field. Active safety systems include things like forward collision alert and automatic emergency braking. So as we look at how those things perform in the field, vehicle data and other data we collect can be helpful in understanding what is occurring with those events, understanding how our systems are performing.
Okay. And do modern GM vehicles, under certain conditions, upload information to GM servers?
That's correct. We've got telematics units in our vehicles. That's a fancy name for sending information over the air. Those, as part of a normal course of business, those electronic modules in the vehicle collect lots of pieces of data from different sensors and modules in the vehicle, and that information can be sent via cell phone networks and or Wi-Fi back to servers at General Motors.
And General Motors then keeps that information in the course of normal business, correct?
That is correct.
Now, if someone buys a GM vehicle and they're not comfortable with uploading certain types of information, can they opt out of some of the things?
Yeah, certainly privacy, customer privacy is a big concern at General Motors, as you would expect. We've got lots of teams that look at that, investigate, and understand that. And we've got various protocols in place to protect the customer's privacy.
Okay. And just let's speak generally again. What specific sorts of information is routinely uploaded from GM vehicles to GM servers?
It can be a lot of different pieces of information. Diagnostic trouble codes with your engines or brake systems. It could be information we upload. We monitor the performance of things like your battery to understand if your battery is getting low or needs some charging, and other pieces of information about what the vehicle may be doing. That can and does include, I would say, GPS information, your vehicle location, and potentially speed and things like that.
Okay. And that sort of information is kept by GM in the course of normal business, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. And I'm going to draw your attention to March of last year. Are you aware, at least as of today, that SLED sent a search warrant to GM?
That's correct. I believe a search warrant was sent to General Motors to generally request information we may have about a particular vehicle.
All right. And I know you don't have the search warrant in front of you, but did you make a note of what vehicle identification number or VIN that search warrant was requesting information for?
I do. I have that number here with me. I can read that.
Can you read that, please?
Yeah, VIN is a vehicle identification number that uniquely identifies the vehicle. It's a 17-character number. 1GN SK FK D0 MR 210998.
Okay. And let's fast forward to last Friday, which I believe was February 10th, if I looked at my calendar correctly. Did it come to your attention that even though that search warrant had been served back in March of last year, GM in fact had some information that was responsive to that original search warrant?
Yeah, that's correct. I wasn't necessarily involved in the search warrant back in March, but I did become aware Friday evening that additional information not previously given before existed.
All right. And so GM did, in fact, have some information on servers for that particular event, correct?
That's correct.
That had not been previously provided to law enforcement prior to last Friday, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
All right. And, okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 515, 515.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask if you recognize that CD, sir.
Yes, that's correct. That's a CD with information on it that I reviewed on a laptop earlier today, and I've signed and dated the CD.
All right. And did you verify that the records contained on that CD is the information GM provided in response to that original March search warrant?
Yes, that's correct. I reviewed the 3 spreadsheets, Excel files that were on here, and those are in fact the same information that was stored in our databases and provide to you. And yes, I can authenticate that.
Okay. And so those records contained on a CD are authentic copies of records maintained by GM in the normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And just briefly, what sorts of information is contained? And we're not going to ask you to go line by line or anything because there's a pretty voluminous amount of data, correct?
Yeah, there's 3 different Excel sheets, information collected over 3 days. Again, as I kind of talked, I have not reviewed the details of this. I'm not asked to analyze it.
Sure.
The form and content is what we get there. But generally speaking, that information includes, it says vehicle diagnostic information, information on the battery systems, and GPS information.
Okay, GPS information, including speed information?
That's correct. Longitude, latitude, speed information are included in there.
At this time, the state would move to enter Exhibit 515 and evidence.
No objection.
All right. All right, nothing further from the state.
By the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Just have maybe 1 minute worth of questions. So you were not part of the, you weren't working on this when the search warrant came in, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you just became aware of this on Friday?
That's correct.
How did you become aware of it?
GM General Motors legal staff reached out to me in response to the subpoena as a person who could come down and authenticate these records.
The legal staff told you that you had information responsive to the search warrant?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the General Motors had information responsive, not me personally.
I apologize for that. Of course, General Motors.
Thank you.
Are you aware of the testimony that occurred earlier in this case regarding reverse engineering the electronics in the Chevy Suburban?
I have general knowledge that some FBI folks have looked at some information inside of the infotainment system in the vehicle.
But do you have any knowledge of any reverse engineering efforts the FBI conducted over the course of a full year?
I have not been involved in those or not aware of any details of that, no, sir.
Maybe you can answer one quick technical question. The timestamps in this data, where do they come from?
Again, I have not reviewed this specific data, but the timestamps out of these things here, when GPS information is collected by a GPS receiver, included in that is timestamp information.
And then finally, this is information that was uploaded to a server at GM.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Anything further?
Nothing stated.
You may step down. We call your next witness.
State calls Roger Dale Davis.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
If you would please, sir, be seated. State your full name for the record, spell your last name, and adjust the microphone so they can hear you.
Name is Roger Dale Davis Jr. Last name is Davis.
And Mr. Davis, do you go by Dale?
Dale, Roger, either way.
Okay. Or Mr. Davis?
It don't matter.
If you could do me a favor, because it's a little hard to hear some folks in this courtroom, if you make sure that microphone's pulled close to you and speak into it, we'd all greatly appreciate it. All right, Dale, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? Where were you born? Where were you raised?
I was born in Hampton County. I was raised in Hampton. Went to Wade-Hampton High School.
Okay. And again, if you would, please try to get a little closer to that microphone. I know it's tight in there. All right, what line of work do you have you done?
Construction work all my life.
Did you ever have an opportunity to work at the farm in Moselle?
Yes.
Okay. Is that close to where you actually live?
Mile and a half.
How did you become familiar with the Murdaugh family and the Moselle property? How did you start working there?
I was walking and Alex would stop and talk with me, and he asked me one day about cleaning the kennels for him, and probably a couple months 6 months later, then he asked me to come do it on the weekends.
And that started about 4 years ago?
About 4 years ago.
And walk us through the process. What did you do? How many times a day did you do it?
Twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening.
All right, what time in the morning, generally?
It average around 7.
You wake up early?
Oh, yeah.
So 7 a.m. and then what time in the evenings, generally?
Usually around, I try to get there around 3:30, 4 o'clock.
How long does the process typically take you?
About 45 minutes.
And walk us through what that process is. What do you do out there?
In the morning times, I would go feed all the dogs, give them time to eat. I'd feed the chickens. That way the dogs would have time to eat. Then I'd wash the pens out. Then I would usually roll the hose up and then go to the house. And then come back in the afternoon and repeat the process.
Now you mentioned washing the pens out. Now the dogs, did they have dog beds in their kennels?
Yeah, Buster, excuse me, Grady and Bubba had 2 dog beds.
And if you're washing it out, meaning are you spraying it with water?
Spraying it with water.
What did you do with the dog beds?
I would stick them up on top of the dog box.
And then did you leave them up there or did you put them back?
Normally typically, once I wash the pens out, I would lay them back down, especially if it was cold in the wintertime, I would lay them back down on the ground. But during the summertime, you would wait to that afternoon to lay them back down on the ground.
In the 4 years you worked there, did you get to know the property fairly well?
Yes.
Did you get to know the folks that lived there pretty well?
Yes.
Did you get to know Maggie Murdaugh at all?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, tell us what your experiences with her were.
Normally, she was just so laid back. She would talk to you like a normal person. We'd sit down and talk about the dogs. She'd talk about sometimes where she would be at the beach. But she normally would tell me, I'm going to the beach. I'm taking Bubba and Grady with me or whatnot, or I'm going to leave them. Or if it was real hot, she would want me to put them over there in the ice house, turn the air conditioner on where they have the ice, the coolers at.
Did Maggie like to spend time with the dogs?
All the time.
And you mentioned the ice house. Was that the processing house kind of on the back of the hangar?
Property. That was the.
And why was it air conditioned? Is that why you said she put them in there?
Yeah, during the summertime, if it got real hot.
And that house, does it have air conditioning? That shed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you get to know Paul at all?
Yes.
All right. What was your experiences with him?
He was a little wild and crazy, but he would work. That boy would work.
He liked being at the farm?
He liked getting out and doing things, hunting, but he would work on the tractor or whatever and Daddy needed him to do.
And did you get to know Alex?
I did.
Is he here today?
Yes, sir.
Where is he?
He's sitting right over there.
Do you explain what he's wearing?
Wearing a suit, a pair of glasses, blue-looking shirt.
And what were your experiences with Alex?
He was always very particular. He would want the dog buckets washed out. If they looked like they started getting any kind of green or brown-looking stuff in the water, he wanted to make sure, which I usually washed them out every 2 weeks anyway, with bleach. But I always dumped them every day.
Was Alex easy to get a hold of?
No.
All right, explain that. What do you mean by that?
He would either be in court or doing something with business. It would sometimes be a little bit difficult to get a hold of him.
Who did you see most often when you were out there?
Miss Maggie or either Paul.
And how did Maggie and Paul typically come to and from the big house to the kennel area?
Paul would usually be in his truck.
We've heard a lot about trucks. Which truck was that?
His white F-150. And unless his daddy had him doing something, then he would have to drive the F-250. But most of the time he'd be in his white F-150.
And what color was the F-250?
It was also white.
So 2 white trucks were what he typically used?
Yes, sir.
And how about Maggie?
She normally drove her Range Rover until she got the black Mercedes.
And then what would she drive after that?
Most of the time she would drive the black Mercedes.
And would she load her dogs, the house? Well, first of all, let's go back. Which dogs were down there? Do you remember all the dogs?
Bubba, Grady, Maggie. Then they started letting, can't remember his name right off. Dahlia was there, Armadillo, and I call her Taffy Toes. I don't know what they called her, but that's what I always called her.
And I think the other dog, was that a dog owned by one of Paul's friends, Rogan? Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes.
What type of dog was it?
A lab, chocolate lab.
And which dogs were the family dogs, the family pets?
Grady, Bubba, and Maggie.
And what kind of dogs were they?
Labs.
And colors?
Bubba was yellow, Grady was black, and Maggie was yellow.
And would they where would they typically stay, those dogs, those animals?
It all depended on, most of the time, because Bubba was very rambunctious, so they would got where they would lock him up in the kennels at night. And most of the time they would lock all the labs up in the kennels to keep them from roaming off. But Miss Maggie would take them out when she was home. Usually a lot of times after I done left, she would take them up to the house and let them roam around the yard for a couple hours, and then she would bring them back down to the pens.
And would Maggie load them into her car if she was taking them elsewhere to the beach or wherever else she was staying?
Wherever she was staying at, she would load them in the vehicle. Most times she would load them right in her vehicle.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked State's Exhibits. Jim, any objections to these? I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 505, 506, 502, 503, 504, and 516. Dale, if you wouldn't mind, please take a moment to review all these and let me know if you recognize what they show.
They showed a kennel.
Okay, and then I believe there's one diagram there, if you recognize what that shows.
It shows diagram drawing of the kennel.
Very good. Your Honor, we'd move to place all those exhibits into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
All right, Dale, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 505. Do we have the Elmo, please? Okay. Dale, while we get this loaded up, tell me a little bit. I know, did you have a particular way of hosing down and with dealing with the hose? Tell us a little bit about what that was about.
The particular way of me putting the hose away, or
right?
Normally after I got through washing, I would stretch the hose straight out.
Into which direction?
Back towards the shed room right there, the dog feed room.
All right, and we now have the Elmo up. We're looking at Exhibit 505, and the feed room, I believe, is what you're referring to. Is that the structure on the far right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then where is, in this picture, where is the hose you're talking about located?
It's back towards the left-hand side, back towards the forest end.
Is that yellow?
That's that yellowish green-looking hose.
All right, go ahead and explain to us what you would typically do after rinsing off and putting the hose away.
I would stretch the hose out back towards the feed room. I would cut the valve off at the top, which is right up above as the hose come in. Then I would walk back down and cut the valve on at the end of the hose. That way it would release the pressure, and then I would roll it up slowly until I had it uniform.
Were you pretty particular about how you wound that hose?
Yes.
And why would you do it that way? And did you do it that way every time?
Every time.
And why would you do it so particularly?
Because if you notice how the hose right now is kinked up, it would start making the hose, if you didn't do it right, eventually would it keep kinking, it would start making it where it didn't want to, and it would cause the hose to start having little splits in it.
The picture that you're seeing there, that hose, is that the way you would rewind it up?
No.
How do you know?
I'm very particular how I roll that hose up, and it's kinked up. If you notice, there's pressure on that hose. Somebody used that hose after I did because it is twisted, and the nozzle is too far up. The nozzle, I would always have it made sure it was laid down flat. That nozzle is too far up.
Dale, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 516. And again, please briefly explain what it is we're looking at there.
The drawing of the kennel.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a pen, and with the court's permission, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and fill in the, well, first of all, let's back up. Did you work were you aware of the events surrounding June 7th, 2021, where Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I received a phone call from CD that the sled wanted to see me because Miss Maggie and Paul had been murdered, and I thought he was joking, but he told me no. I told him give me 5 minutes, I'll be up there, because I was going to carry my trash off at the time. And I got up there, and the dogs was raising Cain, and I asked them could I go ahead and feed the dogs so they would quiet down, and they told me to give them a few minutes, and then they gave me permission to feed them. As soon as I fed them, they just quiet down. They didn't bark no more.
Okay. So you were familiar about that incident?
Yes, sir.
And you went out there what day?
That morning.
Was that the 8th, the morning of Tuesday?
When the murders happened, yes.
Did you work every day leading up to that day?
Yes.
And did you do that normal routine, which you already described?
Yes.
All right. And did you, in fact, do that normal routine on the Monday before the murders?
Yes.
Okay. Walk us through that day. What did you do in the morning?
I got there probably around 7:27, 8 o'clock. It all depended on when I got up. But most time I got up early. I would be there before 6:30, 7 o'clock. I would go through there, feed the dogs, then go feed the chicken. That give the dog time to eat their food, and then I'd wash the pens out.
And was anything unusual or out of place when you were down there in the morning?
No.
And did you repeat the process again in the afternoon, in the evening time?
I did.
What time did you, on Monday, June 7th, what time did you go back to the pens?
I got there before 4 o'clock. I remember leaving at 4:30.
All right. And was anyone there at the time you went to the dog kennels that day?
No.
Did you notice anything out of place when you went there at the dog kennels in the evening time?
No.
And what did you do after arriving?
Well, once I arrived that afternoon, I got out. I fed Grady, Bubba, and Maggie. Because we fed them twice a day. The hunting dogs only got once a day. Took and fed them. I picked the dog beds up. I dumped all the water out because I washed all their bucket, gave them fresh water, washed the pens out. Stretched the hose out, cut the water at the valve off at the top, went down there, cut the water on, the valve on down at the end of the hose so the water wouldn't come out, rolled the hose up, and full 30 out left.
And you rolled it. Did you roll the hose up the way you've always done it that day?
Every time.
Do you remember how the dogs were laid out in the kennels that day when you left?
When I left, yes, sir.
And with the court's permission, I'm going to ask the witness to please, if you would, write on that piece of paper the exhibit, State's Exhibit 516, beginning with, first of all, on the far right, what's that door signify in the
storage
dining?
room, storage room, feed room.
Okay. Beginning with kennel 1, next to the feed room, what dog was in there when you left that day at 4 o'clock or before 5 o'clock?
Grady.
All right. If you would, please write Grady in there. Okay. And then moving on to kennel 2. What dog was in kennel 2?
Bubba.
And for our reference, Grady was the black lab?
Grady is the black lab.
Okay. And Bubba is a what?
Yellow lab.
Okay. And who was next to Bubba in pen 3?
Maggie, because she was getting bigger than Bubba.
And Maggie is a what color?
Yellow, a yellow lab.
All right. Were there any dogs next to Maggie?
No.
Okay. And that would be kennel 4 was open?
That'd be, yeah, that one should be an open. The next one down should have been Rodin's dog.
Okay, can you write that in there? Just write chocolate lab. Or Rogan's dog, whatever you want to write. That would be kennel 5.
Trying to remember Rogan's dog's name. That should have been there. I don't remember what Rogan's dog's name was at the time.
Was there any dog located in kennel 6? And if you want to work, however you want to do it, sir, if you want to just fill out the rest of the dogs, the working dogs, that's fine.
Well, Dahlia was at the very end, kennel 10. I know that. Then let's see. Armadillo should have been the next one coming back from Ken. Let's see, empty on 9. All right, that should have been on. Yep. Armadillo should have been right past the hose right there. And then it would be Tappy Toes. It would have to be Tappy Toes right there because they always kept Rodin's dog and Maggie. There was a kennel in between them. So that should have been Tappy Toes right there.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to put this on the screen. Just verify that that was what you filled out.
All right, Mr. Dale, I see starting with number 1, Grady, then Bubba, Maggie, then 5 is Rogan, 6 is Tappy Toes, 7 is Armadillo, and 10 is Dahlia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that's the way it was when you left the property at around 5 o'clock that Monday, June 7th?
Yes.
And for our reference, on this diagram, that green circle, that represents what?
The hose. Garden hose.
All right, I'm going to show you a few more pictures. If you would, just describe what we're seeing. Are you familiar with that angle?
Yes.
All right, where are we looking at at this angle? Where are we looking at things?
You're looking straight down the kennel where you got the hose and the walkway going down in front of the kennels.
And on this picture, where would the feed room be located?
At the very end on the right hand of this picture.
Okay. When you, in the 4 years you were washing out the kennels, did water collect or pool in certain areas?
It did.
All right. Can you identify in this picture those areas?
Right under the hose, and right there, which should have been Armadillo's pen. That should have right there, and then right below it should have been collective. And maybe one more little spot right down there towards the end of the post right there, but that'd be about it.
For the record, I think I'm likely to say for the record, this is states 504. Moving on to states 502, a very similar angle. Dale, do you see those pools of collected water that you mentioned just on the last exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And also states 506. And again, do you see the same angle, just pulled a little farther back?
Yes.
Who's the dog there on the last pen that we can see in the dog shed, in the dog house?
Dahlia.
All right. Did water ever pool over by the feed room?
No, because usually that's the reason I would go in the afternoons, the sun would come down and beat. It would dry it up a lot quick. Especially in the summertime, it would really dry it real quick. In the wintertime, the sun would actually still hit the concrete around 3 to 4 o'clock. It'd be usually around 6 or so before the sun wouldn't be hitting on the concrete.
Did water pool in the front of where Bubba would have been located or Grady?
No.
Showing you States Exhibit 503. Dale, are you able to see the water located near the feed room and in front of the two kennels, 1 and 2?
Yes.
Is that how water would normally pool when you washed the kennels for 4 years?
Normally, no. There's too much water right there. You can tell when the concrete's already done started drying, but there's too much water right there around the second and third pen.
Looking at this picture, what dog do we see in kennel 1 and what dog do we see there in kennel 2?
You see Bubba in kennel 1 and Maggie in kennel 2.
And again, Grady is what kind of dog?
Grady is a lab.
What color is he?
Black.
Black. Is that the? And when we say the spots where you would put them or they were located, were there assigned kennels necessarily to the dogs?
Not really, but most of the time Miss Maggie wanted Grady to be in that kennel right next to the feed room. And then we'd usually put Bubba or Maggie in the following.
So that was just out of habit, mostly Maggie's habit?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did anyone else in the family put the dogs in a specific location, or did they put it wherever they could find a spot?
They would put it wherever they could find a spot.
But Maggie was particular about where she put them up?
Most of the time, yes.
Dale, I'm going to ask you about firearms in general. Are you familiar generally with firearms?
Yes.
Did Paul have any firearms that he favored over more often than others, just in your experience with them?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with an assault rifle style rifle?
Yes.
All right. Tell us about the one that you observed Paul having with him most often.
When he went hog hunting, he would have a AR style 300 blackout.
And what color was it?
Black.
Did it have a scope on it?
Yes.
All right. Did Paul also favor a camo shotgun?
Yes. During turkey season.
The family owned, as far as you knew, the family owned a lot of firearms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you, in your experience, and did you spend a lot of time primarily down here at this dog pen area?
Yes.
Twice a day, every day?
Yes.
Did you have did they occasionally leave guns at this area?
Yes.
All right, where would you have found them? And when I say occasionally, what does that mean to you?
That would be, especially when it was during hunting season, they would leave either on the golf cart or side by side. Sometimes they would leave them in the truck, but most of the time it would be on the golf cart or side by side.
And how often was that? If you're there every day?
Sometimes it could be once. Sometimes it could be 3 or 4 times.
In a month or
in a month. It just all depends on how hurt he got.
But that's during hunting season, right?
That's during the hunting season.
And did Alex carry a firearm?
I've never seen him carry a firearm, but I know he carried a pistol in his vehicle.
Did you have a chance to listen to a kennel video in meeting with law enforcement?
I did.
And did you identify the voices on that kennel video?
I did.
Whose voices did you hear?
Paul, Maggie's, and Alex.
In all the time that you spent out there in the 4 years, every day, twice a day, did you ever see a gun left in the feed room?
No.
And you went in the feed room every day, twice a day for 4 years?
Yes.
Back to court's indulgence. When you refer to Alex carrying a pistol in his car, is that because how did you know that?
One time I had to drive his vehicle over to the law firm, and then every once in a while he would happen to roll up the window or something up, it go to rain or something up, they happen to not be home.
You mentioned the vehicles. Were the vehicles unlocked? All the vehicles on the farm?
All the vehicles on the farm, keys in them.
Keys in them, so someone could just open the door and drive them?
Oh, yeah. If they wasn't in the switch, they would be in the center console.
And in this picture here, that's still on, do you see the dog beds located in those pictures?
Yes, they're on top of the dog kennel.
They haven't been put down?
Haven't been put down.
Nothing further. Thank you.
By the defense.
Board. Good afternoon, Dale.
Good afternoon.
I'm Jim Griffin. We've met a few times, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
I want to start by asking you just how long did you work at Moselle for Alex Murdaugh?
About 4 years.
And twice a day, every day?
No, it started off on just the weekends, and then I went full time with him right before Ronnie quit.
Okay, and that's Ronnie Freeman?
Whatever his last name is, I know Ronnie. That's all I can tell you.
Yes, sir. And a couple things. You've said you'd never seen guns left in the feed room, but you certainly seen guns left down in the work shed and
yes,
and then the what you call side by side, and that's a off-road vehicle that two people can sit beside each other.
Yes.
And then I guess they had golf cart down
Yes.
there, and you seen them left guns there?
Yes.
And you have seen guns left in their vehicles, and,
Yes.
and unlocked, right?
Unlocked.
And hog hunting, there's really no season for hog hunting, is there?
No.
And a couple of those dogs in that kennel were used for hog hunting.
We had got Paul had got rid of the blue tick, but he kept armadillo. But he never really hunted him anymore after that last time he got hurt.
Right. Now let's just be when you're hog hunting with dogs, I don't think you can use a gun, can you?
Oh yeah, you can use a gun.
Oh, you think? Okay. The
unless you man enough to go in there and catch him by the foot and bring him out.
Well, somewhere along the way, I heard you had to use a knife as opposed to a gun, but I don't. Let me ask you the. I'm going to pull up this video, Exhibit 297. It's the kennel video. And hang on, let me get around here. Dale, it should be on the screen there. And if I'm going to tell you when to stop, Doug, but if you go ahead and play it. Now, stop right there. Is that Rogan's dog?
Yes.
Dog named Cash, you think?
Yep, that was it.
Cash. And Cash was. I'm saying, but what you've got labeled on Exhibit 516, Cash would be in kennel number 5. Is that right?
Should have been around.
And that's a few kennels up from the hose. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We're gonna run this, continue, and I get ready to stop when I tell you, Doug. All right, stop. Oh, go back. A few seconds. Well, right there. What do you see up there in the top left on that picture, Dale?
Hose.
That's the hose?
Yep.
Now that hose is on the ground, isn't it?
Yes.
Not rolled up, is it?
Nope.
Okay. And there's water around there, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay. So someone, before this video was taken, had taken the hose down that you meticulously wrapped it up. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You can take that down. Now, you said Mr. Alec was particular about how the hose should be wrapped. Is that right?
Well, not particularly him. He'd like to be wrapped up, but he wasn't very particular how, as long as it was wrapped up out of his way.
Okay.
But I was very particular how I wrapped it.
You were very particular?
Yes.
Okay. How about Paul? Was he meticulous how he wrapped it?
No.
Okay. All right. The now you mentioned that water would not normally accumulate up by Grady and Bubba's because that's where the sun would come in the evening.
Right. You washed it because if you didn't be very particular,
right?
They didn't seal up underneath that door, so the inside the jambs started to rot. So I tried to make sure. Because if it was any kind of puddling or whatever, you'd have to make sure it was gone.
Right.
So you would try not to make sure there was no puddling there. So puddling didn't usually happen around the dog bean room. It would usually a couple posts back. You would have under the hose, usually around about where Armadillo's pen was, and there was a few other little spots around the post that normally would puddle.
Now, and you were meticulous about not letting water build up around the feed room door because of the rot.
Yep.
And in fact, there was sealant in the feed room where you would have to routinely put by the door to keep it from rotting.
Alex done it the last time.
But you had to periodically do that, right?
Yes.
And you do that because water builds up, right?
Well, because the water was splashed, they didn't seal up underneath the door jamb right there, and it would just run up underneath the plate right there for the cement. It would run and drain off.
Now can we agree that Paul was not as meticulous as you were about spraying around the kennels?
Nope.
We can or cannot agree?
We can agree to that.
All right. And so, and we saw the hose out, and you don't know what time that was, but I think the record reflects it's sometime 8:44 in the evening. I mean, that's about sundown, right, in June?
Oh, yeah.
And so there wouldn't be a hot sun burning the water off if the hose had been used, right around that period of time, would there?
No.
And if Paul had not been meticulous like you, it wouldn't be unusual to see water build up where you see it in the photo, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes the dogs would knock over the water bowl.
They would.
And I think maybe we can see in the photos that would cause water to run off too as well, right?
Oh yeah, it would run off.
Okay. Now, Dale, what's lovey-dovey mean to you?
What did it mean to me?
When you use the phrase lovey-dovey about Alex and Maggie, what does that mean?
It means they loved each other.
What in your presence, you described them as being lovey-dovey, didn't you?
Yes.
And tell the jury what you meant by that.
Every time I always see them, I've never seen that man even raise his voice at his wife or kids. Or his wife. I've never seen him none of them argue. But he always, anything she wanted or the boys wanted, he would try to get it.
And what was your observation about the relationship with Paul?
They like to hunt and fish together. I mean, they drink beer together.
Okay. And his relationship with Buster?
I didn't see Buster as much, but it was always friendly. I mean, just never seen any harmful way or anything with them.
You remember, Dale, one time one of the hunting dogs got hung up in one of the kennels.
Yes.
Choking to death.
Yes.
And that dog was badly injured, wasn't he?
It was. It didn't survive.
And the decision was made to mercy to put the dog down, wasn't it?
Yes.
And Mr. Allen couldn't shoot that dog. He asked you to do it, didn't he?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Now, on June 7th, the night of June the 7th, you got off work, I think you said 4:30?
4:30.
And you remember what you did? Did you go home?
I went straight to the house.
And did you stay at the house all night?
I sure did.
You stay inside?
I did.
And you live?
A mile and a half.
Mile and a half. I've driven a lawnmower down that road, I believe, when I was last time I saw you.
I did.
Yeah. Did you hear any gunshots that night while you were in your house?
No, I did not.
Now, you mentioned Paul liked to hunt with a blackout, 300 blackout, I guess?
He did, whole hunt.
Yeah, before the murders, when was the last time you saw that gun? You remember?
I cannot remember exact, but it was quite a few months. But he had said something about going hog hunting. He had it in his truck.
Right. Okay.
But it was a couple months. I know at least 5 or 6 months.
All right. Two last points. Bubba's been getting a bad name, but Bubba's a little stubborn dog.
Stubborn? No, he just rambunctious.
But will he listen to you?
Somewhat.
You listen to Alec?
He would.
And in that feed room, did you keep shot collars back there for the hunting dogs and stuff?
We did.
What else was kept in that feed room besides feed?
Shot collars, feed, chicken feed, the GPS tracking collars.
Was there some medicine?
There was medicine. There was all kinds of stuff in there.
So if you need to put something on a dog's skin for rash or something, had that in the feed room?
Had that.
Okay. And now Ms. Maggie would go down there. I mean, you said she'd take a Mercedes sometime, but she'd ride her bike down there too, wouldn't she?
Bicycle, golf cart. And then sometimes she would walk.
She'd walk. And she liked to get the dogs out. Grady and Bubba and Maggie, I think, was Mr. Randolph's dog, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
And she liked to run the dogs in the golf cart sometimes, let them run behind.
She would. Sometimes she just would get out there and walk. But
now those were pet dogs, but they stayed at the kennel, right?
Most of the time they did.
And they didn't let those dogs in the house because Buster had eczema. Were you aware of that?
I didn't wear that. I knew they would take them up to the house. Now whether they went in, I didn't know.
You didn't know whether they went in or out or did not?
I know they stayed outside around the house.
And you know they had an electric fence?
They did.
And sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't?
Yes.
Okay. But it wasn't unusual for Bubba, Grady, and Maggie to be down at the kennels at night, right?
They wouldn't.
Okay. And they like to chase chickens? Bubba the one?
They never would chase chickens until Alex had got a rooster that would roost right over there. After he let that rooster out, that joker got there would taunt them jokers. And they got where they would chase the chickens.
Because the rooster would be taunting the dogs.
Yeah, he aggravated the dogs to death.
All right. That's all the questions I have, Dale. Thank you so much.
Redirect.
Curious, Dale, what happened to that rooster?
I can't remember if Grady got him or Bubba got him.
The rooster got his, apparently.
One of the dogs ended up getting the rooster.
All right. We heard a little bit about, well, first of all, did Alex do a lot of hunting?
I don't know how much hunting he done, but I know he done hunting.
Okay. And hunting involves killing animals?
It did.
So as far as you knew, he was a hunter?
Yes.
The slope of the concrete, the concrete out there on the dog kennel, did it have a slope to it?
Yes.
And that would be for what reason?
To run the water off.
So water would naturally drain out there even if it wasn't sunny?
It would.
And I think you mentioned and talked at length about the feed room and how there was issues there, but were the issues caused, the Whiting Road, was that caused because it was actually draining?
When they done that room, they didn't, like I told that gentleman over there, they didn't seal that bottom plate like it should have been, and it would allow water when you sprayed the concrete off. That water kept just slowly getting underneath the concrete until it started rotting out around the door jambs and stuff.
If Maggie was down there at the kennels, would she have put the dog beds down for the dogs?
She would have.
If the kennel lights and the hanger lights and the underneath lights are on, is it fairly well lit out there?
It is.
You mentioned bed. What's your bedtime? You said you rise early. What's your bedtime?
My bedtime, it all depends.
Okay. What time are you in bed?
That is a good question. Now, I can tell you my routine.
All right, tell me your routine.
Usually around 4 or 5 o'clock, I go get a shower, and I'm in my recliner usually the rest of the day.
Okay, so if you're not in bed, you're in that recliner. After you shower, you're in that recliner.
I see.
And the day is done.
Done.
Okay. And June 7th, that was that Monday. Were you done that night at whatever time you took your shower, 4 or 5 o'clock?
I was done at 4:30, 5 o'clock. I had done had my shower. I was in my recliner.
And you were with your wife?
Yes.
Last question. When you were out there at 5 o'clock at the kennels in Moselle, were there any firearms anywhere on that property?
That night, that particular day?
That particular day.
I did not see none.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Call your next witness.
State Falls Carson Bernie.
You're good, thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you would, please, sir, be seated, take your full name, spell your last name, and then use the microphone where they can hear you.
Carson Burney, B-U-R-N-E-Y.
Now it's the afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Burney.
Afternoon.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, Mr. Burney.
My name is Carson Burney. As I mentioned, I've lived in South Carolina a little over 20 years. I graduated from University of South Carolina 2013 with a degree in finance. In 2015, I went back to USC, completed a 6-month paralegal certificate program there. 2019, I joined the Department of Revenue as a sales tax auditor. And in 2021, I was hired on as the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division at the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
So we work together.
We do. We used to have offices right next to each other.
About how long have you been with the Attorney General's office again?
Approximately a year and a half.
And about how long were you with the Department of Revenue before you came over to us?
A little over 2 years.
And say again for me, what is your job title with the AG's office?
I'm the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division.
All right, forensic accountant. What is a forensic accountant?
So a forensic accountant, it's a broad term, but essentially what I do is compile records, primarily financial records that include loans, credit card statements, bank account information, compile that information, and then pass it on typically to law enforcement or the prosecutors in my section.
And when you talk about you look at these records, what sort of volume of records are we talking about? Hundreds of pages, thousands of pages, 10,000s of pages?
In this case, thousands of pages of records, yes, sir.
Thousands of pages?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say tens of thousands of pages?
Probably, yes.
Okay. Do you like your job, Mr. Burney?
I do like it. It can be tedious, but I do like it. I find a sense of fulfillment.
Do you have any certifications in connection with your work?
I do. I am a certified fraud examiner, which is a test, essentially. You learn and you are tested on different fraud schemes, how to investigate those fraud schemes, the law surrounding that, and then different fraud prevention and deterrence methods.
As a forensic accountant, are you familiar with the concept called tracing?
I am.
What is tracing?
Tracing, in the context we're going to talk about, it's looking at the source of funds and tracing it out through to see where the final disposition of those funds ultimately end up.
And in your appointment as a forensic accountant, have you had opportunity to conduct any tracing analysis on records provided as part of this case?
I have pretty much all the alleged stolen money I have traced.
Your Honor, the state would at this time move to qualify Mr. Burney as an expert in forensic accounting, particularly as to the tracing of funds.
Your Honor, we don't have any objections to his qualifications. We would renew our previous objections on this whole line of testimony under 404 and 403.
He's qualified as an expert.
Are there different ways of tracing funds, Mr. Burney?
There's several different methods.
What method did you apply in this particular matter?
I used what's called a first in, first out method. Simply put, the first money into an account that I'm looking at is the first money out. And in context of the tracing, it'd be the money from the source of the checks and then the first money out.
Now, and I kind of jumped ahead of myself a little bit. When money is moving around between different bank accounts, the banks aren't transmitting, the serial numbers on particular dollar bills, are they?
They are not.
All right, so you can't necessarily tell that a dollar with the serial number is the same dollar as that serial number and going across multiple accounts, can you?
No, you cannot.
And so are these methodologies how you go about deciding that a dollar in one account is the same as the dollar from another account?
That's correct. When you have a bank account, obviously it's a pool of money, so we have to apply some rules to say this money comes from this source.
Now, you indicated you use the first in, first out method. Is there any sort of lay explanation or description you can provide to us?
Yes. I like to use the example of, say you have $10 in your bank account, and for this example, we'll say it's legitimate money in that bank account. You go over to Grandma's house, you get sticky fingers, you take $10 out of Grandma's purse, you put that money in the same bank account, so now you have commingled funds, and we'll call the $10 from Grandma's purse illegitimate funds. And then you have a transaction, let's say it's $15, so you're pulling partially from the $10 you previously had, the legitimate funds, and then $5 out of the $10 from Grandma's account. So that's how the first in, first out method would work.
And so under that first in, first out method, what portion of that $15 would come from those legitimate funds, and what portion of that would come from the sticky fingers money?
The $10 would be legitimate funds, and then the $5 from Grandma's $10 you took and put into your bank account without her permission.
What other methodologies are there for the tracing of funds?
There's a lowest intermediate balance rule. Typically, you see it in trust fund accounting. It's with commingled funds. And typically, the principle behind that is any withdrawals out of those commingled funds are deemed to be personal funds, and the funds remaining in that account would be trust funds. You see it sometimes in bankruptcy proceedings. Another one is the one I mentioned, the first in, first out method. Then you have the reverse, which would be the last in, first out method, or last in, first out method. And then one I call essentially a proximity rule. If you see a large transaction, a large deposit come in, and then almost immediately come out with a similar amount, you can draw a conclusion that those funds were to fund that other transaction.
So to go over that last one a little bit, if you're looking at a bank account and you see $1,000 come in and then right away $1,000 come out, would that be the proximity rule that you just described?
That's exactly correct.
And in that circumstance, you wouldn't even necessarily need to apply that first in, first out, or last in, first out, or any of the particularized math. You just say 1,000, it's all the same.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. In this particular case, were you asked to look into the deposit of $792,000 into accounts under the control of Alex Murdaugh?
I was.
All right. When was that money deposited into which accounts?
Can I review my notes?
Please do.
Okay, the $792,000 you are referring to it has been called the Ferris fees in previous testimony. It was 3 different checks, all from the Wilson Law Group. The dates deposited were March 10th, 2021, March 23rd, 2021, and April 20th, 2021. The first check was $192,000, the second $375,000, and the third was $225,000, and all had a check date of March 10th, 2021.
And I'm sorry, what was that last date again?
The last date, the $225,000 was deposited on April 20th, 2021.
And did you apply any tracing analysis to the disbursement of those funds?
I did.
And which form of analysis did you apply to it?
I did the first in, first out method.
And without getting into any granular detail of the expenses from the account from that money, what generally was that money expended on?
So a large portion of the money was checks to associates, known people to Alex Murdaugh, and then the remaining of the funds, primarily we see credit card payments.
When was that $792,000 exhausted under that first in, first out analysis?
So it was completely exhausted out of the account by May 25th, 2021.
There's been a lot of attempts at math from the stand over the course of this trial. Am I correct in judging that to be roughly a month apart from the date of the last check deposited?
Yes, that would be approximately a month from April 20th, 2021.
So $792,000 exhausted in just a little bit over a month from the date of last deposit. And what was the date of the first deposit again? I apologize.
The first one was March 10th, 2021. So from that date to the last date, I believe 2.5 approximately months.
Were there into which account was that deposited again?
So all 3 checks were deposited into a Bank of America account ending in 6779 under the name of Alex Murdaugh.
Right. Now let's take a step back and talk a little bit about the accounts of Alex Murdaugh. Was that Alex's only account at Bank of America?
No.
All right. What was his other accounts at Bank of America?
He had other accounts that have been called the fake forge accounts. There are 2 of those accounts, and the accounts seemed to run consecutively. One account ended, and then a second one was created. The reason, I'm not exactly sure, just from looking at the statements, but there were 2 different accounts. There's also a credit card account at Bank of America.
And did Mr. Murdaugh have accounts at Palmetto State Bank?
He did. He had several accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
Was there a particular account there that appeared in your analysis to be his primary account?
Yes, an account ending in 6092, checking account.
Generally speaking, when following funds from Bank of America, well, let me rephrase that question. Was there any pattern in the flow of funds after they were deposited into either the fake forge account or into that Bank of America checking account?
Yes, so when checks were deposited into the fake forge account, typically they were transferred out or withdrawn in cash. If they were transferred out, normally they would go to his personal banking account ending in 6779. Occasionally we would see cashier's checks come out of one of the forge accounts.
Now, on those cashier's checks, would it say, hey, this is from the fake forge account on the face of it?
No.
When he would cut checks on that personal banking account, would it say, hey, this is stolen money on the face of those checks?
No.
Okay. So in those who would receive those checks, it would just say something to the effect of Alex Murdaugh or something of that nature?
That is correct.
Aside from those Bank of America accounts, did any money make it to Palmetto State Bank?
Yes. Occasionally, once the checks went into the personal account at Bank of America, another check would be written, typically just to Palmetto State Bank, and then ultimately it would be deposited into one of his accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
And would the funds thereafter be dispersed from that account?
Yes.
Circling back around to the $792,000 of Ferris fees or Mack truck fees, were you able to determine when any of those fees or other replacement fees were returned to Chris Wilson?
Yes.
All right, can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes. So, previous testimony had mentioned a $350,000 wire from Palmetto State Bank that went to the Wilson Law Group.
And from which institution did that wire originate?
Palmetto State Bank.
And, well, that's $350,000. Were any additional funds provided to Chris Wilson?
Yes, so in Alex Murdaugh's account ending in 6779, we see a check was mobile deposited for $250,000. And then the next day, on July 16th, 2021, there's a wire for that same amount of money, $250,000, that went directly to Wilson Law Group, IOLTA account.
I'm showing you a document that is labeled as State's Exhibit 518. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And is this the document that you were just describing of a $250,000 instrument deposited into Alex's account?
That is correct.
State moves to introduce into evidence Exhibit 518.
My additional objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And is that the instrument you were just describing a moment ago?
It is.
Can you pull it down a little bit? We got a touch of glare. Thank you, Mr. Waters. All right, and that is a check made out to Alex Murdaugh for $250,000. What's the name at the top of the instrument?
It says John E. Parker.
From your work with investigators throughout this case, do you know who John E. Parker is?
I do.
All right, and who is he?
He is a former law partner of Alex Murdaugh's at what we've been calling PMPED.
All right, and right here above Mr. Waters' cuticle, there's something written in the memo line. What does that say?
It says loan.
All right, so on the face of this check, does it purport to be a loan to Mr. Murdaugh?
It does.
So that adds up to $600,000. Did you identify any additional funds sent back to Chris Wilson's office in replacement of that $792,000?
I did not.
And I apologize. We took that. With court's permission and suspect without objection from counsel, we have redacted certain personal identifying account information from the face of this document. What's the date on this instrument, Mr. Burney?
It is July 15th, 2021.
And is that the same date as the wire of funds from Palmetto State Bank to Mr. Wilson's trust account?
It is.
In the course of your analysis, did you have an opportunity to look at Mr. Murdaugh's balances on or about June 7th, 2021?
I did.
And did you look at his balances on all of his deposit accounts?
I did.
And did you look at his balances on all of his outstanding loans and lines of credit?
Yes, all that I've identified, I reviewed them, yes.
In your opinion, Mr. Burney, on June 7th, 2021, across Mr. Murdaugh's deposit accounts and demand lines of credit, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have $792,000 available to return to Chris Wilson?
He did not.
On that same date, June 7th, 2021, across his deposit accounts and his demand lines of credit, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have $500,000 available to give to the sons of Gloria Satterfield?
He did not.
On June 7th, 2021, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have, across his deposits accounts and his lines of credit, did he have $10 million available to meet the settlement demands of Mark Gensley?
He did not have $10 million.
And it might seem obvious, given that we went through each of those individual scenarios, but on June 7th, 2021, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have enough money to fulfill all three of those conditions?
He did. He was not able to fulfill all three conditions. That's correct.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
We're going to break for lunch now. You may step down, do not discuss your testimony. Let's, just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, great step down. And we'll resume at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
Misdoings, should it come in at all? If so, how much? And it really seems, even though the order, which I've read many times, seems to limit it to events around the date of the murders, June 7, 2021, it looks like the door is wide open. And that concerns me that if there is a conviction, the appellate grounds are going to be pretty good, because I don't know how an appellate court could find that harmless error. What do you think?
I agree. I've kind of disagreed from the beginning. One, that it's actually even a good motive that the prosecution is putting forward. It seems very odd that you're saying this lawyer who is so smart that he was able to bamboozle his colleagues for years with these financial crimes, thought somehow murdering his wife and son in his home with his gun would somehow distract people from the financial crime. So I don't even actually follow this whole motive by the prosecution to begin with. And like you said, I mean, they let in a lot of evidence. And I know the judge, I was saying that this wouldn't show like propensity, right, to commit the crime. That's one of the things they look at, whether or not it's too prejudicial. And the fact that it's not a violent crime, I think weighed in the prosecution's favor, because, you're not showing a propensity to commit the crime. But to me, it's still, I think they did open it up way too much. And it seems to me kind of going to character at this point, really.
I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks so much for joining us here on Law and Crime. We are taking your questions this hour in the trial of South Carolina versus Alex Murdaugh. He is accused of murdering his wife Maggie and son Paul back on June 7th of 2021. Keep those questions coming in to us both on our Twitter feed and in our YouTube chat, and our panel of experts will do their best to answer all of them for you. Joining me this hour, Gigi McKelvey. She is with Law and Crime, and she is in the courtroom there in South Carolina. She's outside the Colleton County Courthouse. She's been there for weeks now. Michael Bryant is a host here with Law and Crime and an attorney. And Dina Dahl is an attorney from California. So guys, thanks for being here today, as always. Gigi, I'll start with you. What was it like in the courtroom today?
Well, just a little bit of the jurors looking bored at times, and you know, it's just kind of been a little bit of a boring morning, I think. Not a whole lot of aha moments. We're waiting, still waiting.
Not a lot of aha moments for sure, but it was really some terrible, terrible testimony, I thought, hearing more about Paul Murdaugh's awful gunshot wounds, just the fact that he died in such a horrific, horrific manner. Died by a shotgun blast to the head. It was terrible. Roger Davis, though, I thought was a really colorful witness, and really enjoyed hearing his talk about the kennels and what those were like, and the family, and whether or not there were guns actually kept down there in the kennel area. Let's get to some of your questions right now. We have a lot of them coming in. I have a lot to go through here, so this is always great, and the best part of the day when we get to hear your questions. Annette Greentree from Facebook asks, if he checked their pulse like he said, wouldn't he have a lot of blood on his shoes? So, Michael Bryant, I'm wondering what your thoughts are about that, because we've heard testimony that there wasn't any blood on the gym shoes that police seized from Alex Murdaugh on the night of the murders. The Sperry's, the loafers, or what have you, sounds like those are still missing.
Yeah, those are the shoes that I assume, if they were worn by Alex Murdaugh and if he did these murders, those are a mess. We heard this early on in the state's case, that he did try to check the pulse of each of the victims. Couldn't do much with Paul's neck. You know, you would check the pulse of the neck or the wrist generally. Paul's neck in that area was such a mess, he really didn't even try. But if there is no blood on his clothing, as the police have investigated it, we're pretty sure those aren't the clothes. If this guy did it, those aren't the clothes. And so it would make perfect sense that there was no blood on those clothes, because we don't know where those clothes are. I'm guessing the Sperry topsiders or some sort of boat shoe, as they've been described. Those haven't been found. We don't know where they are.
Mm-hmm. We do not know where those are. And we still have a third police interview we have yet to hear from SLED. I'm wondering if we are going to hear that third police interview that took place in August of 2021. It's my understanding Alex Murdaugh is confronted at that point about a number of things, and including the shirt he was wearing that night, the clothing he was wearing that day being different in that Snapchat video that Paul took from the clothing he was wearing when the police arrived. Our next question is from Debbie Hall from Facebook. And Dina, this question has to do with the book that Dick Harpootlian kept referring to during the cross-examination of Dr. Reimer this morning, the forensic pathologist who performed the autopsies on both Paul and Maggie. Debbie asks, why did they let that defense attorney continue to bring up info from the book about results of contact wound when the coroner had already said it was not contact? He was comparing apples to oranges. Is that the case, Dina?
You know, that's a really great question. And I mean, it was within the realm of the subject matter of the direct. And so that's why they were able to cross-examine on this. That's really the only, or not the only, but that's really the basis for whether or not a cross-examination question is appropriate, is if that was subject matter is brought in a direct. And so you can ask whether it was relevant or not, or maybe not relevant, but you can ask whether or not it was revealing, but that's why they were able to ask those questions.
And this is another question. Gigi, I'll throw this one to you and get your thoughts on it, because you were actually in the courtroom when this is going on. I'm listening to it, and I'm trying to follow where Dick Harpootlian was going. I think I know where he was going, but Lisa Hahn from Facebook asks, was the defense trying to suggest that Paul killed himself. I didn't think that's where Harpootlian was going. That's just what was in that literature, the book that he kept citing was about contact wounds from suicide. So, Gigi, what was your take on what he was trying to suggest?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, she said repeatedly this was not a contact wound, but he kept referring back to that book. And I do want to add that a few of the jurors did, again today, have some issues with the testimony, the pictures mainly. But yeah, I mean, it seemed like he was trying to get somewhere with it. I never got the feeling that he was trying to insinuate Paul had committed suicide. But still, it's just she repeatedly said it's not a contact wound, but yet he kept going there. I'm surprised there wasn't more objections. Just, you know, I mean, she answered that question 5 times.
Yeah, and then there was this questioning about, did you shave his head to see if the wound on the back of the right side or the side of the right side of the head or whatever was a contact wound? Did it have soot or stippling? I mean, it was a lot to take in, and let's just face facts. The way that Paul Murdaugh died was horrifying. The way anybody dies being murdered is horrifying, but he was standing and his brain was ejected from his body. They took his brain to the autopsy in a bucket. And I hate to be so gruesome, but just think about that. And I think they're trying to say, at least my opinion was that he was trying to say that the entrance wound, the exit wound, what the doctor said was an exit wound, could have been an entrance wound. I'm thinking they're going to call an expert to talk about this. It's horrifying. I feel bad for that jury. Susan Coriel from Twitter, if Alex took Maggie and Paul's pulses, why wasn't he covered in blood? Wouldn't he have had to kneel down by the bodies, Michael Bryant? He didn't have a spot of blood on him anywhere. I think this proves he lied about checking them. Michael, is it possible to check a pulse on someone and not get blood all over yourself?
Well, normally I would say yes. In this particular crime scene, it doesn't sound like it. But you know, we haven't seen the crime scene photos to see to what degree there was blood on either of the victim's wrists. And you know, even if you have some blood there, it's not like you're grabbing the wrist and you're gripping it, and I mean, you're barely putting a finger or two on the inner side of the wrist. So I don't think that leads to being covered in blood, even if the victim has blood all over his or her wrist. I just don't see that. And again, it was addressed early on in the prosecution's case to try to minimize the fact that it wasn't that kind of a scene if you're just taking the pulse.
Mm-hmm. And here's another question. This is a good question, Dina, because a lot of people, you know, we've been bouncing back between scientific testimony, financial crimes testimony, lay witness testimony. Jim Roach, one from Twitter, asked, do you think the difference between the strong evidence of the financial crimes and the weaker circumstantial evidence of the murder may backfire, especially with the prosecution putting all that evidence in front of the jury that connects to absolutely no one? Your take, Dina.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I love this question because I said the exact same thing, I think, in my last appearance, that I think how strong the financial crime evidence is really shows how weak the circumstantial evidence is. I mean, they have proved that financial crime evidence like beyond what they need to. And I think it really shows the lack of it. And it also shows how savvy he is, right? He was able to hide his crimes from these sophisticated lawyers, from the CFO for years. And yet, in order to distract them from that, he does this very unsavvy crime of killing somebody in your home with your shotgun. That seems like the worst way to distract people from another crime. How would that not put attention on him? So I think that it does hurt them to show how smart and conniving he was with his financial crimes, because if he did do these murders, he did it in a really bad way if he wanted to throw off any suspicion on him.
And he would be the number one suspect, finding the bodies, number one, and being the spouse of one of the victims of Maggie. So he would be suspect number one all the way. Twitter, a question from Twitter, @WhispersTooLoud asks, will either Murdaugh brother be called to the stand? Gigi, John Marvin, or Randy Murdaugh, do you think that they will indeed be called to the stand?
It's a good question. I think Randy may be on the state's witness list, and I think John Marvin and Buster are on the defense. I guess Randy because of the affiliation with the law firm and being a part of that when that came out. It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, 255 witnesses. I don't even think they've called 60 of those at this point. So I guess it just depends on, I mean, I think maybe defense-wise they might do it. I'm not sure about the state, though, with Randy.
Yeah, and Randy, you know, the clock is ticking on that because the state said they will rest on Wednesday, and we still haven't heard from Randy Murdaugh. He was in court sitting with his brother a couple of times with John Marvin behind Alex Murdaugh, but the state has yet to call him, and it seems like if the state were to call him, it would be about the law firm stuff. Our next question is from Ravastrav 7609 from Twitter. Whose DNA was under Maggie's fingernails? I will take that one. Unknown male DNA. We don't know, but it was under her fingernails. The next question comes from @tiredofit10 from Twitter. I think he was trying to infer Paul died execution style, but why the shot to the chest that left him still standing? Michael, I think that was probably what Dick Harpootlian was trying to get at, that somebody walked up to Paul and, you know, shot him directly in the head. But why the shot to the chest? What do you make of that?
Well, you could assume, I think, that the first shot, if it was to the chest, was to debilitate the guy, and the next one was to make sure he was dead. And the second shot, as the ME described it, was from the shoulder and kind of created this oblong wound and then a more cylindrical wound right at the neck, which left the face virtually intact and took off the rest of the skull and the ejection of the brain. And so that sounds less execution style and more just let me get it over with style. You know, it's just not very precise. You want to put a gun to somebody's head, shotgun or otherwise, it's not that difficult to do once you shot them in the chest. So I don't know that the execution style analysis works here. I think really that what Harpootlian was doing, among other things, was continually pounding away at the goriness, the brutality of these murders, because he's going to say there's no way this guy, who you see breaking up every moment of this testimony, sitting here, he could not have done that to his son. It just wouldn't happen.
Well, and the saddest thing about this to me is that Paul's, the first wound to the chest, the coroner said yesterday it wouldn't have been fatal. It sounds like with treatment he could have survived. So it's horrifying to think about. Beth Litton, from Twitter asks, so in your opinion, what was the point about Paul's head wound in relation to who did or did not murder Paul? Do you think that was Harpootlian's point as well, Dina, that a dad was not going to do something like this?
Couple it with on cross, or when they were talking to the dog caretaker about how Alec wasn't willing to put down the hunting dog, that somebody else had to do it. And I think those together, I mean, we saw in his opening, in the defense opening, really talking about the brutality of the murders and how this loving husband couldn't commit this. Like, even if you were to think he was going to kill them, wouldn't he have done it in this less gruesome, brutal way? How does a loving person go and do that? And I think that question is kind of an essential question here. And so I think they bring that out when they talk, in that cross, and when he was talking about the how he was shot and where he was shot. I think that's continuing his theme that he started, the defense attorney started in his opening.
Our next question, and I'm going to throw this one to you, Gigi. I know it's a technical question, so please pardon me, but it's one I've been wondering too, and I wonder, since you're in there listening to all of this, if you have a theory about this. But @Terry M 428-78253 from Twitter asks, how would Paul have been shot by Alex Murdaugh when Paul was shorter than him? Was Alex Murdaugh kneeling when he shot Paul? That's assuming he did shoot Paul. So I've been thinking about that too, because a shotgun is something you really have to brace yourself for when you fire it. This was a 12-gauge shotgun, and it's got a lot of kick, I'm sure, and Alex Murdaugh is a tall guy.
Well, on one hand, they're very used to guns, so maybe it's not uncommon for him to kneel down with a shotgun. But it's something that I've been wanting to hear about, too, is to bring an expert on in some capacity to talk about the trajectory of these shots and the angle. I've seen episodes of these forensic shows where they can estimate the height of the shooter based on how the wound went in and things like that. It is a very good question, and that's just something that so far the prosecution hasn't even talked about is the trajectory, how at what angle, at what position is this shooter. But at the same time, we know a couple of the wounds to both of them were close range. And what stands out to me is either with that first shot, Paul did not see the shooter, or he wasn't threatened by the shooter. Those things are what is weighing on my mind at this point too.
Interestingly enough, we've seen maybe a picture or two. There hasn't been much focus on it, but it was in a defense motion where it showed like a mannequin or a dummy standing in the feed room. So it makes me think there had to have been some type of effort to maybe reenact this. I don't know, but I'd like to hear about that. All right, keep your questions coming to us both on Facebook apparently and on Twitter and our YouTube chat. We'll get to as many of them as we can. We have to take this quick commercial break for the network, so if you're watching on YouTube, stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime as we take your questions during the lunch hour in the trial of Alex Murdaugh. He is charged with murdering his wife Maggie and son Paul back on June 7th of 2021 using 2 different firearms, according to the indictment. Keep your questions coming to us, both on Twitter and in our YouTube chat. You can even throw some in on Facebook, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. For now, though, we want to take a look at some of the testimony that occurred earlier today, some of it from Roger Davis. He is a man who lives about 1.5 miles from the Moselle property. He's worked for the Murdaugh family for about 4 years, taking care of the kennels where these homicides occurred back on June 7th. He knows the lay of the land out there. He's there twice a day, taking care of the dogs, cleaning the kennels, feeding them, etc. So he knows everything that really goes on in that vicinity. So let's listen to a little bit of what Roger Davis told the jury, and then we'll talk about it.
And a couple things. You've said you've never seen guns left in the feed room, but you certainly seen guns left down in the work shed and
Yes.
And then the what you call side by side, and that's a off-road vehicle that 2 people can sit beside each other.
Yes.
And then I guess they had golf cart down
Yes.
there, and you see them left guns there.
Yes.
And you have seen guns left in their vehicles,
Yes.
Unlocked, right?
Unlocked.
And hog hunting, there's really no season for hog hunting, is there?
No.
And a couple of those dogs in that kennel were used for hog hunting.
We had Paul had got rid of the blue tick, but he kept armadillo. But he never really hunted him anymore after that last time he got hurt.
Right. Now let's just be when you're hog hunting with dogs, I don't think you can use a gun, can you?
Oh yeah, you can use a gun.
Oh, you think? Okay.
Unless you man enough to go in there and catch him by the foot and bring him out.
Well, somewhere along the way, I heard you had to use a knife as opposed to a gun, but I don't. Now, Dale, what's lovey-dovey mean to you?
What does it mean to me?
When you use the phrase lovey-dovey about Alec and Maggie, what does that mean?
It means they loved each other.
What in your presence, you described them as being lovey-dovey, didn't you?
Yes.
And tell the jury what you meant by that.
Every time I always see him, I've never seen that man even raise his voice at his wife or kids. Or his wife. I've never seen him even, none of them argue. But he always, anything she wanted or the boys wanted, he would try to get it.
And what was your observation about the relationship with Paul?
They like to hunt and fish together. I mean, they drink beer together.
Okay. And his relationship with Buster?
I didn't see Buster as much, but it was always friendly. I mean, just never seen any harmful way or anything with them.
You remember, Dale, one time one of the hunting dogs got hung up in one of the kennels.
Yes.
Choking to death.
Yes.
And that dog was badly injured, wasn't
it? It was. It didn't survive.
And the decision was made to mercy to put the dog down, wasn't it?
Yes.
And Mr. Alec couldn't shoot that dog. He asked you to do it, didn't
he? Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
So there was Roger Davis, the man charged with taking care of the dogs on the Moselle property, taking care of the kennels. He was there hours before the homicides occurred, basically saying, answering questions from the defense on cross, saying this was a lovey-dovey relationship between Maggie and Alec as far as he could see. Alec couldn't even take out a dog, euthanize a dog that had been hurt down there at the kennels, according to him, and so asked him to do it. So I guess the implication there, Gigi, is that if Alex Murdaugh couldn't even shoot a dog, how is he going to shoot his wife and son?
Yeah, I mean, look, The thing about the lovey-dovey, number one, we show people what we want them to see. Nobody knows what goes on
Right.
behind closed doors. And maybe Alec watched Where the Red Fern Grows like I did, and it just traumatized you, and you could never think of shooting a dog. But, you know, there's it's just such a difference. I mean, yeah, an animal's one thing, but these are people that he's interacting with. I think it's, you know, I don't know. It's kind of like apples to oranges. Saying he can't shoot a dog, but he can shoot his wife and son. I mean, we just don't know what was really going on behind the scenes with Paul and Maggie both. It might not have been as lovey-dovey as they put on.
And that's absolutely true. We don't know that. We haven't heard any testimony that there was trouble in paradise, but just because people are lovey-dovey in public doesn't mean behind closed doors there isn't more going on. So I do have a lot of questions, though, that relate to Roger Davis's testimony. I've got a ton, and I think this is going to be one of those things where maybe the prosecution connects all of these dots that they think are relevant and important in closing argument. But Michael Bryant, did it pique your interest at all? And this is my question. We'll get to the viewer questions in a minute. About he's saying the hose is not wound up, you know, in the crime scene photos like he would have wound up the yellow hose. We know that the hose was going in the 8:44 p.m. video of Cash that Paul took. So why on earth do you think anybody was using the hose? He had just been there at 4:30 in the afternoon and cleaned the kennels.
Yeah, and he was not happy that that hose in that crime scene photo was a little, disheveled there. So it begs the question. That's why I think this has been brought up. It's to make people say, well, what the heck was going on? Who would have touched that hose that was less retentive about it than Mr. Davis and just kind of slung it back on the wall? There was some water in the kennel area. Maybe that's attributed to dogs spilling a water bowl, maybe not. Was it used to clean up in some way? It raises great questions that at this point are without answers, Anjanette.
Yeah, a lot of questions unanswered. He said Paul might have not been as particular about putting the hose back up. Alex Murdaugh wanted the hose up and out of his way. The dogs are in different kennels than when he left, so there's a lot going on there. Let's get to the viewer questions now. Dina Dahl, this one just came into my email. I love this from Montreal. I love it when we get questions from other countries. This comes from David, and he asks, not being familiar with U.S. law, is there a reason why the prosecution went ahead with the murder trial as opposed to pursuing the financial crimes? Wouldn't Murdaugh be looking at a very lengthy sentence for just the financial scam? It's my understanding the defense wanted a speedy trial, Dina.
Right. Okay. And that was what I was going to say. There really was no, from a prosecutorial point of view, why they necessarily did one or the other, except we have a right to a speedy trial. Criminal. But actually, both of them are criminal if you think about it, the finance and the murder trial. So I think that it was the prosecution that brought the indictment for the murder first before they brought the financial. And that's why we're seeing the murder first.
And a lot of times, and I don't know if you think this is a good idea, Michael, and I'll ask you, Gigi, too. Michael first. You know, a lot of times defense attorneys will kind of do that as a tactic. Yes, their client is entitled to a speedy trial, but it's kind of a, okay, you think you got the goods, put up or shut up. Do you think that's what happened here?
To that, really, if the defense feels strongly about their case and their position, they obviously don't want to cut themselves short. But if they think pressing the prosecution to bring the action sooner than later will benefit the defense, you bet they're going to do that. I'm not sure that's the case here because I don't know what else the prosecution might have developed. You know, we're 4 weeks in, and we're seeing the best of the best, and we're still having the same conversation about could this guy, I don't care who he's hoodwinked or swindled out of money, could this guy kill his wife and his son in the absence of some evidence, any evidence, that there was any sort of animosity there? And it's the opposite. We may hear lovey-dovey, and in the context of the guy who takes care of the dogs, might not mean much. He's not there 24/7. But still, where's the negative stuff? Where's they battled all the time. They were always arguing. They never seemed to be able to coexist. I haven't seen anything like that.
Were you surprised that the defense pushed for a speedy trial in the murder case? Just briefly, Gigi.
Gives the state less time to prepare. I mean, look, they're getting evidence from GM on Friday afternoon. So I think it's just one of those things where if you've indicted him, let's see what you've got. Let's just go now. I think that it puts the fire under the state to get this case wrapped up and ready for trial. And maybe we're seeing a little bit of that disorganization where they really could have used some extra time to get their ducks in a row. Seems a little bit scattered at times to me and a lot of people.
It was really surprising to hear GM coming out of the woodwork on Friday. I guess we heard Monday that on Friday they came up and said, hey, upon second look for the search warrant, we do have this data, so here you go. And then we heard it basically brought into evidence today, but we didn't hear anything more about it. So maybe we'll get to that. William Luther from YouTube asks, what did the panelists think the state was trying to get at with the question to the dog caretaker? That was Roger Davis, from whom we just heard. It seems like they are all answered by Alex Murdaugh's story and video of cash. Dina, what did you think they were getting at with the caretaker questions?
I think they're trying to say that he may have rinsed himself off there after the murders. That to me seems the only reason why a puddle of water would be relevant at all to their case. But again, it bothers me because I want to say if that is true, if he really did rinse himself off there, then where is all the evidence? I mean, we know now with collection of DNA and blood that the most microscopic samples left over can be collected, and he would have had to pick up the hose. So did they swab the hose? Was there really nothing on the hose? What about the door handles to the kennel? Could they really not find anything on any of those? Did the police just not do that kind of search? Did they not do those kind of collections? So when I'm hearing this emphasis on the fact that it wasn't organized, the hose, and the fact that there was this water puddle, I'm just screaming about what about all the other evidence? Did they look for it? And if they did look for it, did they just not find any? And if they didn't find any, then I don't care if there was water on the floor, because if he went in there as bloody and gory as he should have, they should have found something somewhere in those kennels.
Well, here's my thing too, and the hose is on in the 8:44 p.m. video. Would that water have still been there at 10:06 or 10:20 or whenever these crime scene photos were taken? That there's still water there, so we don't know exactly what time those photos were taken. We may have to go back and look at that. Melissa Dotson from YouTube, the timeline is very important, yet the state did not spend a lot of time on that evidence. Do you think that was a mistake? Gigi, what do you think of that? I feel like they've talked a little bit, we've heard a lot about timeline, maybe not from all witnesses, but we've heard a lot of discussion, I thought, about the timeline. Do you think there hasn't been enough?
I think there's only so much you can do with that timeline. I mean, really, I think when we got the information about when that car was put in park and when it was taken out of park, as well as the phone records, it kind of gives a really good roundabout of the timeline of that night. Now, this new GM stuff that's going to come in yesterday, both attorneys said that I didn't see where the defense had a problem with it. It doesn't seem like it's going to offer anything that discredits what we already know about that timeline. But yeah, I mean, I think the biggest question of the timeline really is just was confirmed by Ms. Shelley, which was that 15 to 20 minutes as opposed to the 30-40, and that was also confirmed with the car being put in park and drive. So I don't know if there's much about the timeline really that we have wiggle room to make something happen in. I think it's pretty solid, minus how long he stayed at Mom's.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that both sides were, happy to get this new info, or at least they were saying publicly in court that they believed it helped them, at least. So we'll see once we actually hear about what's in the meat and potatoes of that data, and it sounds like it's a lot of data. Our next question, how does he shoot one and then have time to get the other gun and shoot for the second time? Those are big, somewhat bulky, heavy guns. This is from Lisa Chambers English from Facebook. That's one of the things that's confounded me, Michael Bryant, is the fact that you have to shoot one person, I assume, and then get a second gun and shoot the other. So that seems like a lot to do.
I don't think
what
so.
What are your kind of thoughts on that? Have you kind of worked through that in your mind?
I haven't had the props to play with, but I know a little bit about the AR rifle, Armalite rifle. It's a light rifle that can be strapped over your back. Yeah, it's one of the reasons it's used by the military, because it's very light and maneuverable. So you could have that strapped over your back while you're holding a traditional 12-gauge shotgun. Boom, boom. Put that aside, you're done with it, whip the other one from around the backside of your shoulder, and we know that Maggie was shot effectively, if not fleeing, in the direction facing away from the shooter, shot in the legs, debilitated, and then shot, it sounds like from the ME's examination, shot as she was falling forward perhaps, and it came up from below her left breast and up through and into her head. There was even an abrasion on her stomach before the bullet entered. So that all makes sense, and I think it could be done by one person with two weapons, like I described.
All right. Well, that is Michael Bryant's theory on how this could have been done. Keep your questions coming to us both on Twitter and in our YouTube chat, and we will get to as many as them when we come back. We are taking a quick break. We have to do this for the network. It's a commercial break. If you're watching on YouTube, don't go anywhere. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us. And happy Valentine's Day to everybody. I forgot, it's Valentine's Day. So happy Valentine's Day to everybody watching, to Gigi, to Michael, and Dina. From me to you. We're taking your questions this hour during the lunch break, so keep them coming to us. We really appreciate all of your questions. They're always great. Nicola MC from YouTube, why is there so little focus on Alec being the Maggie's beneficiary, R.E. Moselle? That's an interesting question, Gigi. I don't know if there's been so little focus on it, but he was obviously anything that she owned, he would inherit, right, as her next of kin, her spouse.
Right, and I'm assuming maybe just with the lawsuit from the boat crash, that might just was something that he wrote off as I'm never gonna be able to get that. I'm not sure. You know how I am with financial stuff, Anjanette. But yeah, so I don't know. I know that the Edisto house as well, I believe, was involved in all that. So he was hiding money for the boat crash. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody else could give insight of whether he could have gotten money should that have sold.
And they were saying, Michael Bryant, that, he was, apparently the guy at the bank was saying he was going to sell Moselle. At least that was in some of the documentation, that he planned to do that to get rid of some of the debt that he was carrying, which was an outrageous amount. Does that matter? He would have probably gotten would have gotten Moselle as her spouse, right? I mean, she passes away and he gets everything that she owns.
Well,
but if there's this lawsuit going on, there's maneuvers that can be done, right?
Well, and a will, remember, handles anything but a contract or an inter vivos gift, meaning a living gift. So house is transferred by title, not by will. So if she had a joint tenant on there, or if the right of survivorship will be dictated by the way title was held. Just her, hard to tell. Other beneficiaries might have been identified. I just haven't seen the title documents to know for sure. And so that's an uncertainty as to whether he'd get it or not. And as far as I understand, more recently they sold the property, but it's in escrow because of all of the litigation that's pending. It got $3.9 million for the compound, and the buyers can't really close the deal yet.
Yeah, it seems like the court is involved in all of that, as they should be. I mean, there are people who need to be paid. I'm getting the sense that Alec was there at the time of the murders. If true, why wasn't Alex killed also? This is a question from Andrea Coate from Facebook, Dina. She asked, too, if the killers might it been the guy who faked a kill shot at Alex. That's cousin Eddie. That whole thing is still kind of, we don't know. But what is your thought on that, Dina? If you're going to kill Paul and Maggie, why wouldn't you kill Alec too? Or would you wait for him to leave?
I think that that's a really good question. And I've thought that too, that it seems like it would have been better for the prosecution to argue that he paid somebody to kill them. I think that would kind of have erased the defense saying that he wasn't capable of killing them. It's much easier to pay somebody else to do it, right, than do it yourself. But they obviously didn't have any evidence of that. Otherwise, they would have for sure presented it. But that would have been the theory for why he wouldn't have been killed, was if this was a kill for hire and he was present. Otherwise, really, the argument just is that he just wasn't there at the time. Otherwise, he either did it, he wasn't there, or he paid or was in cahoots with the person. And there doesn't seem to be any evidence that he paid or was in cahoots with somebody. Otherwise, I think they would have shown it.
We definitely, I think, would have seen that from the prosecution if they were able to unearth that evidence, of course. Why is Murdaugh's opioid addiction not being contributed to these murders, or attributed, I think is what they mean? He is a self-admitted addict. Cindy Gaskin-Woods from Facebook asked that question, Gigi. We've heard from some testimony that he was in rehab, but they haven't really gone deep into this alleged opioid addiction. And I say that because Alex Murdaugh says he was in rehab for opioids, and as well as did his attorneys. But it seems like other people don't buy that he was actually an opioid addict.
Yeah, and that's been the discussion the last couple of days here just amongst us, which is, to the extent that he said, I mean, people could definitely be raging addicts and function very normally in society. You never know. But he just didn't have the appearance of somebody who's been addicted to massive amounts of opioids for decades. And I don't know if that's really something you want to touch on, because then you're introducing a whole other element. But look, I mean, motive-wise, I think anything would have been better than to deflect from financial crimes, to be honest. I haven't met anybody who says that motive makes sense. So, I don't know. They missed the boat on that one, though.
Well, and let's face facts. You know, Alex Murdaugh, everybody can say, well, he was fully functioning, he was this, he was that. Well, it didn't really sound like it if we literally, like, look beyond the surface. I mean, he's showing up in the afternoon to work. They say he's all frenetic and frantic. His paralegal said that. I mean, was he really functioning? He was, you know, accused of stealing $9 or $10 million. That's not exactly functioning normally. He might have been able to hide the addiction. But functioning normally, yeah, maybe on the surface, maybe he was good at hiding stuff. Addicts are really good at hiding their usage. I want to do a quick round robin before we have to sign Gigi off and take this next break. Guys, there's been some mixed reporting out there over the last 24 hours. Some local stations there in South Carolina saying that Alex Murdaugh's defense team is entertaining putting him on the stand. Maybe it's going to happen, maybe it's not. Let's go around the boxes really quick before the break. Do you see Alex Murdaugh at this point taking the stand, Gigi?
Yes and no. I mean, I think any lawyer will tell you don't ever get on the stand. But look, this case is so crazy, and there's twists and turns. I wouldn't doubt it. I think there's some things he needs to answer for. So we'll see.
Gigi, I've got to cut you off there. Michael, quickly, yes or no?
Unlikely, but hey, it's a desperation move. He may be desperate.
Dina, yes or no?
Because at this point, he's winning.
Okay, we're signing Gigi off. We'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. We are in the lunch hour in Alex Murdaugh's double murder trial, and we are taking your questions as we always do. So keep them coming to us in our Twitter feed and on our YouTube chat, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. For now, we want to show you a little bit of testimony that we heard from earlier today from Dr. Ellen Reimer. She performed the autopsies on both Paul and Maggie Murdaugh. It's graphic, gruesome testimony. It's horrible hearing what happened to both Paul Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh, but it's important for the jury to hear. She was on the stand for cross-examination this morning, so let's listen to a little bit of what the doctor told the jury as she was questioned by attorneys for Alex Murdaugh.
And then the head explodes. Have you ever had one of those?
Yes, these are very dynamic, and he still actually had a lot of his head there. Sometimes with the shotgun, when the entire head is basically, you don't really see very much up above like the teeth. So this was, there was obviously horrible destruction of this skull, but his face was intact, and frequently a contact causes fractures of the face. So, I don't see any evidence of contact range discharge on the left side of the neck. So it was not my conclusion. That was not my opinion that this is a contact shotgun wound.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this. Your position is the energy by a shotgun blast that went through the arm, through the neck, and then up to the brain still had enough energy. Is it the energy caused by, is it pellets going into the brain?
Yes, well, not just pellets, but there's also fracturing of the base of the skull, which is a bone that holds underneath the skull, and that fracturing with sufficient force can actually push the brain out.
And
so it's a variety of mechanisms that could contribute to the destruction and the loss of brain tissue.
It not only pushes and fractures the skull, in this case the brain was brought to you in a separate bag because it ended up laying at his feet. It went up in the air and then plopped down at his feet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The entire brain?
Most of it, yeah, except for the brain stem.
It exploded out of his head?
Yes.
And the skull was at least almost destroyed around where you say the exit wound is, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so horrible, horrible testimony that the jury had to hear regarding Paul Murdaugh's death and the death of Maggie Murdaugh. Obviously talking about how Paul Murdaugh could have been killed. And really, Michael Bryant, we talked about this in the last hour or so. We think that Dick Harpootlian is basically trying to cast some doubt on how the prosecution says Paul was murdered. Is that what you're getting?
Yeah, and thanks for playing that again, because I can never hear enough of that. It's just so
it's
gruesome.
It's horrible, I know.
And just put her job on the list of jobs I never want to have. This is, you're so desensitized to these kinds of things, but you can tell that even this witness is like, this was horrible. And to examine what was left of Paul's body and the brain in a separate bag, to me, from the defense perspective, what can you be quizzing this woman about to this degree, this doctor, except to inflame the jury and make them think there's no way Daddy did this?
Yeah, I don't know. Dina Dahl, I'm wondering, and Bob Mata is joining us this hour, but Dina, I'm wondering, what you believe the defense is getting at here with regard to the autopsy.
He told us in the opening statement that because of its brutality, that actually is evidence that this loving father wouldn't do it. And so we see in many of the witnesses, and this in particular, he keeps on wanting her to talk about how gruesome it is, how really different than maybe typical shootings even are, with the brutality of it. And then his client is sitting there weeping through it. So this is just exactly what the defense wants, to show this kind of very emotional father with this brutal crime and making it seem like it's just impossible for this man to have done that to his son.
I think they're trying to just cast doubt too, you guys. I mean, I think that's a big part of it, but I also feel like they're trying to say, you know, this didn't happen the way the state says it did. I mean, I don't know. It's just kind of what I think he's trying to get at. Or maybe the shots were in a different order. It was very strange to me. Let's get to one of our questions from the viewers now, coming into us both on Facebook, YouTube, and on Twitter. This one comes from Vivian Albrecht Lear from Facebook. Why didn't the lawyers ask anyone if Paul's head wound that killed him could have occurred when he turned to see who or where the shot came from when he heard or felt the first shot? Bob Mata, what are your thoughts on that? Because the doctor said yesterday that she believed the chest wound was the first wound and that it wouldn't have killed Paul. So obviously he was still standing, she says, when he suffered that gunshot wound to the head.
I think that probably the primary reason is there's a lot of question as to where the entry wound is, like just in general, in terms of the shoulder. And Harpootlian was clearly, and kind of, Anjanette, to go back to what you were just saying before you jumped into this question, I agree. I think with that Harpootlian is basically trying to infer murder-suicide situation. That it was the only thing that I could take from what he was trying to get at, or some kind of situation where, it was an execution, that the gunshot was a contact shot from the top of the skull. As far as why lawyers don't ask questions, it's hard for me to gather, other than the fact that I know that there is some question as to where the entry wound was, because of the size of the wounds, and the fact that the skull was blown out at the top, and it's so gruesome, but Harpootlian doesn't seem to be shying away from it, and we've seen that since, frankly, the opening statement when he kind of dove right in with it. So I don't have a real answer as to why attorneys don't do a great job during cross, but I did not find Harpootlian's cross-examination to be very compelling, and I thought that Dr. Reimer held up like a champ with respect to that cross-examination.
Yeah, and we got a lot of questions. I want to clear this up on Twitter. We got a lot of questions, or I did, people saying, is he, and I even got some text messages, is he trying to say Paul committed suicide? I think that Dick Harpootlian is smarter than that, because if Paul committed suicide, we'd have a shotgun sitting there, okay? So, let's think about that. That would be likely in his hands or nearby. And so I think that it was the fact that book, it was talking about contact wounds. The point he was trying to make was through the literature about contact wounds for people who had died by suicide. So it was a strange point. I thought it was more confusing than anything. He was trying to say possibly the exit wound was the entry wound. Is all I can say to that. Let's get to our next question. Cheryl G. from YouTube asks, if it was for the boat wreck, Alec wouldn't have been alive either. Do you agree with that, Michael? If this was all about the boat wreck, would somebody have killed Alex Murdaugh as well, if that was the motivation and somebody related to the boat crash said, I'm taking things into my own hands?
Yeah, I guess if it were, the parents of the victim, maybe that makes some sense if that were the plan. But that's about as weird as the overall motivation that we're being asked to swallow by the prosecution. Just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. This was something that was being handled through civil litigation. They were going to get, as best they could, be, compensated for the loss of their daughter. Horrible situation, no doubt about it. It just seems like a stretch to suggest that they would then go after the Murdaugh family and, hey, couldn't get Alex, so let's just take care of mom and the guy who was driving. I don't know. I don't buy it.
Yeah, that wouldn't make a lot of sense to me either. D. Turner from YouTube asks, what did the guy from GM say? I'll tell you, D, really quickly. Not much. He basically testified to just say, here are the records we found. We found them on Friday and handed them over. So we haven't heard any about the nitty-gritty about those records. We know that the one guy from the FBI, the agent from the FBI, had kind of testified, I think, about all of that stuff last week. Everything's kind of running together. Dragon Zone from YouTube asks, is the defense trying to imply that Paul shot himself? We kind of covered that already. I don't think so, but it was hard to tell what they were trying to say. Malia Uma's Heart from YouTube. Does anyone think there has been solid evidence to prove him as the shooter. Bob, I'm wondering what you make of that. Do you think that there has been solid evidence shown to say Alex Murdaugh was the shooter here?
No, I don't. I think that there's been a lot of circumstantial evidence where they've been able to show why he would have done it. The fact of the matter is that they're just not going to be able to link him up with actually doing it. I mean, there's breadcrumb trails. You know what I mean? There's certainly smoke there, but there certainly has not been any kind of evidence that has been entered in that definitively points out that he's the guy. You know, which is why we're experiencing the joy of having to go through 2 trials in 1 trial with the financial stuff. I mean, that their motive is so important because that's stronger evidence than they have with respect to what they have to who actually who actually killed both Paul and Maggie. So, you know, I mean, they're having to kind of craft their way through this thing just because it's one of those things where there's no direct evidence. It's all circumstantial. So I don't know. I don't know how this financial thing is playing out. You know, I just keep thinking about the fact that the jury doesn't have notebooks to take notes, and we're into the 4th week of trial with witness after witness after witness. And like, I've been doing this for 20 years, Anjanette, and I have no idea what Harpootlian's entire purpose was with the pathologist. You know what I mean? Imagine what a jury's thinking. I mean, you always have to, we don't matter. What we say doesn't matter. With the 12 in the box, plus, you know, the alternatives, that's who matters. And it seems awful clunky to me.
I think they're going for the 2-shooter theme here. I mean, that's kind of what they suggested early on. But yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. It was a little confusing with the cross. I really had to kind of work my mind through it myself. At TBodyFitness1 from Twitter, did the medical examiner specifically say the time of death? I'll handle that one quickly. No, they did not. I think they're relying on the cell phone records for that. At KFount from Twitter asks, defense kept mentioning the lack of reviewing crime scene photos. What was the overall defense strategy with the line of questioning with the pathologist? What were your thoughts on that, Dina?
I think that they were trying to, okay, here's the thing, is I think the defense has a lot of leeway. They have some great questioning here regarding the police and all of their collection and analysis, because if the prosecution loses this case, it's, I think, going to be because of the lack of what the police didn't do. Like that night, why didn't they go inside the house and start swabbing everything, right? And it rained and they leave and all of the things get delayed. They end up searching, you know, even when they go and find that jacket, you know, it's days later. I think that there is so much room for the defense because of the lack of really what the police did in the collection. It bothers me a lot that they haven't shown any evidence of what was inside that home, because if he did commit these murders, you know, he would have had to clean up, you know, there's things on door handles all over the place, and I haven't heard any evidence, because you can even show the existence of like bleach or cleaners if there wasn't blood. And the lack of all of that, because they didn't do it, I think they didn't consider him a suspect as early as they should have. In hindsight, they didn't do as thorough of an investigation as early, and I think that hurts them here.
You make some really good points there. And just the fact that the search warrant wasn't executed, I mean, I still am a little bit shocked by that. You know, this is a double homicide, for goodness sakes. Let's get to some more of our questions. Jackie Lowe from YouTube asks, if ones find it hard to believe money was the motive and distraction, could it be possible he did it in fear of sparing them embarrassment of his debt and being fired that day? That's interesting, Michael. I mean, do you think that's actually, do you think that that's plausible that he was, I mean, how do you explain Buster still being alive then?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty extreme, but I'll tell you what that does, Angie, it tells us how desperate people are to find a believable motive. I have to say, I mean, I've been involved in 1 or 2 trials, whether in the courtroom, in the field, on the desk. This is the worst circumstantial case I've ever seen. You know, normally we see some direct evidence, some DNA, something, or a great motive. And we got nothing here. We have neither. So, in discounting that theory, it's as bad as the current prosecution theory.
All right, good points, Michael. Jenny GA from YouTube. Anyone thinking maybe a hung jury? Bob, what do you think about that?
I think that's a distinct possibility, frankly. I mean, there's this feeling, and it goes hand in hand with everything that's going on with Murdaugh and who he is down there and the family and the legacy of them. I mean, he's sitting in the courtroom where his grandfather's, portrait is sitting in there. There's this feeling that this is a rigged game anyway. But going back to exactly what Michael just said, it's a weak case. And that's the brass tacks is it's a weak case. I mean, when you look at the cumulatively what they have, it's not much. I mean, you're having to say, okay, well, he was there on the video. We can hear his voice. And, we've built a timeline to when we think that the murders happened. But to go back to the point that they didn't process the scene properly is going to be huge in terms of in that jury box or in that deliberation room, because they just screwed up the entire investigation from the gut. And they've put forth, the state has put forth an incredibly confusing narrative, and the way that they've put the case forward, intertwining the financials in order to try to establish a motive, it's just going to confuse the jury. I really believe that. And we still have the entire defense and all their witnesses to go. So I think that a hung jury is a distinct possibility. The real question is, would they try him again?
Oh, I mean, the prosecution, I think they think their case is a strong case. I mean, I would think they would have to try this again, say there is a hung jury. We're nearing the ends of the state's case, so we have to be really open to the possibilities here with the verdict. Heather Bunner from YouTube, you guys, let's go around the squares, a quick round robin question, and let's make our answers quick here. What was he doing with all of his money? Dina, what do you think he was doing with the money?
He might have just been living on it. I mean, people tend to live above their means, and he just wasn't making enough for all of their kind of properties and vacations and so forth.
Yeah, and there was some testimony, too, that maybe he had some real estate deals that went south with some islands and off the coast of South Carolina. Michael, briefly, what do you think he was doing with all the cash?
Numbered accounts. Check your offshore numbered accounts. That's what I think. It's easy to hide money if you want to.
I'm waiting for that shoe to drop. Bob, what do you think he was doing with all the money?
Somewhere, and gambling, maybe.
Interesting, gambling. All right, we'll see what we find out, right? Thanks, guys. This ends our lunch Q&A session. I'm going to send it back over to Michael Bryant after this commercial break, so stay with us. Testimony is set to resume any minute now in the state of South Carolina versus Alex Murdaugh. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
everybody. Michael Bryant here. Hope you had a chance to join us for the Q&A with Anjanette Levy, where I sit there the entire time like this. Please don't ask me something I don't know. Anyway, we're going to continue our coverage. I'm looking at the clock there on the courthouse wall, which means the cameras are trained away from the courtroom itself. And as soon as they jiggle and come to life, we'll know that the activities are about to begin again, and we will jump back in there. In the meantime, from this morning, again, we've had a myriad of testimony today, from medical examiner to dog handler to accountant. Earlier today was Dr. Reimer, and she talked at one point about her examination of the stomach contents of both Paul and Maggie. Let's watch this. It's interesting.
The lack of a lot of blood, though, in the abdomen, telling you anything about how rapidly these all occurred together?
Yeah, so if the wound stopped there to the abdomen and somebody walked away, you know, she would have had more bleeding out of those tissues into the abdominal cavity.
In both Maggie and Paul, did you make any observations about their stomach contents?
Yes, so part of the autopsy, I'm not just looking at the wounds, I'm examining all of the internal organs, and this is how I knew it went through the pancreas and the kidney, because remember, I'm not just looking outside of the body. I have to do everything, look at all of the internal organs and dissect each one. And when examining the stomach, I will document the contents of the stomach, and they each had a lot of recently digested food fragments. So, you know, they had a full stomach of food.
Were those stomach contents consistent with one another?
Yeah, they looked identical to each other. They were kind of gray tan, you know, couldn't tell exactly what it was, but it may have included meat. I didn't see any corn or, you know, green beans or anything like that. But whatever it was, they were identical to each other. And I believe she had 600 mLs, which is like it's 450 mLs is a pound, so it's like almost 1.5 pounds of food, and he had 500 mLs, which is a little bit more than a pound. But they looked similar, like they may have shared a meal together.
You testified that there was no defensive wounds on Paul. Did you observe any defensive wounds on Maggie?
No, nothing that would indicate any kind of a defensive wound.
Did you observe any damage to her fingernails or anything that indicated that she had been in a fight with her attacker?
No. That's also part of the autopsy. I'm, in addition to collecting clippings from the fingernails, I look carefully to see sometimes there's a fingernail broken, sometimes there's obvious tissue or blood underneath fingernails, and she didn't have any evidence of, you know, material visually evident underneath her fingernails.
What about her toxicology? Did she have anything in her system? Any drugs or alcohol?
She had caffeine only, the same as Paul, and no other alcohol, no alcohol or other drugs other than caffeine.
And so, what do we learn from that? They had basically the same food, apparently, Paul and Maggie. Bob Motta is still here with me. He's a criminal defense attorney, host of the Defense Diaries. Hey, Bob, does it bother you that there was no established time of death, or at least no estimate? Does that bother you?
Yes, it does. You know, in a case like this where it's all circumstantial and timing is everything, you know, the state's gone to great lengths to establish where Murdaugh was at certain times, and us really not.
Be seated.
Okay, our witness. You may bring the jury.
jury is present, sir.
Okay, very good. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burney.
Afternoon, Mr. Griffith.
I want to be sure we understand what you've done. You did a analysis of various bank accounts, seeing deposits in and money out. Is that correct?
So for the tracing, it was specifically the alleged stolen funds. I would just trace them out as they went through the bank accounts using that first in, first out method.
I mean, did you analyze any accounts that were stolen, what you contend to be stolen funds were not deposited into?
There's probably one or two accounts, maybe stolen money didn't hit, but any account under Alex Murdaugh's name at Palmetto State Bank and Bank of America, those were the primary two accounts.
But, I mean, you're aware that he earned income as a practicing attorney?
Yes, yes.
And did you segregate that monthly income from?
Yes, so what I would do is prior to these funds going into those accounts, using that first in, first out method, I would completely deplete whatever income or deposit was in that account prior to, so we could separate each check out.
And you, in your testimony here today, you for the most part, limited your analysis to the $792,000 of the Ferris fee. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the only tracing we went over today.
Okay, and then at the end, you testified about essentially Mr. Murdaugh's. I guess it was a analysis of liabilities versus assets,
right?
About whether he had enough to pay A, B, and C.
Right. So what I did for the date of June 7th, the accounts we had, I looked at balances in addition to outstanding loans. So that's how I was able to determine that.
And that was just purely balances in financial accounts. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did that include any analysis of his 401k or retirement account?
No, in the balance sheet I had no, because those were in retirement accounts.
Okay.
So obviously, you have tax implications and penalties and fees associated with those.
And did that analysis include the value of any real estate holdings?
So I was just looking at outstanding what he owed the bank.
Did that?
I didn't have up to date June 7th, 2021 appraisals for every land he owned.
Sure. And I think we all understood your answer, but your answer is no, it did not include an analysis of any equity in real estate holdings. Is that correct?
No, because I would not be able to determine that to the date.
And your analysis also did not include any interest he may have in real estate partnerships, correct?
Such as Redbeard and Zero United?
Well, let's start there, Redbeard and Zero United.
So I just had the loan statements and the outstanding principal on that, and as we know, they were charged off, I believe, in 2012, and interest was accruing, but this is just a principal balance that I was looking at.
Right, but you didn't look to see what the value of Redbeard was and the value of United was.
No, I had no idea what they would have been in June 7th, 2021.
And were you aware that he was had an equity interest in a real estate partnership that owned the PMPED law firm building in Hampton?
I became aware when I saw he was paid out of that account at the end in October, I believe. And then I would see occasionally, I called them rent checks. I think every month or so he would get a few thousand from that ownership.
But in your testimony of sort of a snapshot on June 7th, you didn't take into account the value of his interest in the PMPED law firm building, did you?
So I was looking at liquid assets, so would he have the ability that day to pay those amounts?
Okay. All right. And I take it then you also didn't take into account his ability to raise capital through borrowing money from Palmetto State Bank if he needed to.
So I was only looking at outstanding loans, so okay. I can't comment whether or not he could. We know after the fact he got a loan from the bank, but at that time I wouldn't know what he's eligible for or not eligible for if he wanted to take out an additional loan.
Well, we know before the fact that he had never been turned down for a loan at Palmetto State Bank, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
Right. And we know before the fact that he had paid Palmetto State Bank in over $4 million in interest payments. Don't we know that?
I've not calculated that myself, but if that's what you're representing.
Okay. Well, we know before the fact that the chairman of the board of Palmetto State Bank's position was if Alex Murdaugh wants a loan from the bank, we'll make it happen. You're aware of that, aren't you?
That's my understanding.
So there was no, and just to be clear, you weren't telling the jury that on June 7th, Mr. Murdaugh's financial freight train was about to go off to the ravine. That's not what you were telling this jury, is it?
I was just looking at the account balances, outstanding loans, the fact that money had to be borrowed to pay back the Chris Wilson fees.
And he borrowed money from his partner, Johnny Parker. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you know before the fact that Mr. Parker frequently loaned money to other partners in the firm because the cash flow in their business was, not great until the end of the year.
I know Johnny Parker loaned Alex money. I'm not sure about the other partners, but you are correct. He did loan him money.
Now, in your analysis of the $792,000, you testified that that a large percent of the money went to associates, and then the rest went to pay credit card bills, right?
Generally speaking, without getting into a granular level.
Sure. Well, can you generally tell me approximately how much money of the $792,000 was sent to Curtis Eddie Smith?
From my tracing, approximately $500,000.
Of the $792?
Of the $792, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. 1 second, Your Honor.
Direct.
Mr. Bernie, you indicated that you were looking at liquid assets on June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is.
Did I understand your testimony a moment ago correctly that that's what you were looking at?
Yes.
Mr. Bernie, do you own a home?
I do.
So you've gone through the process of purchasing land before, is that correct?
A couple of times, yes, sir.
A couple of times. When you were buying, or let me rephrase my question here, did you ever sell any real estate?
I have once.
Was it an instant process, or did it take some time?
It took months.
Months?
From listing to closing, yes.
So, did you get the money for your real estate right when you sold it, or did it take all the way to closing to get that money?
Took all the way to closing.
Mr. Murdaugh needed money from his real estate interests through sell. Would that have taken some time?
I imagine, yes.
Did I hear you correctly a moment ago in your testimony, or acknowledge in your testimony the possibility that Mr. Murdaugh paid over $4 million in interest to Palmetto State Bank on various loans?
That's what Mr. Griffin represented. I had not done the calculations myself.
As you indicated a moment ago, what was your aim again in tracing these funds?
Looking at their ultimate dispositions, where the money went to.
Did you start with particular instruments and then go from there?
I did.
And in analyzing where the funds from those instruments went, did a portion of those instruments go to loan payments?
Yes.
At Palmetto State Bank?
Yes. Loan payments at Palmetto State Bank and to pay back loans from other individuals.
And did a significant portion of those funds go towards paying that $4+ million in interest to Palmetto State Bank?
Yes.
And did that represent a significant portion of where the stolen funds were ultimately disposed?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Marion Proctor. Marion Proctor. There you are.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? All right, you go please, ma'am. Sit right up here. State your full name for the record, spell your last name, and then move the microphone where they can hear you, okay?
I'm Marion Proctor, Proctor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Proctor.
Hi.
Go ahead and tell the jury, do you have any relationship to Maggie and Paul?
I am Maggie's sister, and Paul is my nephew.
Can you pull that mic just a little bit closer or slide your chair up just a little bit so you don't have to lean forward?
Okay.
And is that a fresh bottle of water there?
It is.
Oh, it is? That's your water?
Yes.
Go ahead and, if you would, tell us a little bit about yourself, just where you grew up, and just a little bit about yourself, so they get to know you just a little bit, please.
Okay. I grew up in Wilmington, North Carolina. Maggie and I did. She was my only sibling with two parents, and we both went to college, both married, both lived in South Carolina. We've been here ever since. I'm married. I have 3 daughters, and we live in the Charleston area.
Where did Maggie go to college?
South Carolina.
Did she go somewhere else and then transfer to South Carolina?
She did.
How far apart are you and Maggie?
5 years.
And your parents, what are their names?
Terry and Kennedy.
And do y'all have any other siblings, or was it just you and Maggie?
It's just Maggie and me.
Growing up, being 7 years apart as younger folks, was that a bit of an age difference as y'all grew up?
It was. For children, that's a lot. So, I was in college. She was in high school. So we weren't super close when we were children, but later on, as our lives became more similar, we became very close.
And how long ago do you think that relationship grew very close?
When the children were little, we did a lot together. It was easy. As they got older with, their commitment, sports and things like that, it was mostly holidays, Christmas, Thanksgiving. And then when we both became empty nesters, we were having a really good time.
Y'all talk almost every day?
Almost every day.
Tell the jury a little bit about Maggie. How would you describe her as somebody just so they can get an idea of who she was.
Maggie was sweet. She was kind of a free spirit. She was always up for anything that was going on. She loved her family. She loved her boys. Buster and Paul were her world. She loved my parents. We, joked how we would grow old together and take care of them. And she was just a really, really good person.
Was Maggie a tomboy at all, or was she more of a girl's girl?
No, she was definitely a girl's girl, but she made the best of having two boys. She was right in there, fishing, hunting. She didn't grow up doing that. We used to laugh that she'd get in the deer stand with her Southern Living magazine, and the boys would tell her she was making too much noise, turning the pages. And then, fishing, she loved going out on the boat. She loved being at the beach. She loved going to the islands. I don't know that she really fished that much, but she just wanted to do what they were doing. She wanted to spend time with them.
What about the Gamecocks?
She was a big Gamecock fan.
Are you a Gamecock fan?
I'm a big Clemson fan.
Y'all still managed to get along, though, right?
We got along great. We did. And we were together a lot on those Clemson-Carolina days. And we would have a big time.
Being kind of a girl's girl, did she like spending time with you and your daughters and getting a chance to do those sorts of things?
She loved it. She and my girls loved their Aunt Maggie. She always, said that she was their favorite aunt. And she just, loved catching up on all the latest makeup and, hair trends and shoes. And she just loved doing girl stuff with us.
Did Maggie work over the years, or was she focused on taking care of the boys and raising them?
She was mostly a stay-at-home mom. She had a little shop in Hampton for a while. She and Miss Libby did that together. So that was fun. She was real involved with the boys' schools, all their sporting events. I don't think she probably ever missed one. But she was mostly a stay-at-home mom.
What about Paul? Did you get to know him, obviously, as your nephew?
Yes.
Tell the jury just a little bit about Paul and what he was like.
Paul was a sweet, sweet boy, misrepresented in the media. He had such a kind side to him. He was always wanting to help. Aunt Marion, does Uncle Bart need some wood? He'd bring us a load of wood. He was a kind soul, and I loved him a lot.
Was Maggie very involved in the family finances, to your knowledge?
Not at all.
Explain to the jury a little bit, if you would.
They had a comfortable life. Maggie was happy. It wasn't a lavish life, but it was a comfortable life. And, money just, it was never an issue for her that she knew about.
That she knew about?
Right.
I think you said you don't think Maggie ever balanced a checkbook because finances wasn't.
She didn't. So I was the sister who balanced it to the penny and went crazy if I made a mistake in my checkbook. Maggie's was in the floor of her car with all of her bills thrown all over it, and she didn't. Organization was not her best skill.
Mr. Randolph, Paul's grandfather. Did you know him?
I did.
And then his spouse was who?
Miss Libby.
Towards the end of Maggie and Paul's life, can you tell the jury just a little bit about Miss Libby's health?
Miss Libby had Alzheimer's, and wasn't too bad at first, but she's been declining for years, and it's real bad now. I think she stays in bed all day. She doesn't recognize her family, and she has to be helped to do everything. She can't feed herself or go to the bathroom or do anything.
Back in June of 2021, was her condition similar in that regard?
Yes.
Back in June of 2021, was Mr. Randolph suffering any health issues?
Mr. Randolph was really sick. He had lots of different things wrong with him, and I think that his days were coming close to an end.
In the days leading up to Paul and Maggie's death, had the family received some not encouraging news about Mr. Randolph's prognosis?
Correct. I think that they felt like everything had been done for him that could be done. And I'm not sure Mr. Randolph wanted anything else done to him either. It had been a long road for him.
Backing up a little bit, the family, Alec and Maggie's family, properties, did they have a house in Hampton at one time?
They did. They built that house.
And did they have a beach house?
They did.
And where was that?
Edisto.
And when did they get the beach house roughly? Do you recall?
Oh gosh. I really don't know. They've had it for a long time. 15. I really don't know. I'm sorry.
And what about Moselle? They had that property as well?
Yes, Moselle was their most recent property, and it was kind of a hunting plantation type place. Great setup for hunting everything, and lots of beds for Alec to have men come out and have hunts, and not Maggie's favorite place to be, but the boys loved it.
Sure. And in the summertime, where did Maggie typically prefer to be? Edisto? Or?
She loved the beach, yes.
Are you familiar with what people refer to as the boat crash?
I am.
And to your general recollection, that happened around February of 2019?
Correct.
After the boat crash, did the family, and particularly Maggie, feel like what she felt some sort of backlash in the community or some sort of negative reaction that bothered her?
She did. That was a devastating blow for their family. It was a horrible accident, but it was an accident. And Maggie felt like the Hampton community had turned against her. And Paul was being mistreated. People would say mean things to him, call him names. Social media, inappropriate things were said to him. Inappropriate things were said to him when he went back to school. And it was very hard on the family. It was very stressful.
Is that also part of the reason that Maggie preferred staying in Edisto?
I think so, yes.
During this time period, did Maggie start looking for a house somewhere else?
She did. They sold their Hampton house, and she was looking in the Hilton Head, Bluffton area for something. She had been looking in that area for a while.
Okay. Did she find anything she liked?
She did. She found one house that she just loved, and she called me and my parents to come down and take a look at it. And I believe Alec was there too. And she really thought that they might make an offer on that house, but in the end they did not. I think Alec advised her that the timing was just not right with the boat case going on.
With the boat case going on? So we move closer to June 7th of 2021. I believe you testified that the family had received some bad prognosis on Mr. Randolph. Is that correct?
Yes. Maggie called me that day and said she was at Edisto. She had some men working on the house, and Mr. Randolph was not doing well at all, and Alec really wanted her to come home that night. She hadn't planned on it, but that he needed her to come home, and Paul was going to be there too. And I said, well, Maggie, I said, you know, Alec and his dad are super close, and that's probably what you should do. Go be with him if he needs you.
She said that Alec wanted her to come home that night?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of Maggie's intent or what they were going to do that night?
I was under the impression they were going over to Alameda to visit his parents.
And that's why Alec wanted Maggie to come home?
Correct.
And that was from your conversation with her?
Yes.
She called you to let you know that that's what Alec had called her about?
Yes.
You said she was having some work done at Edisto on June 7th?
Yes, just maintenance work, getting it ready for the summer.
You encouraged her to go to Mozo?
I did.
Was that the last time you talked to her?
Yes. Thank you.
You all right? You remember about what time of day that was?
I think it was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I think Maggie loved to call me when she was driving. She was always driving from, Moselle to Edisto to Charleston. And I think it was around 4 that afternoon.
What was the rest of your day like? Just a normal day?
Just a normal day.
Did you go to bed that evening?
Actually, we were not in bed. We were watching a movie. It was just Bart and me at home that night.
Bart, your husband? Tell me how you found out.
John, I didn't even realize this was going on. We were watching a movie, and Bart had gotten up to, I thought, go into the kitchen, and he had a text from John Marvin saying that a text from Randy saying that there had been a tragedy, and could Bart please call him on his cell phone. He had called on Alec's cell phone, but wanted Bart to call him back on his cell phone.
So what happened?
So Bart went outside and called him. So I still didn't know anything was going on, and told him that Maggie and Paul had been shot. They were dead.
What was your reaction?
I just couldn't believe it. I didn't think it was true. I said, there has to be a mistake. I said, there's got to be some explanation. It just can't be them.
What did y'all do after that?
We gathered up our things, and we went to tell my parents. And they live in Somerville. My mom had just had knee replacement surgery. So when we got to Somerville, I called and I said, Mom, we're on the way, and we've got some bad news to share, but I want to be with you. And so she was sitting in her recliner chair with her leg all bundled up. And so we got there, and both of my parents were there. And I think my mom went into shock. She couldn't be still, and she just kept making these noises. And it was just the worst.
Did you go to Moselle at any point?
We pretty much stayed with my parents all night. We went back home, showered, and then we all went to Moselle the next morning.
Over the next few days, were y'all staying back in Somerville and going to Moselle, or what were you and your parents doing in Barton?
So we had family coming in from Kentucky, and some of them were staying with me, some of them were staying with my parents, but we were in Moselle every day. We were planning the funeral, we were in Moselle every day after that until the funeral.
Did that shock of finding out last for a while?
I'm sorry?
Did that shock of finding out last for a while?
It's still hard to face.
When you got to Moselle, did you see Alex, the defendant?
I did.
Did y'all hug?
We did.
Cry?
We did.
Over the course of the next couple of days, or in the aftermath, as the shock was wearing off just a little bit, did you have any conversation with Alec about what had happened?
I didn't talk to Alec a lot. Alec was just really busy, and the whole town was coming to see him, and he was very, very, very torn up. I did at one point ask him if Maggie had suffered, and he assured me that she did not. Now, I don't know that I think that's true. And I asked if Paul had suffered, and he said no. And then later I asked him, I said, Alec, do you have any idea who's done this? I said, we have got to find out who could do this. And he said that he did not know who it was, but he felt like whoever did it had thought about it for a really long time.
Whoever had done it had thought about it for a really long time. Did that strike you as odd?
I just didn't know what that meant.
Were you ever privy or have any discussion with anything Alex said about whether or not he went to the kennels that night?
I personally did not talk to him about that, but he told my mom that he had dinner with Maggie and Paul, and then he took a nap, which he did. That was kind of a routine. He would lay down on the sofa at night after work and take a nap.
But he said he never went to the kennel.
Correct.
After your conversation with Maggie, your last conversation with her, did it strike you as odd that she didn't go to the kennels or go to Alameda with Alec?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because that's the whole reason she went home that night.
Did you think from your conversation with Maggie that she was planning to see Mr. Randolph too?
I thought so. I didn't realize that Mr. Randolph wasn't there at the time.
That was a surprise to you?
Mm-hmm.
In the days and weeks following Maggie and Paul's murder, did Alec ever say anything about the boat case?
We would talk about the boat case, and he was very intent on clearing Paul's name.
What did he say?
He said that his number one goal was clearing Paul's name. And I thought that was so strange because my number one goal was to find out who killed my sister and Paul.
But that wasn't Alec's concern, main concern?
I know he must have wanted that too, but it just, I don't know how he could have thought about anything else.
But he talked about the boat case. You ever act scared or afraid that the real killers were out there somewhere or anything like that, or was he concerned with the boat case?
We were afraid. We didn't know what was going on. My family was scared. I was scared for Alec and Buster. I felt like they needed protection. I think everybody was afraid. And Alec didn't seem to be afraid.
Did he also talk about getting Buster back into law school
Yes.
after the murders? Maggie loved those dogs, didn't she?
She did.
She liked going down there and playing with them?
She did.
Would she tend to walk down there, or would she take another way to get down there?
If she was dieting, she'd walk. Sometimes she'd ride her bicycle, and she'd take her car. She'd go, just whatever she felt like. Take her car, take one of the golf cart things.
She wasn't a hunter, though, was she?
No.
What'd she think about those AR-style guns that the boys said?
She seemed to be fine with those. I remember when she wanted to give them those for Christmas, and I just growing up with girls and not in the hunting world, I said, Maggie, why would you give those boys those guns? And she said they love to shoot hogs, and which I understood that the hogs were tearing up their property, but it just scared me that that the boys would have such a dangerous weapon. But I know nothing about guns, so.
One second, Ms. Brock. Thank you for testifying. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Mr. Griffin.
Hey. I'm sorry, this is hard for me to. Maggie was a very special person, wasn't she?
She was.
And she and Alec had a very special relationship, didn't they?
They did.
And they had a very special family, did they not?
They did.
And they loved to do things together as a family, didn't they?
They did.
And it just wasn't Alec and Maggie and Paul and Buster, but your parents were part of their family, right?
Yes.
And I doubt you've heard all the testimony here in court, but a lot of Paul's friends referred to your dad as Papa T. Is that what people refer to him as?
Yes.
And your mother as Grandma.
Yes.
And it sort of seemed like Paul and Buster's friends were part of your parents' extended family. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and your husband and Bart and your children, y'all would all vacation together with, not necessarily with Buster and Paul's friends, but with Maggie and Alec and Paul and Buster, and y'all did things as a family a lot. Did you
We
know?
did.
And Alec was really close to your parents, wasn't he?
Yes.
And he considered your dad as one of his best friends, I believe.
He was very kind to my dad.
Right. And y'all would vacation. I think you and your husband had a house in the Keys. You would vacation there, right?
Correct.
And y'all would do a lot together. You place up in off Lake Kiowee. Is that right?
Correct.
And I mean, you said Maggie was a girl, but she took to the boys and learned to be a mother of two rambunctious sons, right?
She did.
And you said earlier that about sporting events that Maggie never missed any of Paul and Buster's sporting events. Is that right?
Correct.
And Alec was there right by Maggie at every sporting event, wasn't he?
Coaching.
Coaching most of the time, right? The weeks leading up to the horrific day of June the 7th, you had a family get together up at Kiowee.
We did.
And your daughter was, you're having a baby shower for your daughter, right?
Right.
You're about to be a grandmother for the first time?
Yes.
Yeah. And where was it?
When was it?
Where?
Where?
Was it? Yeah.
My daughter lives in Greenville.
Okay. And and it was the weekend, I think, of May 21st.
I think it was the weekend before Memorial Day weekend.
Right. And I'm going to show you a photo and see if you recognize this photo. And it's Defendant's Exhibit 122.
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
I took that picture.
You took that picture?
I did.
Your Honor, we would introduce Defendant's 122 in evidence at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submit it.
Can you pull up 122, Doug? I'm not sure, Marion, if the jury has actually seen a picture of Maggie in this trial. She's obviously the only female here in this photo.
Mm-hmm.
and y'all favor each other greatly, right?
We do.
And this was a weekend, just a couple of, I mean, you said the weekend before Memorial Day, right? And that's Buster on the left,
Yes.
and that's Paul,
Right.
and then Maggie and Alex, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down. Did you see Maggie again after being with her up in above Greenville?
I did not.
So that was the last time you were together with her?
Mm-hmm. She, they were at Edisto for Memorial Day, and then the next weekend was my birthday, and we were back in the upstate. And then I got the call on Monday.
And you understand, the weekend after Memorial Day, Alec and Maggie went to Columbia for a super regional baseball game with Buster and his girlfriend Brooklyn.
Right.
You were aware of that?
I am.
And you mentioned that Maggie was a big Carolina fan and Alec was a big Carolina fan, right?
They both graduated from there.
And they went to a lot of the Carolina sporting events as a couple?
Yes.
Right. And leading up to June 7th, well, let me back up. I know we've talked about this, and I don't want this to come out the wrong way, but Maggie did a lot for Alex's mom and dad, but didn't it make her somewhat sad to go over and visit his mother because of her condition?
Absolutely.
And it was really not high on her list of things that she wanted to do.
Maggie went there a lot. She just didn't feel like she needed to go every day like Alec liked to go.
And Alec would go every day and sometimes more than once a day.
As much as he could, he did.
And but Maggie cared for Mr. Randolph, and I know she loved him. I'm talking about she would, prepare food for him and tried to spoil him, wouldn't she?
It was the no salt diet.
Right.
And they were all struggling to cook food that he would eat with no salt.
And she experimented with different things, hopefully that he would enjoy, right?
Right. The whole family was taking turns and trying to provide meals.
And you know now that on the 7th, I think in the afternoon, and we'll establish this later, but around 4:30, Mr. Randolph got admitted back to the hospital in Savannah.
I know that now.
Right. And you said earlier that you expected from your conversation with Maggie that she was going to go over to Alameda and see Alex's parents on the evening of the 7th, but and you found it odd afterwards when you found out she didn't?
Correct.
But knowing that Alex's dad was not there and he was back in the hospital, it doesn't really seem that odd anymore, does it?
Probably not.
You and Bart received an awful phone call on the night of the 7th about Maggie and Paul's death, right?
We did.
And it was from John Marmon?
Randy. I'm sorry, I misspoke earlier.
And one of the requests was that you and Bart go and tell your parents in person, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know that they requested, but I knew we had to do that in person.
So you did that in person?
Yes.
And then the next day, you came to Moselle with your parents?
Correct.
And Alex, was he grieving greatly?
Oh, terribly.
I mean, people have described him as being destroyed. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yes.
And Buster was there?
Yes.
Okay. And I jumped ahead, but leading up, Maggie enjoyed being at Edisto over Moselle in the summertime.
Correct. I think most people would.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Enjoyed it a lot more than being at Moselle.
Right.
But Alec had to stay at Moselle, or did stay at Moselle, because his work was right there in Hampton, right?
Right.
And Alec was constantly wanting Maggie to come back and stay with him at Moselle, wasn't he?
Perhaps. I'm not sure. I don't think he really liked being by himself.
But when he asked Maggie to come back on the 7th, I mean, you didn't think that was really an unusual request, because he wanted to be with Maggie.
Right.
And didn't like to be by himself.
I did not think it was unusual, and that's why I encouraged her to do so.
Right. And you, from your conversation with Maggie, you knew that Paul was going to be there.
Correct.
Right. And do you know why Paul was going to be there? Had you heard?
I didn't know at the time. Okay. I know now.
That's it. But anyway, he and you encouraged Maggie to go be with Alec, because his dad was in bad shape, right?
Right.
Now, after Maggie and Paul were murdered, Mr. Randolph died 2 days later, I believe, or 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a very difficult time for everyone, wasn't it?
Very.
And there were 2 funerals, one on a Saturday for Maggie and Paul, and one on Sunday for Mr. Randolph, right? And then after a day or so, did Alec and Buster come to Somerville and stay with your parents?
Yes.
And did they stay with your parents a lot after the murders?
Yes, especially Alec.
Yeah, Alec. And to your knowledge, did Alec ever spend another night at Moselle after the murders?
He did not.
She stayed with your parents. He visited with you and your husband and family down at Key West at sometime at the end of July. Is that right?
He did.
And then he and Buster came up to Greenville up at one point in time.
They did.
And then and he was staying with his brother Randy at times. He was all over the place.
He was.
And, now you mentioned that after the murders that Alex said that he was very intent on clearing Paul's name from the boating accident, right? And you knew that Maggie felt very strongly that Paul was not driving the boat when the beautiful Mallory Beach came to her tragic death, right?
Correct.
I mean, Maggie was adamant. She was on a mission to clear Paul's name, was she not?
Sort of.
Sort of. And she was, and you're not critical of Alex for wanting to clear Paul's name after he was murdered, are you?
I'm not critical about that at all. I think that was his way of honoring Paul after he was gone. I just thought his priority should have been focusing on finding out who killed Maggie and Paul.
And how do you know that wasn't a priority for him?
We never talked about it. We never talked about finding the person who could have done it. It was just odd. And we were sort of living in fear because we thought this horrible person was out there, and we were mostly afraid for Alec and Buster, but we didn't know the motive behind the killings. We thought it probably had something to do with the boat case.
Right.
And we thought that up until September.
Right.
And then things started to change a little bit.
Sure. Well, were you aware that Alec started carrying a gun after the murder? You didn't know
Alec
that?
always carried a gun.
What's that?
He always carried a gun.
On his person that he started carrying a gun. Mm-hmm. Were you aware of that?
I knew he usually had one in his car.
Right. I want to ask you just some sort of one topic kind of questions. Bubba was Maggie and Alex's dog, is that right? Bubba could be a little hard-headed, we've heard. But
I'm sorry. Yes, Bubba. I think Bubba could be a handful.
But it's pretty clear that Alec could control Bubba pretty well.
Yes.
And Maggie enjoyed going down to the kennels, as far as you know, to play with the dogs?
She did.
Right. And she was a dog lover?
She was.
And you're a dog lover?
I am.
And you'll have dogs, you know that they didn't allow dogs in the house at Moselle?
Correct.
Because of, I don't know.
Allergies.
Yeah, allergies.
Right. But they had a big porch, and there were dog beds all outside on the porch, and
right.
You know, huge buckets of water. And when I was there, the dogs were always up there at the house.
Did you know there was an electric fence around?
I did not know that there was an electric fence, but.
And did Maggie and Alec let dogs in the house down at Edison?
I don't think so. They stayed mostly underneath the house. She had a
like
pen,
right.
Big pen down there.
So they had a dog run type thing underneath the house?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And did you ever go to Edison and visit with?
Yes.
With Maggie and Alec and their family?
Yes.
And would Paul's friends and Buster's friends welcome at
always
at Edisto and at Moselle?
Yes.
And
Maggie loved having the boys' friends around.
And I think you mentioned this, but Moselle, was Moselle Paul's passion?
Yes.
He loved that place?
Yes.
And Alec enjoyed being there with Paul? Is that
Yes.
right?
He did.
And, one second, Your Honor. Just very briefly, in your own words, you tell the jury what you believe Alex's relationship was with Paul.
I think they had a very good relationship. They loved all the same things. They loved to hunt. They loved to fish. They loved to work the land. I think the plan was for Paul to take over Moselle one day, and they had a great father-son relationship.
And in your own words, can you tell the jury what you believe Alex's relationship with Maggie was?
It was good. It wasn't perfect, but Maggie was happy, and I think she was happy.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Read that right.
May it please court, Your Honor. When Maggie called you on the afternoon of June 7th, 2021, she reported to you that her whole purpose for going home was to go with Alec to visit Alameda. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
What did Maggie tell you her whole purpose was in going home and Alec wanting her to come home on June 7th, 2021?
She was going home to be with Alec and visit his parents at Alameda.
And it was such a point of contention that you actually encouraged her to go.
I did.
You were asked some questions about you testified about Alec not being focused on trying to figure out who killed Maggie and Paul, and then something happened in September. Is that right?
Correct.
And that changed for you as you started to look at the motive. Is that correct? That's what you just testified, correct?
Correct.
And in September, he got fired from the law firm, right?
Correct.
And it started to come out about years and years of theft and misappropriation from clients. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
Objection sustained.
What came out in September that changed your calculus?
And objection exceeding the scope of cross.
Objections overruled.
Please answer the question.
We were on our way to a football game, and we received a phone call from a friend of ours saying how sorry they...
This issue that has not been ruled upon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case. Nature of the objection.
Your Honor, she was about to testify that she had heard about the roadside shooting. The state has not gone into the roadside shooting yet. Your Honor's not ruled on whether that's admissible or not. We object to under 403 as to being admissible, and substantively that is the objection, evidence of the roadside shooting. it just opens up a whole new avenue of issues. Secondly, what she knows thus far would be hearsay, which is a technical objection, but certainly we object to any evidence of the roadside shooting.
Your Honor, at this point, of course, this is responsive to a question that was raised on cross-examination by Mr. Griffin, in which she testified something happened in September. So for that reason, just to begin with, I believe that door is opened as to her to explain what it was that changed at that period in time, which was the nature of my question to her. Additionally, I think if we look beyond that, there is a connection, if we want to talk and have in-camera hearing about her answer and about 403 and 404, there is a logical connection between what happened in the roadside shooting and what happened on June 7th, 2021. And that connection is, of course, that the evidence will show that as the temperature increases, as there's a confrontation for Alex Murdaugh, then things like this happen. And that's what happened on September. But as it relates to this specific witness, this was an answer that came up during the defense cross, and it's fair to explore with this witness now what changed in September, which she's already testified to from a defense question.
And what was the question that prompted the response that you now indicate opens the door for this? Yes.
So in that particular question and in her response, he asked her, and he had been, of course, engaging in great detail about the family relationship and that sort of thing, and put up a picture and all the rest of it, and asked her about her assessment at that particular time, and she went in and started to explain that, and he was specifically asking about Alec being concerned about clearing Paul's name in the boat case, and then she explained further that, and he asked her if that was any big deal, and then she went on to explain her answer, and that's when she talked about how everything changed in September, and that was what I was exploring, what happened in September, which has been testimony before this jury, and I think now fair game for them to understand what happened in September.
All right. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, that was not the question.
What was the question? That was my question to Mr. Waters, and he's explained a whole lot. I don't know if he responded to my question. Maybe you will. What was the question that you posed that generated the response about her concern and her concerns changing?
The question that I asked related to her, I said, you testified previously that you didn't believe Alec was concerned about finding out who did this, or more concerned about clearing Paul's name, and then she says, well, it seemed odd he wasn't concerned about finding out who did this, and I said, why do you think he was not concerned? And then she goes into testifying, well, initially we thought it was the boating accident, and then after September, we thought perhaps it's something completely different. And I mean, I was exploring her testimony on direct, and she offered up the issue of the roadside shooting. So I didn't ask anything about the roadside shooting, Your Honor. I was asking her why she thought Alec was not trying to, what was the basis of her belief that Alec wasn't trying to find out who did this.
All right, Mr. Waters.
And I apologize if I wasn't more clear. I don't remember the specific question, but what I do...
We have court reporters. We'll have Ms. Harris, if you'll go back a bit to Mr. Griffin and his questioning of Ms. Proctor. Maggie being solely consumed about the, I don't know how far that was, Maggie being consumed about the boating accident, and if it's not too far back from there on up to where you are now. And if you need a break, we can take one for you to locate it.
question. I'm looking for the question.
Right.
You're not critical about Alex wanting to clear Paul's name.
You need to be loud enough for me to hear you, at least. Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, this one. Okay. You're not critical about Alex wanting to clear Paul's name. After he was murdered, are you? I am not critical about that at all. I think that was his way of honoring Paul after he was gone. I just thought his priority should have been focusing on finding out who killed Maggie and Paul. And how do you know that wasn't a priority? We never talked about it. We never talked about finding the person who could have done it. It was just odd. And we were sort of living in fear because we thought this horrible person was out there, and we didn't. We were mostly afraid for Alex and Buster. We didn't know the motive behind the killings. We thought it was probably had something to do with the boat case, right? And we thought that up until September. All right. And then things started to change a little bit. Were you aware that Alex started carrying a gun?
All right, Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, again, these were in direct responses to his question as he was exploring her statement about his concern on the boat case. And in fact, the reference to September was actually in response to a follow-up question that the defense continued down that line of questioning. That answer has now come out, and I think that the witness, again, is entitled and is fair game at this point before.
So what changed in September?
What she meant by that. Yes, sir, what she meant by that.
And what changed in September?
Do you want me to talk to them?
Yes, ma'am.
So we received a phone call from a friend of ours who said he was so sorry to hear about my brother-in-law. And the call came in to my husband, Bart, and Bart said, "What are you talking about? We don't know anything." And he said, "Well, your brother-in-law's been shot." And we literally stopped the car, pulled over on the side of the road, and it was just the worst feeling in the world because I thought whoever had killed Maggie and Paul had now shot Alec, and I was horrified that Buster was next. So we made a phone call to Buster, and Buster said his dad had been shot, but that he was okay. He was on his way or in the hospital at that time, I can't remember. And then at some point, and I'm not sure, I think I was in shock. At some point, we spoke with Jim Griffin that day, and he told us that yes, Alec had been shot, that he had been fired from the law firm because he had been caught stealing money.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Again, that's her explanation, and I believe that's fair game in this particular instance to this particular witness's testimony that had come out on cross-examination. And I probably would have one follow-up. Additionally, I should mention as well, I think there's two other matters that probably we should explore while the jury's out, in fairness to the other side and in court, that I wanted to inquire that were in reference to cross-examination those are different issues.
I was going into them. Tell me what they are. So.
Sure. There were obviously extensive cross-examination about the family relationship, and there's been extensive evidence offered by the defense on the cross about the family relationship. And there were two questions I was going to ask her about fidelity concerns, and also the Maggie and the family wrestling with opioid abuse and pill usage by the defendant. Both of those have been issues that Maggie had wrestled with and had expressed to her.
All right, Mr. Griffin.
Well, as to the, I don't know if you want me to address the roadside shooting, but that's certainly, I mean, that opens up Pandora's box at 404B. They want to introduce the roadside shooting as motive. How can you have motive after the fact? And so it's not admissible. It should not be admissible under 403. But just what she says is not that harmful, but they're not going to stop there, Your Honor. And I did not open the door. I said...
You're probing her about Alex's fear. Doesn't Alex, were you aware that he started carrying a gun? Well, he always carries a gun in his car. No, but then he started carrying it in his pockets. So you're having her, cross-examining her to suggest that Alex was living in fear, as evidenced by the fact that he continued or started carrying a gun, not in his vehicle, but on his person. And she, in her response, says, well, I never, didn't appear to me that he was living in fear. I didn't know anything about that and responding to you until in September when this occurred for whatever reason. Now, with the truth of what occurred, she's not testifying as an investigator. She said she heard he'd been shot. And that gave her, changed her reason for concern in some way. Whatever that might be, I don't know. Did you still have a reason for concern? Are you about Alex's safety, or did it, was it changed? Was it altered?
That day, and for some time after that, we were very concerned for the family. We felt like someone was after them, but then we started finding out about other things that had been going on in Alex's life. And
this is in part based on your conversation with Mr. Griffin?
This is everything that has come out since then.
Did you say that you had a conversation with Mr. Griffin?
That day that we found out that Alec had been shot, we did have a conversation with Mr. Griffin, and he's the one.
Mr. Griffin told you that he'd been fired and that he'd been caught stealing money.
Correct.
That's just hearsay.
Well,
absolutely hearsay.
What kind of quandary does that put you in? You're going to be a witness as well?
Well, that's a hearsay statement, Your Honor. Without a doubt, it's classic hearsay.
Well, it's the basis for her fear or not having fear, which is something you, or fear or believing that Alex was in fear, that's something that you are probing. Aside from that issue, how about the family relationship issue, fidelity, opioid abuse, concerns?
Your Honor, with regard to fidelity, I mean, we can hear what she says about it, but the evidence, as I understand it, is 10 or 15 years ago. I don't know how long ago, but it was more than 10 years ago. There was some issue about someone that Alec had known in college reaching out to him. Maggie got angry about that. They had a
reaching out to him 15 years ago or recently?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that Maggie got angry about it. contacted the woman's husband, who says, it's not true. I know who she's seeing because I have a private eye on her. That led to a divorce.
You're now referring to a 15-year-old conversation.
Yes. And then the opioid stuff, Your Honor, is I'm not sure what information she's going to share about that, frankly.
Well, you had one earlier witness read a letter about him being in rehab.
That they introduced, yes, sir.
That you published.
Well, it's already in evidence, Your Honor.
All right.
Over objection. So.
Go ahead, Mr. Waters.
So on both of those issues, first of all, with the first...
By the way, you can step down for a break. Don't discuss your case. You're fine? Okay, good. All right.
With the issue of the first matter, I think it's certainly a fair question to say, did Maggie ever express to you any concerns? Were there ever any concerns and issues with the defendant's fidelity? I think that's clearly in response to the extensive evidence that's been offered by the defense.
You said, has she ever, such as 15 years ago?
Well, I think that my follow-up question would be, was that something that remained in Maggie's mind over the years up until...
and she would know that.
I think that if I asked her that question, she could express an answer to that. Yes, sir.
No. What is the answer to that?
It was an affair that happened, or Maggie thought it was an affair that happened many years ago. They were able to resolve the issues, but Maggie still brought it up.
As recently as when?
A year ago. She did not think anything was going on. It still bothered her.
All right.
May I follow up?
Yes.
During when that event occurred, did she make Alec leave the household for a period of time?
She did.
Frame when this happened. I mean,
I understand. 15 years ago, or?
How long ago was that?
It was a very long time ago. I'm not sure. A very long time ago.
I think, again, I'm not trying to make it bigger than it is, but I think given the issues that have been squarely in front of the jury, the state's entitled, at least in a limited fashion, to offer this some testimony in this regard that that everything was not perfect, as the defense has repeatedly elicited. And so on that particular issue, I only propose a limited question that had Maggie ever had any concerns about fidelity, and had those concerns continued to bother her, and that would be the extent of my proposed examination of her on that issue.
All right. Anything else?
It's 2007 is our understanding. 2007, 15 years ago.
Well, yeah, 2007 was 15 years ago, yeah.
And that's when it occurred?
Well, that's been established. Give me something new.
Well,
other than repeating 15 years ago.
403. It's not admissible under 403. Unfair prejudice outweighs the probative value of this. Whether it still bothered her, I mean, she testified that they weren't without their problems like all married couples, but they had a good marriage. I mean, it's been addressed, and it's highly inflammatory.
That's why your questions have to not lead into things that might be inflammatory. We're going to be in recess for about 15 minutes. Please.
also Bob Murdaugh, who's been staying with us from the criminal defense. He's also a criminal defense attorney, but he has a podcast of Defense Diaries. Okay, let me start with you, Jeffrey. This is fascinating. This is an example of why cross-examination can be so dangerous. And Judge Newman just said, well, give me something. You brought it up concerning what changed in her September, about her opinion, about whether Alex Murdaugh was telling the truth, fidelity issues, marital issues, opioid abuse. Talk to me, Jeffrey Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, this issue really is bringing up the two largest principles in cross-examination, especially from the defense side. Number one, don't ask a question you don't know the answer to. And number two, when you get what you need, get out of there. Be precise, be surgical with your questions. This is something where he really didn't quite know where this was going to go. He thought she was on his side, thought she was going to give him good answers, and just enjoyed the meat on the bone. You could see him constantly referring back to his notes to figure out where he was and where he was going to go next. He was ill-prepared. He asked a bad question, and it opened the door. And the judge is about to let it all in. Whether he's right or he's wrong is immaterial. It's all coming in right now. And the thing that was kind of shocking to me is that it seems like he's actually considering letting in the infidelity and the opioid abuse as well, which I don't think he opened the door to that. I think that is a smear campaign by the prosecution, especially a 15-year-old affair allegation that was found to not be founded is suddenly going to come in and make it look like he's cheating on his wife today. That's dark.
Now, Bob Murdaugh, okay, we have about a minute left, but there's also another connection because when the accountant testified, the defense asked a question about a $500,000 payment to Cousin Eddie. As we know, Cousin Eddie was the one who was supposedly going to shoot Alex Murdaugh on the side of the road, but didn't get to it. So you have that the prosecution didn't refer to that may link these up. Talk to me, Bob, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, we're all waiting for Cousin Eddie. You know, the state's supposed to be closing their case in chief tomorrow. I'm assuming that Cousin Eddie's coming in. If this gets in, that is going to be a perfect segue to put some context to Cousin Eddie's testimony tomorrow. So we'll see what happens, but I tend to agree. I think the judge is going to let it in. Just in case people don't know, opening the door is inadmissible. What would otherwise be inadmissible evidence is now, because of the question asked by the defense, potentially going to be let in.
Oh, boy, I'm so glad both of you are here to talk about this because along with me, we're all defense attorneys and we know, and we all said it when it was happening. Oh, my gosh, go back to the September question. And we all agree the judge is going to let a truck be driven through the answer that Maggie's sister gave. Stay with us on the other side. So welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Well, we are covering the trial of Alex Murdaugh for the murder of his wife and his son just in 2021. There have been fireworks in that courtroom just now as the defense and the prosecution sparred as to whether the defense opened the door to Alex Murdaugh's infidelity that happened a long time ago, 15 years, and whether they also opened the door to Cousin Eddie and the roadside shooting. So our own Gigi McKelvey was in the courtroom. I haven't spoken to you, Gigi, since the bomb threat of last Wednesday. I can't believe that's under a week ago. What happened in that courtroom right now while Marion Proctor, the sister of Maggie Murdaugh, was on the stand?
Well, it was nice to actually have a voice for Maggie in that courtroom today. We haven't had that yet, but man, did it take a turn after cross, because they asked about, she mentioned in September things started changing and kind of insinuated this was about the roadside shooting. We all kind of know that's what it is. The jury's not supposed to know. So the prosecution jumps all over it and says, hey, we can talk about this. They opened the door. Griffin's like, we didn't open the door. And then at one point, he recalls a conversation that he had with Ms. Proctor, and then Jim says his own conversation was hearsay. The courtroom just kind of busted out laughing.
Yeah, and opening the door means that the defense went to an area that probably wouldn't have been admissible, but they got elicited an answer to a question where Marion Proctor had said, you know, they were all really scared for the family, except for Alex Murdaugh. He really wasn't scared for the family. We didn't understand it, but then things all changed in September. So tell me, we all know that it's the Cousin Eddie, and supposedly he was supposed to shoot Alex Murdaugh on the side of the road. Eddie says, I think he didn't do it. But does the courtroom, did everyone go, oh, when that happened, since we all know about Cousin Eddie? And that brings me to my B question, is he now going to testify?
Well, there was definitely a reaction in the courtroom when September was mentioned, because so far, as we know, that hasn't come in, and Cousin Eddie has been like the one person everybody's waiting on. So maybe now that comes in. I don't know. It's going to be interesting, but Judge Newman is not really enjoying these delays for stuff like this, getting very snippy with both sides, actually.
Yeah, interesting. Now, one final question. Marion Proctor, as you pointed out, is the voice of her sister. We now get to see her sister through Marion Proctor, who is 7 years older. But she did say two things I thought were helpful for the prosecution. One, basically that Maggie and Paul essentially were, now it's my word, lured to the shooting ranch, as she called it, at one point, because to allegedly go see the family, the father and the mother, the grandparents that night of Paul. And that Paul specifically told her, because they had conversations about it, that he never went to the kennels. Is that what you got that stood out? Is that what was standing out to the jury, you think?
I don't think that I heard that Paul never went to the kennels. I might have been a little distracted, but
I think
no,
Alec,
I don't.
Gigi. I think it was Alec never went to the kennels.
Alec. Oh, yeah, well, that's surprising because, you know, it seems like they did everything together on that farm, especially him and Paul. And, I mean, now we know he went to the kennels. We've heard about it, and we have video about it. But, yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. I mean, we may have just delayed the state closing up their end maybe by a day if they have to bring Cousin Eddie in to explain this roadside shooting now.
Oh, really interesting. Well, Gigi McKelvey, I know the court only gave a 15-minute break, so I know you want to go back in and get your seat so you can report to us later on. Thank you, as usual. You're just fabulous being our eyes and ears for Law and Crime in the Alex Murdaugh courtrooms. Thank you. Take care. And this gives me a chance to bring my guests back in. And again, Jeffrey Wolf and Bob Murdaugh, both criminal defense attorneys. Bob is also the host of Defense Diaries podcast. And all three of us are defense attorneys. So we kind of know when we see a moment. So Bob Murdaugh, let me start with you. The testimony of Marion Proctor, right, that I just talked to Gigi McKelvey about, that reiterated that now this is at least the third person that Alex Murdaugh said he never went to the kennels that night. But he didn't know. He didn't know that Paul had taken this video. Is this the major problem that the defense must overcome?
I think so. I think without question, it's the biggest thing. And we were talking off camera or during the break that the fact that the jurors are not armed with notebooks, we're a month into this trial, and they're going to remember the big points that were made. And for me, the biggest point that's been made thus far is the fact that Alec lied about being down at the kennels. So I think that is going to be a major issue for the defense to try to work around. But I think in the minds of the jury, that's going to be pretty tough for them to overlook.
Yeah, and Jeffrey Wolf, I was going to do a 1-minute closing for the prosecution, thinking they were going to rest maybe first thing in the morning, but I'm not so sure right now with Cousin Eddie. But the fact that Maggie and Paul were, my words again, lured to that property that night, the video that obviously he didn't know was taken by his son Paul, the fact that there was testimony from the dog caretaker that Bubba would be under Alec's control, and Bubba would get loose when Alec would let the rooster loose, because it was Alec's rooster brought to the kennels. And we also know what's in that video was Alec and Bubba chasing, whether it was a chicken or a guinea hen or whatever, that he appeared at the mom's unexpectedly without his family. There's the missing shirt. There's 2 pairs of missing shoes. There's GSR inside a raincoat that has no wearer DNA on it, that was apparently hidden, according to the prosecution, at the mom's house. The GPS showed he was there. The autopsy showed that after they had their dinner, these 2 were shot pretty soon thereafter, and there was no evidence that anybody else was on the scene besides 3 minor alleles under Maggie's nail, which, as we know, in a gunshot long-range shooting, you don't get DNA from the shooter usually. Jeffrey, talk to our jury, the audience.
Hey, you said you weren't going to do the closing, but there it is. That's the classic prosecution mountain of evidence closing argument, right? You hear prosecutors do that all the time. There's this, and then there's this, and there's this. And eventually this is going to get too high for Mr. Murdaugh to be able to get past to get you to reasonable doubt. Well, that is the prosecution's job to do that. The defense's job is to poke holes in each of those arguments. And I think the lack of juror notebooks, as Bob was just mentioning, is really important. And I agree with him that they are going to go to the salient points. But what they're also going to do is they're going to go to what happens in shorter, less serious trials. It's going to become more like a used car sale. You buy from the person you trust. And so the jury is going to form a relationship with everybody in that courtroom throughout the trial, like every jury does. They're going to look at the judge as their parent, the person who takes care of them, and then they're going to be romanced by the 2 sets of lawyers. And whoever they trust the most is who they're going to take to the dance. And so when you can't remember everything, you're looking at those closing arguments and deciding which person you believe. And it's going to be up to the prosecution to skew the evidence in the way that is most favorable to them, and the defense is going to do the exact same thing. They're going to highlight the things that play to them. They're going to highlight the DNA that nobody's able to identify as their straw man. They're going to highlight the marks on the skull from the gunshot to say that maybe is a suicide. So maybe it was a murder-suicide where he took out his mom. They're going to highlight the happy marriage. They're going to highlight that her own sister took the stand and was sympathetic towards him. They're going to highlight all the good stuff, and the prosecution is going to highlight all the bad stuff. And the jury, who is going to be relying on their memory and their emotions and their gut, is going to dance with who they are most attracted to, the lawyer they trust the most. And that is going to be the job of both sides in this case.
And Bob Mott, as Jeffrey points out, the role of a defense attorney or prosecutor to closing is to give the tidbits, is to give the talking points in that jury room for people and jurors that you believe are on your side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you give it to them so they can go in and they can talk. So I have some additional talking points that may have been like in the wash, shall we say, and that is the fact that the shotgun shells that they recovered only had Paul's DNA, no indication of a third party, that the Benelli shotgun had inside the barrel DNA of Maggie and Alec. These are little things that I think the prosecution can weave into their summation. Your thoughts?
I agree. And at this point, it seems like it's too late for them to do so. I mean, maybe they can get it in at some point, but as you know, if it's not brought in through a witness, they're not going to be able to argue it at closing because it's not in evidence. So I agree. I think that the state has whiffed a bit on a couple of pretty salient points. And I think that comes part and parcel with the fact that they're essentially trying 2 cases here. I mean, we've got kind of a white collar crime case going on with all the financial stuff, which they needed to do. in order to be able to push forward what their motive is. The downside of that is that, you're going to miss things. There's that old axiom that sometimes less is more. And, and that goes right back to Jim's cross-examination. So, we'll see how it plays out, but I agree. I think that they've missed some potentially pretty damning stuff that they could have wove in that would have connected some dots.
Yeah, very, very interesting, because the constant comment I see that the prosecution just didn't have a coherent theme. But sometimes, as you both know, juries will then pick up that battalion. They'll just say, or pick up that baton, and they'll say, well, I'm not going to let the victims be short-shrifted here. We're going to go through the evidence. We're going to see for ourselves. We will find for ourselves. No one's going to tell us what to do, or just because somebody may have been, and my word, incompetent or not up to what their standard is, we're not going to hold it against the victims. We're going to try to find the truth. Anyhow, in terms of finding the truth, back in that courtroom we will go. But first, we must take a break. Stay with us here at the Law&Crime Network. We're in the Alex Murdaugh double homicide trial.
Be seated.
The witness can testify as to her concern as to what occurred on September 7th that changed her concern about Alex living in fear. She cannot testify as to on the fidelity issue because that's too remote in time and would tend to confuse the jury. She can testify that she discovered that he'd been fired and that and that he had a drug problem.
Your Honor, depending on how the testimony goes, we would have hearsay objections if she's testifying as to what someone told her.
She's not testifying as to the truth of it. She's responding to why her concerns were changed based on in part of her conversations with you.
No, I understand
An
that.
agent for Mr. Murdaugh.
No, I understand that. My point I just stood to address is the family wrestling with opioid and pill use by the defendant. That is hearsay. If that's how she knows.
She already had a drug problem. I mean, if you want to talk about specifically, I don't know to what degree she discovered his drug problem, opioid addiction, or whatever it is, but it's already in evidence anyway.
No, I understand. I'm just advising the court that I will be making hearsay objections if that's she's testifying about hearsay.
Anything else before the jury comes?
Nothing from the state this time, Your Honor.
All right, bring the jury. All these issues. The objection is overruled. You may continue.
May it please the court, Your Honor. Ms. Proctor, when we left on the break, I was asking you what happened in September that caused you to change your assessment. Can you describe that to the jury, please?
On September 4th, we were headed to a football game, and my husband, Bart, received a phone call from a friend saying he was so sorry to hear about what had happened to my brother-in-law. And we had no idea what he was talking about. And he said, well, we've heard, he told us he had been shot. So we pulled over on the side of the road. We were all in hysterics. We called Buster, and Buster said yes, that his dad had been shot, that he was being airlifted to the hospital, that they thought hoped he was going to be okay. So we wanted more information, so we called Jim Griffin, and he told us that Alec had been shot in the head and that he had been fired from his law firm for stealing.
What was your concern when you heard that he had been shot?
Initially, I thought he might be dead. I had just lost 2 of the family members, and I felt like they were being targeted at that point. I felt like the family was being targeted.
Subsequent to that, did your concern that the family was being targeted, did that change as well?
Over the course of a few weeks, we were still on high alert, worried for Buster, but at that point, information started coming out about some things that Alec had done financially that we had no idea about.
And that changed your assessment about what you heard about him being shot as well, is that correct? Can you answer out loud?
The shooting, that was an event in itself. The roadside shooting.
You just stated that the shooting itself, the roadside shooting, was an event in itself. Did other information come to your attention that changed your assessment about the roadside shooting at a later time?
Yes.
and change that initial concern that Alec was somehow being targeted.
Yes.
Did Maggie have a nickname for Paul?
As little, what is detective?
Little detective?
Mm-hmm.
And what did that mean?
She felt like that he was always looking to make sure his dad was behaving.
And what specifically was the concern?
Pills, prescription pain pills.
And had Maggie expressed to you concern over time about the defendant's pill usage?
Yes.
How long had that been going on?
I am not sure, but I think it had been going on for some time.
And did that concern continue up until recent times as we moved to their Maggie and Paul's murder?
Yes.
And what did specifically little detective mean as it related to the pills?
If there were pills in the house that his dad was taking that he wasn't supposed to, Paul was determined that he would find them.
And did that happen on occasions?
I think so, yes.
Hold on for me 1 second. What specifically changed your perception of the roadside shooting after your initial concern?
The story that was initially told about what happened came to not be true.
The story told by who?
Alec.
By Alec? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Anything further? Thank you. You may step down. We'll call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Bart Proctor.
Raise your right hand. Put down the Bible, please. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
All right, if you would, please, sir. Sit in that chair over there. State your full name for the record, spell your last name, and then speak into the mic.
My name is Barton Proctor, Proctor.
Mr. Proctor, good afternoon. Very quickly, tell the jury, are you Marion Proctor's husband?
For 37 years.
37 years. And obviously, over the years, as being part of this family, had you gotten to know Maggie and gotten to know Paul and gotten to know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I have.
I don't want to belabor the points, but in the aftermath of Maggie and Paul's murder, were you also privy to some of the conversations that Alec had that your wife related to this jury today?
Yes.
And ultimately heard the same thing in those conversations that she related here today?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review what's been entered into evidence as States 297, the kennel video?
I've heard it.
May I have the computer input, please?
It was on there.
For the record, I'm going to play States 297.
Get it. Get that. Quick, Cash. Quick. That's okay. Come here. Come here, Cash. Shit. Close to it. Cash. Hey, he's got burns in his mouth. Bubba. Hey, Bubba. It's a kitty. This is a chicken. Come here, Cash. Cash. Quick.
Do you recognize any voices on that video?
I recognize 3.
Can you tell the jury what voices you recognize?
I recognize Paul Murdaugh. I recognize Maggie Murdaugh, and I recognize Alex Murdaugh.
And when you say Alex Murdaugh, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for the jury, please?
Yes,
or
sir.
describe him?
He's wearing a blue blazer and has his glasses on his head.
And how sure are you?
100%.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Hey, Mr. Proctor. Were you ever shown a blue raincoat by any SLED agents?
Yes, sir.
And was that blue raincoat shown to you and your wife Marion, who just was here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir. It was a picture.
A picture of the blue raincoat. And did you recognize the blue raincoat?
No, sir.
Had you ever seen it before?
No, sir.
Did you ever see Paul wear it? The blue raincoat?
I had never recognized it before.
Okay, all right. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Nothing to say, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. We have another witness today.
Your Honor, as you're aware, there was a circumstance beyond any party's control. No, because of a circumstance beyond the party's control.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, there are no more witnesses available today, and this is Valentine's Day. So we will recess at this time and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening. Mr. Waters, the jury is gone. You can further explain if you'd like. You can further explain.
the issue with the scheduling? Yes, sir. There's witnesses that are coming forward. There's a unavoidable, unfortunate personal event that has arisen that unfortunately has affected that witness's availability, Your Honor, and so that's why we had requested, we are late in the day, but had requested a recess for the day. Your Honor, I will say that with the side of the road issue has always been out there, and at this point, we believe there is some admissibility as to that, particularly a statement of the defendant related to that, in which there's actually a few statements, but there's one statement in particular. I don't know if Your Honor wants to proffer that at this particular time, since we have a little time available outside the jury's presence, but I do think that at some point that's a bridge, given developments, that needs to be crossed.
Yes, sir.
We've prepared a memo. We would be prepared to argue that motion, but we're not today. So we expected this to go through, no motion to be argued today. I apologize to the court, but we would prefer not to go forward with it today.
You said you're preparing or have prepared a memo?
The person preparing it.
All right. Stop the jury and have them come at another time if need be, 10 o'clock, 10:30, whatever.
Your Honor, we're not done with that. We're hoping, we're not anticipating it coming up at all.
Can you all don't leave with the jury yet, if you can find out, are they gone or still here? You have them hold for a moment.
We have completed the memo, filed it. Your Honor has it on the 404B issue. There's a section on the roadside.
Has it been sent to me or is it being sent?
It was.
Your Honor, it was filed well before trial, and it's a consolidated memo. It addresses all the 404B stuff, the financial evidence that you've ruled in, and in the section of the memo, we do address the roadside shooting. We point out that it's after June 7th. We point out that he's been indicted for insurance fraud. As a result of that, attempted insurance fraud, their theory of motive is it is just another way for him to gain sympathy when financial situations turn bad, leave for him. But we point out that he has been indicted by Hampton County grand jury for insurance fraud for attempted suicide to obtain $12 million of insurance for his son Buster. And so we argue that it's not motive, and it should not be admissible under 403 as well.
All right, and I'm happy to talk about all of that and review what's been submitted overnight and review whatever the state may have for me to consider, and to hear any more argument about it in the morning prior to ruling. I've had them to stop the jury from leaving to find out how much time you all might need tomorrow morning, because otherwise I've told them to be here at 9:30 if they need to come at 10 o'clock, 10:30. Mr. Harpootlian.
Your Honor, I don't think this will take 30 minutes to argue that. We prefer to argue it in the morning simply because we haven't looked at it, and while Mr. Griffin is an extraordinary advocate, I'd like an opportunity
Want the jury to come in at 10?
10 would be great.
I would say 10:30 to be safe, Your Honor.
I don't know why I'd argued against that. I'm trying to think of a reason, but I really can't.
So we're going to have the jury come in at 10:30 tomorrow morning instead of 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. In the interim, however, if you all have something you want me to read overnight, early in the morning, happy to receive it.
Yes, sir.
I have what was previously filed now, defendant's memorandum in opposition to motion in limine re-evidence of other crimes and bad acts, and I've ruled on a majority of this already.
We may polish that up a little bit tonight, and if so, we'll email it to your law clerk, and she, I'm sure, will get it to you.
Page 9 starts the roadside shooting discussion.
I knew it.
Our initial motion, Your Honor, and the reply also touched this ground as well, but we can do the same thing.
Middle of page 9 through the top of page 12, so you have about 2.5 pages that you might want to, if you want to supplement it, it'll be fine.
Thank you.
If you want to. And how about from the state's perspective?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, and I think I just lost my glasses. Put them up. Your Honor, if you look at our response in opposition that was filed on December 8th, we on page 19 in the factual recitation, we talk about specifically the shooting on the side of the road in response to the confrontation with Chris Wilson. And then, of course, from that point on, and prior to that, there is general analysis on 404 and 403. I believe our reply, which I'm trying to put my hands on, also addresses those issues, but we can also polish up some things as well for Your Honor. There is, thank you, Mr. James. There is, starting at page 15 in the reply, it is addressed as well, the reply to their response or in that particular series of filings. It's in there, and again, we can polish that up. There is, again, there's a recorded interview and a recorded statement that we certainly can provide to Your Honor for review, that ultimately we believe they're statements of the defendant, of course, that we believe would be admissible under the theories as argued there.
And what is the state's theory of admissibility of the roadside shooting?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. As we argued back in December, and as argued in those particular briefs, what we see is a chain of circumstances that are connected for an extended period of time that particularly highlight and start in June 7th. We've gone into, obviously, Your Honor, moving into the financial situation as it went into July, and the efforts to shore up that particular money, the loans. Mr. Burney testified to that today. But of course, Mr. Murdaugh, there's already been evidence admitted that he was $192,000 short, and that Chris Wilson covered that. The evidence goes on that in that particular interim of time, and again with the state's theory, that he's able to do his best to try to cover things up in that interim period. But then everything comes to a head, as already been testified to, in September 4th. Chris Wilson, of course, has also already testified that particular day, on September 4th, that he finally got the defendant to agree to meet with him and confronted him about that 192, which again is right at the heart of the Ferris fees, which are right at the heart of June 7th, 2021. And had that confrontation with him. The admissions that were made have already been testified to. And then with a short period of time in response to that, that the side of the road shooting happened. You've already heard testimony here from Ms. Proctor that, of course, the initial reaction of everyone is, oh my gosh, the real killers are back. And that's precisely, under the state's theory, the effect that the defendant intended. And there will be, from these recorded statements, ultimately evidence offered that was not true, and he had told lies, Your Honor, about that particular. And that would be the recorded statement that we would offer about when he admitted that he had been untruthful to law enforcement about the circumstances of that shooting. I don't intend to go into great detail about that. I'm just trying to get from point A to point B and then get out. I'm not trying to use the term that I've used before, gild the lily.
The statement that you referenced, that you say you want to put in a recorded statement?
That's correct, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
What's the length of that recorded statement?
I don't know off the top of my head. I think it's less than 15 minutes, Your Honor.
No, it's longer than that. No more than 30. Mr. Griffin and I were there when he gave the recorded statement. We called them to give the recorded statement.
And the gist of the recorded statement is what, Mr.
Your Honor, okay, so Mr. Murdaugh had somebody shoot him in the head on the roadside to have a $10 or $12 million insurance policy paid to his son Buster. Now, he believed it was suicide contestability cause, so he had somebody shoot him in the head. No question they shot him in the head. No question the intent was to kill him. He fractured his skull, had a brain bleed, was airlifted to Savannah Hospital. It didn't kill him. He intended to die. And the recorded statement, he immediately went to detox because he was planning to go to detox anyway. Mr. Griffin and I went down to Atlanta. We met with him in detox. He'd been through a horrible experience, shot in the head, and then detox. And we informed him the police were looking for whoever shot him. And he, at that point, said, look, this is what happened. And I don't want them wasting, and literally he said, I don't want them wasting resources trying to solve this shooting when those resources could be used to find who killed Maggie and Paul. We picked up the phone. We called SWED. We put him on the phone with SWED to have him explain exactly what happened. This wasn't a result of a SWED interrogation. This was a voluntary statement. So they quit wasting resources looking for and he told him who shot him in the head, and a guy named Eddie Smith, who was his drug dealer. So that's...
And you all have brought his name up a couple of times through cross-examination.
Yes.
Is he on the state's witness list?
Yes, Your Honor. But, Your Honor, one aspect of that, and I think this is what highlights the relevance and the connection with this particular case, is that in the wake of the side-of-the-road shooting, Mr. Murdaugh's initial claim was that some unknown individual had a flat tire, and some unknown individual, supposedly under the guise of stopping for help, then suddenly shot him in the head. He went so far as to draw with a composite artist to draw a composite photograph. Again, I'm not trying to get into too much with the detail, but that, of course, the immediate effect of that is that he's been targeted by some unknown individual. That was a complete lie, and that's the point of that statement.
If the issue here is that Mr. Murdaugh lies, I mean, really, are we at that? I mean, we've come $10 million through lies, and now this piece of evidence becomes relevant because it proves he lied again months after the murder. There's no, he didn't do it, and I think they will concede he didn't do it to get some sort of sympathy. He did it to be dead. That's why he did it. And unfortunately, Eddie Smith, at 4 feet, couldn't shoot somebody in the head and kill him. He meant to.
And that's what Mr. Smith would say?
Mr. Smith has given no less, I'm set up to cross-examine him, I know this, 6 different explanations for that and any other event you ask him about, from wasn't there to I was there and I saw Alec, he'd been shot, to I was there and I tried to stop Alec, to yes, I shot him in the head. But the fact of the matter is the cross-examination of Mr. Smith is something I'm looking forward to now. But this particular event had nothing to do with what happened on June 7, other than he lied about something else. And 404, unless there's a specific, it's not motive. I mean, I don't understand what the 404, 403 analysis would be on this. I know what the 403 analysis is. The prejudice outweighs the probative. The 404 is what of the 4 things that 404 is admitted for, which one is this?
Your Honor.
I know you don't want to argue it in the morning, so this is just a prelude to tomorrow morning.
Two things. Two things. If Mr. Harpootlian wishes to stipulate in front of the jury that his client is a liar, the state's willing to accept that stipulation.
And not go forward with this?
The second thing is, Your Honor, is that what actually happened on the side of the road is not what's important to this particular case. What is important, Your Honor, is that it's in reaction to the confrontation with Chris Wilson about the fares fees that came to the head on June 7th, 2021, and it's about what the defendant said, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant as he was trying to change a tire, and went so far as to do a composite drawing, and it created the effect, as this investigation had gone on, that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back to finish the job. And that's precisely what he intended, and he ultimately admitted that was a lie. So the circumstances of what happened on the side of the road are not what the state is focused on. What is important is what the defendant said, how he attempted to use that, and that it was actually a falsehood. And you heard Ms. Proctor testify, it had that exact effect, that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back.
But I think the state will concede his object on the side of the road was to be dead. That's what the act was, to kill himself. Now, what happened after that? After he was taken to Savannah and had a brain bleed and a fractured skull, and when he came out of all that and realized, I'm not dead. How is that relevant to June 7? Your Honor, we can beat this dead horse a little bit more in the morning, but allow us to give you, I don't know, this crazy idea of giving maybe some more law to look at.
All right. Is this the sole purpose of Mr. Smith's testimony, or you have other things to talk with him about?
Well, he's on the witness list. I didn't say necessarily that we're calling him. What I'm trying to do, again, is to limit the presentation to just what's relevant to this particular trial that we have here today. And so I would have...
We're talking, discussing now this motion excluding testimony, but who's your witness to talk about what you're arguing?
We would have a law enforcement witness come in and testify as to the circumstances of that statement. And again, I'm trying to limit it to what's very focused to what's relevant to this trial, and that is the intended effect that he had and its reaction to the confrontation and the symmetry between June 7th and September 4th.
And do you have anything in addition to what you all provided a couple of months ago, seemingly?
We have those two documents. We don't have a written document prepared at this time, but we can certainly work on some additional discussion this evening, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, well, we'll reconvene at 9:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, very good.
questions to the investigator.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that the prosecutor was wise to not ask that question. I think in that moment, the judge was saying this door is open and the defense was on their heels. I point again to the look that Murdaugh gave his lawyer when they didn't ask the question and they sat down. It was, in my estimation, the first time I've seen him smirk during this trial. This is somebody who used to be a lawyer. He knows the question they were supposed to ask and he knows they didn't ask it. And so now we have all this argument that's going to go on that's going to give the defense the opportunity to reclose that door that the judge had said they opened because the prosecutor was too afraid to kick it open during his redirect. And so he's now opened the door to the defense, slamming it shut in his face. And that is a mistake that I think he's going to come to regret because this is a lot of stuff. And they brought up a point they didn't make during their initial argument is that this stuff happened after the murder. So how could it be relevant that he's telling another lie after the murder as to whether he committed the murder? It doesn't matter whether people thought he did it. What the opinion of these witnesses have is irrelevant. The jury is the finder of fact. The only people that get to decide whether he did this or not are the jury. So it is completely irrelevant whether his sister-in-law thinks he did it and why she thinks he did it.
All right.
That is my opinion.
I know. It's been great having you both on. Bob Mata, the host of Defense Diaries podcast, and Jeffrey Wolf, also a great criminal defense attorney. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. We'll continue our coverage of Alex Murdaugh trial. I will see you tomorrow at noon. Stay with the Law and Crime Network.